2.
The deck with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Paladin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field of the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends, and welcome into the 2024 special event here in Utrecht, the largest special event for Pokemon Go to date, with approximately 150 competitors coming in to compete for the glory here. My name is Amanda, also known to many of you as Lundberger. I'm beside my esteemed co-workers here. We have Toe Technical, Tomahawk UK, and Nighttime Clasher. And welcome in. If you are watching, that most likely means that you are not here, but don't worry. If you weren't able to come to this special event, there will be some more events in Europe. Eric, why don't you tell us the different events that people can go to here?
Absolutely. We are currently at the Utrecht Special Event, and following this, in 1 month, it'll be the biggest European event of the year, EUIC, the European International Championships. And after that, we'll be going to Stockholm, Sweden in May, followed by Bologna, Italy, the next special event in June, followed by the North America International Championships in New Orleans, and finally, where Victory Road ends, Honolulu, Hawaii in August.
That's right, the path, that Victory Road to Honolulu, the quickest way, though maybe not the easiest way to get there, is winning one of these special events or regionals, but that's not the only way that players can get their qualifications for Worlds. We're also doing championship points this season for Pokemon Go. Toe, can you walk us through what the champion point system is like?
Exactly, Amanda. This is the first season we have this championship point system, and I think it's great. It really rewards consistency along trainers, because not only winning gains you points, also getting a top placement at a tournament gains you points. In day 2 here at Utrecht, we have the top 16 competitors lined up. They already have 80 CP on their record from this tournament, and they're just climbing up every win they get, up to that 200 CP if you win this event. Now, all your tournaments this season will accumulate, and if once you've reached 400 championship points, you will have a World's invitation in the pocket.
Yes, I know a lot of players here are hoping that they were going to get this qualification. Like you said, this is a top 16 event because we had so many people playing. And Tomahawk, I have to ask you, because normally we see you competing at these events. This is your first time behind the casting desk. What are your thoughts of it as like a caster now? What are some of your impressions from day 1?
Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, day 1 was incredible. We saw so many top players consistently have achieved throughout the season, and again here in Utrecht. And so many players who we were expecting to do well have actually gone on into day 2, and we cannot wait to see them play. Eric and I had the opportunity to watch so many boosts. We saw so many shiny Pokemon, so many shadow Pokemon, and it was a very interesting meta. As we know, there was a little bit of a crossover from Timeless Travels and now into the World of Wonders season, and a huge rise in Mantine. So let's take a look at the day 1 usage and how it compared to what we would have expected.
So, speaking of day one usage, as no surprise, Lickitung at the top, followed by Whiscash, Annihilate, and Gligar, and then further on, Registeel, Charjabug, Azumarill, kind of to answer those top couple of picks, and as we fall more to the bottom, Skarmory, Dragonair, Cresselia, some more niche picks to, again, counter those top couple of Pokemon, but we did see Medicham make a return back into the day one. However, in day two, I don't think there's going to be any more of that.
No, exactly. In day two, we're seeing a lot of trainers adapt to this day one meta, really bringing picks to counter the top Pokemon. And one of those picks is the Mantine that Tomahawk already mentioned. It is just a fantastic anti-meta pick, being that Whiscash, being very nice versus Lickitung, being Annihilate, Pokemon we saw high in usage in day one, and it being able to beat all those Pokemon just made it catapult its way into day two here.
Yeah, it's been really incredible to see a bunch of different picks. Even though these were the top usage, there were still some spicy picks that we saw as well. We have a Shadow Credilli that has made it into day two as well, so we're going to be able to see a lot of battles. I think one of our competitors, Vampirist, also has a full shiny team of his team of 6. So we're going to have incredible things to watch through this whole time. We also had some players that we were kind of thinking you wanted to keep an eye on them. And Eric, you have this wonderful idea of this caster fantasy draft. Walk us quickly through what that means, and also I want to show the graphic because I'm really impressed with how I'm doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Amanda. So the caster fantasy predictions basically allows us as casters to throw in a couple of votes for who we think is going to make day two and have a legitimate chance at winning the Utrecht Special Event. We all got to pick 3 players for our fantasy roster in a snake draft format. And as you will see on the graphic, Amanda was able to pick our first player. I believe Tomahawk was able to pick our first player, and he started with Colin, and Lurgan, and Tauntaun. And I guess we'll go on, though.
Yeah, after that, I picked Scaffo, Stone Collection, and Trip Tondo. Luckily, Scaffo is still in there.
And for me, I didn't look ahead of time to see that actually 23 EJB, Andres, and Statistan were all in the same bracket. I was a little bit worried of how that would turn out for me, but 2 of them did make it on to that day 2, so very excited to see where this will lead. And guys, it looks like I'm kind of in the lead here so far. Sorry, Eric.
Yeah, as Tomahawk says, I don't really know anything, do I? And I mean, here, it looks like I really hit it on the head. Neither of my 3 players are able to make it to day 2, but I'm sure they're going to have a better showing at the European International Championship.
Well, since you didn't really have a chance with your caster fantasy draft, who are some of the players that you are looking to keep an eye on for this day 2 that maybe some of the people at home should follow along with as well?
I think for me, day 2, who really stood out to me, I think 23 EJB is, again, one of those players who can really make a strong lower bracket run. And again, I don't see why this tournament would be any different. From the top side of the bracket, some great names, Inadequance or Martine over there. I think he'd do a great job. Scaffo as well, and a lot of other great names to push through that top side of the bracket and maybe give 23 EJB a run for his money in the finals eventually.
That's right. I mean, we have to remember that there is a double elimination tournament, so that means that some of them are coming in from the loser side of the bracket. They only have 1 more game to lose, or they are out of the tournament. Meanwhile, I think the people on the winner side are feeling a little bit confident, being able to sit back a little bit more and relax. Let us know at home who you guys think is going to be winning the tournament. We had a lot of fun yesterday going through the different posts that you guys are posting either on X or on the different social media sites. And I think we should have another call to action today. We had Anacor follow yesterday with both a selfie of himself and the food that he was eating. Thomas, do you have anything you want to see from the people at home today?
I mean, we had a great day 1, so please let us know what your favorite moment in day 1 was.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Tomahawk, do you have anything you want to see people doing?
I'm a big fan of the shiny Pokemon, the shadow Pokemon. Send in your favorite pictures of which shinies or shadows you'll enjoy.
Okay, and as always, make sure that you are following us on Twitch and YouTube so you can get this live action. You can get the alert when we are going live. Speaking of going live, we're about to get into the battles as well. I know you guys are anxious for it. We're anxious to get started as well. But beforehand, we want to give you guys a little bit of an understanding of what this Show 6 Pick 3 format is like. We're going to go to some impressions and then quickly to that, and then we're going to get right into the battles.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Alright trainers, I'm Will Dunphy, and today I'm going to teach you how to win your first match at a Pokemon Go Championship Series event. Let's get started! In the Championship Series, Pokemon Go trainers compete in a Show 6, Bring 3 format. Both trainers begin by analyzing their opponent's team of 6 Pokemon and selecting their 3 best Pokemon for battle. However, Pokemon selections and playstyle adjustments made between battles are equally as important. Let's uncover the mysteries behind the team selection screen and give you the tools to win at your next championship event. There are 2 sides to team reading in Pokemon Go PvP. First, understanding your team's strengths and weaknesses. Second, identifying your opponent's team's strengths and weaknesses. The key is to maximize your team's capabilities while preventing your opponent from doing the same. First, identify which of your Pokemon has the most positive matchups against your opponent's team of 6. Then, choose 2 other Pokemon that cover its weaknesses. Next, choose a macro strategy that fits your team. Finally, envision your win conditions. Will your opponent bring 1 key Pokemon to every game? Can one of your Pokemon defeat your opponent's team with a shield advantage? Typing matchups, shield scenarios, switch advantage, and energy management all play a role. To see these principles in action, let's review Tonton Batuz versus Nezabethan at the 2023 European International Championships. In Game 1, Nezabethan identifies that his Galarian Stunfisk can defeat Tonton Batuz's Shadow Alola Ninetales, Registeel, Shadow Dragonair, and Shadow Charizard. He also brings Swampert because Tonton Batuz doesn't have a Grass-type Pokemon. Nezabethan doesn't bring either of his Flying-type Pokemon because of his opponent's Shadow Alola Ninetales and Registeel. Nezabethan leads Medicham because it's his trio's best response to an opposing Medicham, and Ice Punch provides coverage for Shadow Dragonair. Tonton Batuz doesn't expect Nezabethan's Flying-type Pokemon, so he comfortably leads his own Medicham. Shadow Dragonair is his safe switch because it can defeat most Pokemon in the 2-shield scenario. Finally, Registeel is a great answer to Altaria, Noctowl, and Lantern. Tonton Batuz's ABC-style lineup prefers switch advantage, while Nezabethan is playing an ABB-style double ground team. Nezabethan wins Game 1 due to 3 key factors: weakening Tonton Batuz's Medicham, protecting his Galarian Stunfisk.
It happened! Oh my goodness, what a swap! And I said it earlier, it could come down to a sacrificial swap. That was absolutely beautiful, saving all the energy on Galarian Stunfisk.
And aligning his Galarian Stunfisk versus Tonton Batuz's Shadow Dragonair. For Game 2, Tonton Batuz benches his Shadow Charizard in response to the Shadow Swampert and Galarian Stunfisk from Game 1. Nezabethan selects the same team, while Tonton Batuz chooses the more flexible team of Shadow Dragonair, Medicham, and Lickitung. Tonton Batuz leads Shadow Dragonair and uses a Protect Shield to KO Nezabethan's Medicham and control switch advantage. He aligns his Medicham against Galarian Stunfisk and uses his Lickitung to absorb Shadow Swampert's energy. Tonton Batuz's adjustments win him Game 2. In Game 3, Tonton Batuz repeated his Game 2 lineup, while Nezabethan selected a team of Altaria, Medicham, and Galarian Stunfisk. Tonton Batuz takes a Protect Shield early, then switches to his Lickitung to lure out Nezabethan's Medicham. Tonton Batuz makes a spectacular catch.
To catch the charge move on a site. Well, it doesn't matter what it is. They're going to go ahead and let it go through on the Dragonairs. This is going to be taking it out.
Yeah,
but the true skill is his recognition that the Galarian Stunfisk would be Nezabethan's third Pokemon. Tonton Batuz wins Game 3. In this series, Tonton Batuz neutralized Nezabethan's Shadow Swampert, while Nezabethan overcorrected for Shadow Charizard and was unable to contain his opponent's Shadow Dragonair. Nezabethan's best answer to Shadow Dragonair was his Galarian Stunfisk, so Tonton Batuz was able to consistently predict it. Neither trainer had a Ghost-type Pokemon, making Medicham a safe choice for both competitors. Tonton Batuz's team of 6 pressured Nezabethan to keep his Altaria and Noctowl on the bench until it was too late in the series. Throughout a best-of-3 series, making predictions and adjustments are key. Pay special attention to player tendencies like overcharging, switch timing, shield deployment, and Pokemon usage. Some trainers choose their team of 3 Pokemon conservatively, while others like to take more risk. The most elite trainers do 3 things very well. First, build a team of 6 Pokemon that is well balanced and versatile. Second, change their Pokemon selection and macro strategy from game to game to avoid becoming too predictable. And third, influence which Pokemon and strategies their opponent chooses throughout the series. Well, that's all from me. Best of luck in your future matches, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome trainers to Championship Sunday. More than 150 competitors started the tournament yesterday and now only 16 remain. I am excited. How about you, Amanda?
I'm super excited, Thomas. This is going to be a very big event. A lot of these trainers, we've seen them competing throughout the different regionals and special events so far this season. A lot of them have been saying like, oh, I just feel like I haven't really had my moment yet. And what an opportunity for a lot of them here, making this day 2 of one of the largest events that we've had so far in this season.
Exactly, so many success stories here today. So let's take a look at some of them that are currently in the winners bracket.
Yeah, I'm really excited to go ahead because these are the people who we're starting the tournament with today. We got Scafo 99 versus Dane coming up. Both of those trainers doing a wonderful job in the tournament. And then we have Sandodu versus Pablo Dinas.
Yes, following that, we got Stadastan and Diodowski, 2 players we've seen a lot this season. Both actually top 8 in Stuttgart, now trying to run it back in Utrecht. Following that, we got 2 Dutch players here from the region, Inadequance and Normalheim.
I mean, Normalheim is actually from Utrecht himself,
yes.
I believe, so that is something, a little bit of a home turf advantage perhaps for this guy going on. We'll have to see when they end up playing against each other. I know that this is also kind of funny because on the winner's side of the bracket as well, 2 trainers using Wigglytuff, not something you see very often.
No, you're right, not something you see very often. It's Scafo and Inadequance that are using it. I believe mainly to counter that Lickitung Annihilate combination we see so much. Speaking of Scafo, by the way, we got him on stage right now.
Having that Wigglytuff on the team like we were talking about, followed also with the Vigoroth, the Sableye, Talonflame, Cresselia, and Registeel. So sort of a unique team I think that the Scafo has cooked up with for this tournament.
Definitely, he'll be facing Dada in round 1 of today's top 16 bracket. Who's running a team with Shadow Whiscash, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Pelipper, Charjabug, Lickitung, and Annihilate.
So when you're looking at these teams, Thomas, what sticks out to you exactly as a really good player yourself? What are some things that you think would be key Pokemon for each of these people?
So for Donna, I think the Shadow Whiscash is looking incredible. It really only has to worry about the Grass Knot from Cresselia. Besides that, it can win pretty much every matchup as long as you get debuff at the right time.
I see that there's a Pelipper on his team. I know that Weather Ball paces pretty quickly, and we kind of thought maybe Mantine would replace it for a lot of people. It looks like it did on a lot of the top 16, but Donna is sticking with it. Do you think there's much play for Pelipper against Scapo's team, though?
I think there may be some play, because as we can see in Scafo's team, there is the Talonflame, which it does very, very well against. And besides that, it has neutral matchups across the board, being kind of fine into the Vigoroth, Sableye, and Wigglytuff. Though, of course, you have to watch out for that Rock Slide onto the Vigoroth. We see that he is opting to go with that rock coverage over the newly buffed Brick Break on Vigoroth. And I do believe that Vigoroth will be a key Pokemon from Scafo here, so that makes the Pelipper kind of bit riskier.
I think so as well. One thing that I'm really interested to see if we will see the Wigglytuff, because like we were talking about before, it's such an off-meta pick right now that is really doing so well for these meta picks like the Lickitung, like the Enamel. We're going to see as they get right into it, we got the Vigoroth into the Charjabug for the lead.
This is a very interesting matchup. Charjabug, of course, resisting the counters and being able to do very much neutral damage back with the Volt Switch and X-Scissors, but Vigoroth does have access to that Rock Slide, of course. First X-Scissor is fired off right now.
Going off of a little bit more energy-efficient attack here. The X-Scissor is going to fire. No shield from Scafo here, as he's going to continue to counter away. Going up to a little bit above. It's going for good timing here. Throwing the Rock Slide, which is the more effective. Going to do a lot of damage. And going unshielded by Dane.
That's a big no shield from Donna there. It's going to do a lot of damage with Charjabug. Hangs on, able to fire off another X-Scissor.
And this one is getting shielded by Scafo because it would probably be enough to knock him out at that point. Wants to be able to take advantage of the little bit of energy advantage that he already has as well. As you can see, already up to almost 2 body slams here, throwing right before Dana gets to the next one. And now it's Dana's turn. Does he want to shield or does he want to lose this advantage in the lead?
Yeah, Donna lets it go, giving up the switch advantage in favor of that shield advantage. Right, he's going to have to make a choice here. Pelipper or Whiscash. Whiscash can take the hit just a little bit better, but Pelipper has that weird attack to farm down the Vigoroth.
Yeah, both of these attacks, I think Dana is going to look for a farm down opportunity here with the fast attacks here from the Pelipper. We'll have to see if he does it. Tanking that body slam, but now Scafo is going to shift immediately into his Sableye. But as you can see, there's so much energy on this Pelipper already, even though it's down to the yellow, throwing right before the Sableye gets to that foul play.
Yeah, Donna not even building up to the Hurricane, just really wanted to get this Weather Ball off before the foul play, but Scafo was counting, knew it, so no shields. Also, charge deck priority, so foul play gets fired off right away.
And going ahead and getting that first shield finally off of Dane there. He knows it because he has, again, almost another Weather Ball stored, going up a little bit ahead. Like you're talking about, wonderful counting here. I'm sure he's going to throw right before, no, throwing right at the charge attack priority, getting one extra wing attack in and making Scafo choose, do I want to lose all this energy on the Sableye and go 2 shields down? It looks like he does.
Yes, he wants to get this foul play off, either knock out the Pelipper, which does already have a Weather Ball stored. So this is a big decision from Donna. Do you want to shield this together with a Weather Ball? No, he lets it go, and now it's Whiscash versus 3 Pokemon left on Scafo's side.
Yeah, Whiscash versus the world almost, it seems like here. It's going to be difficult to completely mud shot down. Already another foul play on Scafo's side. 1 Pokemon remaining on Dane's side, and no shields remaining as the last one goes to protect the Whiscash. In comes the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, Scafo not wanting to get much shot down by the Whiscash. Also bring out the Wigglytuff right away. But this Whiscash has so much energy. It's going to take a Scald right now.
Scald brings it down to less than 50%, but no attack debuff, which is not so great for Dana. These charms are chunking away. But look at this, so much energy like you were talking about, Thomas. The Scald's going through here, and I think this is enough to knock out the Wigglytuff.
Oh, it definitely will be. And coming out of this matchup, this Whiscash has so much energy already. Scafo's gonna have to make a decision here. What does he want to take the energy on? Can he get to a charge deck with either of his Pokemon? He chooses to go into the Vigoroth. Donna throws the charge deck immediately. Mud Bomb will certainly knock out the Vigoroth, and now it's all down to the Sableye.
Yeah, Scafo's kind of shaking his head. No, he doesn't like how this is turning out for him. He's wondering if he even has enough health left on that Sableye, and I don't know if he will be able to, but it doesn't really matter anyway, as a Mud Bomb is reached from Dane's side. This Whiscash against the world ended up going spectacularly for him as he takes game 1 against Scafo 99.
Yes, it does. Hanging on by a thread there. Incredibly well played by Donna, putting that Whiscash in a position to sweep.
Like you were talking about before, Whiscash has a lot of play into Scafo's team.
Yes.
Looks like Donna really realized it as well and utilized it to its best of his ability. If you're in Scafo's position, you have to wonder as well. It's not that he played anything incorrectly. It was just the kind of the bulk and the way that the matches turned out that really turned it in favor of Donna. I wonder how Scafo will kind of shift his mindset for game number 2.
Yes, exactly. I mean, one way he may have played that a little differently is by keeping shields for the Wigglytuff. Charmers usually do better when you got a shield up, because then you can really lay on that fast attack pressure, as you can shield up the skulls, of course. However, there's always the possibility there is an Alolan Sandslash in the back from Dana. So in that case, as Scaffo, you really do want to use shields to maintain switch advantage. So in hindsight, he may have wanted to keep shields, but when you're in the battle, it's very tough to make that decision.
I think also as Dana, if Scaffo was keeping his shields, it would be a good indication to him that there was that Wigglytuff in the back. There are a lot of Pokemon that do better with 2 shields, of course Wigglytuff being one of them, and so I think that would be, I don't know, some way that Dana would be able to think, okay, I definitely know there's a Wigglytuff in the back. Speaking of Dana, he was at the EUIC, he was in the top 8 of last season, and the EUIC is coming up just the very next event for Europe in just a month.
Oh yes, it's gonna be very, very soon. Dana, by the way, reached that top 8 spot with Alolan Sandslash as well. That is truly his signature Pokemon at this point. Scaffo also reached top 8 at EUIC that season. But after that, he went to Worlds in Japan, making it to top 8 there as the highest finishing European in Worlds 2023.
We're hopping right into game number 2 here. We got the Wigglytuff in the lead against the Whiscash again. This time a little bit better because the Whiscash doesn't have a lot of an energy advantage. And as you can see, because it's a shadow, those charms are just chunking even more.
Yes, they are just eating into the Whiscash. Whiscash gonna fire off the Scald now. This does a lot on Wigglytuff. Gets the shield, doesn't get the debuff, it does get the drop. That is unfortunate for Scaffo there.
And also unfortunate that it's good timing by Dana being able to get this Mud Bomb one before the next attack will go off. Scaffo could go for the Icy Wind here, which would debuff the Whiscash, or could go for the Disarming Voice, which would do a little bit more. Looks like he is going for the Icy Wind for that 100% chance of saying, okay, if my attack is debuffed, then your attack is going to be debuffed as well.
Exactly, but Dana this time letting it go. Can Scaffo farm it out? Now Dana gets to another Mud Bomb. Wow. Turns out going for that Mud Bomb earlier was a great call by Dana, as that means that he was now able to get to another charge stack versus Wigglytuff.
And this time, even though, again, there's a little bit of health left, you can see Scaffo wants to switch out of this because he doesn't want to get farmed for any Pokemon that is coming in. We saw how advantageous it was for Dana last time with the Pelipper, an immediate swap out to that Sableye, and now we have the Sableye against the Charjabug. But I believe Scaffo is now switch-locked, while Dana has a choice if he wants to maneuver out.
Yes, exactly. Dana decides to stay in though, throw the X-Scissor. Scaffo lets it go, keeps his remaining 1 shield still in his pocket, and Sableye does take it pretty well.
Sableye takes it well, even though the X-Scissors do a decent chunk to it, able to take at least 1, and already at another foul play. Dana still has 2 shields, looks like he's actually saving shields for what is in the back, because the next X-Scissor is coming through here. There's only a little bit of health left on that Wigglytuff. Scaffo using both of his shields now against a Sableye.
Wow, yeah, I guess he figured he couldn't counter down the Charjabug, so want to keep the Sableye healthy. However, Dana doesn't allow a farm of Sableye to occur on the Charjabug, so switches into the Pelipper instantly.
Going in for the Pelipper, getting a lot of energy, already out of Weather Ball, going up a little bit ahead, not throwing right before. Wow. I really like this play by Dana, recognizing he wins charge attack priority and doesn't want to use another shield for that foul play, having to take out that little health Sableye.
Yes, exactly. Great counting there by Dana. Scaffo now gonna bring out the Vigoroth, but this Pelipper already has so much energy. Scaffo gonna try for a catch, but Dana was patient, didn't allow it to happen, and now just has so much energy to throw at the Vigoroth.
Yeah, as you can see, Dana was absolutely capped with energy. He could not have any more. Now throwing the Hurricane unprotected onto the Vigoroth. We see how much damage that does. Brings it all the way down to the red, and already charge attack priority at another Weather Ball. Dana taking the series 2-0.
What a dominant display by Dana here. Game number 1 keeps the shield for Whiscash, sweeps with it. Game number 2, let's do it with a different water type. Let's give the shields to Pelipper and just sweep. Just Hurricane everything.
Absolutely.
It was great.
It was incredible and really, really good. I think this is one of the top things that players can do when they're at this caliber. When Scaffo realized, okay, I know the counts, I know he's at a Hurricane, but as you can see, both of them were just keeping going because Dana's like, I know his only possible win condition is if he swaps and he catches this Hurricane on his low health Wigglytuff, just completely farming away. Over 100 energy there, not being able to do much, but still fast attacking down and able to take that series.
series.
Exactly, wonderful recognition by Donna here, and he will be moving on to the next round in the winner's bracket. Scaffo not out yet though, he'll be moving on in the loser's bracket, so we may still be seeing more of him today.
Yeah, we'll be seeing I believe almost all of the battles, if not all of the battles, so we will definitely get to see Scaffo have an opportunity to play against different people in this tournament as well. Donna, meanwhile, still sitting pretty on top of the winner's side of the bracket, which is what we are at right now at the beginning of the day. So all of these trainers did not lose any of their matches in day number 1.
No, they did not. So Donna still, like you said, undefeated. As will the next trainers. We're gonna see Sandodu and Pablo Dinas, 2 undefeated trainers from day 1. What do you think about these trainers, Amanda?
I know that both of them are running the Mantin on their teams, which I find pretty interesting. I believe that Sandodu is running Water Pulse on his, and Pablo Dinas, I think is actually just running the Aerial Ace Ice Beam.
True. 2 trainers making different choices on their Mantin. I guess we're gonna see which better moveset in the next matchup. Honestly, there's so many movesets you can run on that Mantin. It could be Ball Beam, could be Water Pulse, could be Ice Beam. It's always weird tech areas, of course, but in your opinion, Amanda, which of the 3 second charge techs is the most useful?
You know, in my opinion, I think it was almost better still with Ice Beam for just coverage of what you're seeing in the meta right now. However, I did see Sandodu yesterday knock out a Talonflame with a Water Pulse, which he would not have been able to do if it was that Bubble Beam. Even though it's super effective, it doesn't do that much damage with that guarantee to lower the attack of your opponent. So, I mean, there are some trade-offs. How about you? What would you go for?
Well, I think the Water Pulse is very useful against Talonflame, like you said. So I think it just really depends on what you are running on the rest of your team. If you want Gligar coverage, you go Ice Beam. If you want Talonflame coverage, you go Water Pulse. Anyway, I think I'm kind of excited to see what the people think about this tournament, about Play Pokemon. So let's take a look at what they say online about Utrecht Special Event.
Oh, we have a first post from Hamelhoff, a competitor who came in from North America. She's actually from Minnesota here, and she said, I had an amazing time at the Utrecht Special Event yesterday. Went on a nice 4-2 run with 1 bye. That is incredible. Thanks to the Nut for the team, one of our judges and friends. I think he helped her build a team before the tournament started, and thanks to all of my opponents for some fun battles. And you can see all the different opponents that she played. I was talking with her a little bit yesterday, and she said that she got knocked out of the tournament by Tonton Batus.
Wow.
He was our last season EUIC champion, so I mean, it's a pretty good run. San Hudigo was the other person who she lost to as well. Both of these pretty great players.
Yes, no shame to losing against those. Wow, look at this.
Oh, I am jealous here.
Just Shundo, that's what we call the community, a shiny 100% Tapu Koko from Kibiyoyo. Congrats, just got this beauty for my first raid in years. I've heard this is kind of rare. Wow.
You've heard correctly, because this is something that I definitely don't have in my Pokédex yet. I don't have very many, like you said, Shundos at all, actually. And if you guys are wondering at home how to figure out if you have a good one like this, you can appraise it with your trainer. I am also on Team Mystic, so I'm very familiar with Blanche.
I don't know who that is. I'm Team Instinct all the way. Wow. Henchu, as mentioned on stream by the wonderful Lundberger, Amanda herself, the Shadow Galate thread.
Yes, this is one of the teams that I had recommended to play in Go Battle League. It was the Empoleon in the lead with an Annihilate and a Shadow Galate in the back. And as you can see, either Leaf Blading or close combating for so much super effective damage. Look at this Magcargo's face.
It's so good. And it did like 99%. That's just absolutely incredible. But I love seeing the Whiscash go down. We don't often see a Whiscash go down to a single attack, but a Galate being able to do that proves to be very, very, it's going to have so much potential in the World of Wonder season.
I think so as well. Now, I have to ask, I know we haven't seen any today, obviously, because it's not allowed in this meta yet. It's going to be allowed starting on Tuesday, so we might see some in Vancouver. But do you think that we will see it in the 06 Pick 3 format? Because it is a little bit different than Blind 3 that you would play in Go Battle League.
I think so. I mean, we got our competitors on stage right now. And looking at these teams, just as Sandodu, you got Reggie, we got Whiscash, we got Licky. Tongue, Galate has so much play in those.
I mean, we did see in Penchu's post as well. I mean, we saw the Whiscash, we saw the Registry, we saw how much damage those did to it. We also see a Shadow Dragonair, one of your picks that you thought would be doing really well. You're liking how much Shadow Dragonair play you saw on day number 1. If you're Xanadu, I think it does pretty well, but you really have to be careful against that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash on Pablo Dinas' side.
I agree. Unfortunately, Shadow Dragonair underperformed a bit on day one, and Sandodu is the only Shadow Dragonair remaining in the tournament. So he's gonna have to show the power that it really has, but it will be tough against Pablo Dinas, of course, with that Alolan Sand Slash. That will depend on the moveset, of course. Speaking of movesets, we got Water Pulse on Mantine.
Yep, that's what we were discussing a little bit earlier. I believe we'll have to see what Pablo Dinas is running as well. I know that there's one on both of their teams. Also, going with the Annihilate with the Night Slash, which I think at this point people are just calling that one the meta. And if the person is running Ice Punch, it's off meta, which is crazy to me because it completely flipped from the beginning of when Annihilate was allowed.
No, I agree. Night Slash definitely seems to be the way. Shadow Dragonair, Aqua Tail, new and improved. We already talked about it a bunch. Maybe if we see the Shadow Dragonair end up in that Alolan Sand Slash matchup, that's of course not good, but now a little bit, just a tiny bit better because of that Aqua Tail increased damage.
We're going to go ahead and look at these teams here. We have that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, what we talked about. Looks like it's running Shadow Claw as its fast attack, and then also we're talking about the Mantines, which is running Aerial Ace and Ice Beam, so it's not going to necessarily be a mirror, and I think it will actually perform a little bit better against Sandadu's Mantine.
I think so too, and not only against Sandadu's Mantine, but also against the Shadow Dragonair. I mean, an Aerial Wave already does a good chunk there, but it doesn't one-shot. An Ice Beam will certainly one-shot a Shadow Dragonair.
I think an Ice Punch, even from the Alolan Sand Slash, would one-shot a Shadow Dragonair.
Definitely, definitely. But as you saw, the Alolan Sand Slash is running Shadow Claw, which means it's not doing super effective damage with the fast attacks against Shadow Dragonair. So with a shield up, maybe Shadow Dragonair still has some play there.
Yeah, I like the picks overall of Mantine. Why do you think we've seen so many of them at this point in time? I mean, we've been in the Timeless Travels meta for quite a while. Do you really think it's just the Water Pulse buff that ended up happening right at the beginning of the World of Wonders?
I actually don't think the Water Pulse buff has much to do with. Actually, I think the fact that they announced that they were buffing Water Pulse did put Mantine in the front of everyone's mind, and they were like, oh, Mantine, I haven't thought about this. And looking at previous tournaments, it's looking pretty good. Especially Dortmund, we saw Abomasnow, we saw Talonflame.
And now we're seeing Annihilate!
Wow, Annihilate, mirror match. This is such a volatile mirror match that comes down entirely to the bait game.
Yes, the bait game, and also how the Pokemon trainers have trained their Pokemon. So they train it with a very high attack. Xanadu going first, going for that bait, immediately shielded by Pablo Dinas.
I do believe that Xanadu's counters are doing a little more, it seems. Or I think I'm looking a bit the wrong way. No, but we see a shield come up from Pablo Dinas, so that's huge. Xanadu now has a decision to make. Let's go!
Wow, an incredible call there, getting that, and now he's a little bit ahead because he hasn't used a shield yet, but now Pablo Dinas going for another one. And this is like you said before, even if you don't have a bait, you have to shield at least one. This is the advantage of the Night Slash Annihilate.
Exactly, so now they've both. Oh, we see a boost, that is huge. Sandodu now going for the Shadow Ball. This would one-hit knock out the Annihilate, so Pablo Dinas does put up a good shield.
Puts up a shield there, already has a lot of energy as well, and now all of the attacks of this Annihilate is doing more, leaving Sandodu in a position, do I want to shield this because it will definitely knock out, but how much is this Annihilate going to go bananas if I don't? Going ahead and using that shield, and now throwing a Night Slash of his own. However, since his is not boosted, I don't think this is going to knock out Thomas.
No, it will not. It will, however, put this Annihilate deep into, actually not even in the red, still in the yellow. Out comes the Lickitung now. Keep in mind this Annihilate is boosted, so this Night Slash will do so much damage.
Yeah, we're about to see how much it does. We know Lickitung has a lot of bulk to it, but already knocked down. Look at that, almost at half health, and now into the yellow. It's just continuing to lick away. He is able to completely lick down before the next Night Slash go off, and I can tell Xanadu is very happy about that situation.
That Annihilate went down with the Night Slash. If it could have taken just one more lick, that Lickitung would have gone down.
Now, speaking of Lickitung, another one has entered the field. We can tell the difference now because one is shiny. Body Slam now going through up to Pablo Dinas's. No protections left on either side.
Yes, indeed. Lickitung on Xanadu's side already down very low in HP, but does have a lot of energy. Able to fire off the second Body Slam almost immediately.
Yeah, going ahead and just getting as much chip damage as possible off against this Lickitung here. He knows that the Body Slam will probably be enough to take him out pretty soon. Meanwhile, Pablo Dinas just patiently storing up as much as possible, knowing that at least if his Lickitung gets low, he's going to be able to throw a charge attack at whatever comes in the back.
And throwing his Body Slam here on charge attack priority, trusting in the attack set of his Lickitung to win out versus Sandodu's Lickitung, and it did. Out comes the Annihilate now from Sandodu, able to get to the Night Slash here. I don't think this will knock out though.
It might not knock out, but this is a very good play, able to get that Lickitung a little bit down, because I think Pablo Dinas is going for a pretty aggressive lick down. No, it's immediately swapping a simultaneous swap here. This time it's going a little bit more advantageous to Sandodu. As you can see, those Dragon Breaths are already chunking away the Charjabug, but 2 X-Scissors is going to bring that Dragonair pretty low.
Yes, first X-Scissor coming out, brings the Dragonair almost into the red. Dragonair will be able to overfarm a bunch here though, throwing the Body Slam on charge stack priority, knowing that he would win that. Now he just needs to be able to get to a charge stack first, the Lickitung. If this knocks out even, and it does.
It does knock out, but there's so much energy on the Lickitung already. Already a Body Slam being thrown to this unprotected Dragonair, and I don't think there's enough gas left in the tank on this Annihilate to be able to take down the Lickitung.
No, goes down in 2 licks, and Sandodu just barely loses this match. Very well played by Pablo Dinas there.
You have to wonder, I think, of how much the boost affected that game. Of course, there's a very small chance, I believe a 12% chance, that a Night Slash ends up boosting your attack. Oh, and Pablo Dinas getting it on that first one was pretty helpful for him in this matchup.
Definitely, definitely. And if we see more Annihilate mirrors in this best of 3, we may see even more boosts, because there's so many Night Slashers flying around from both sides, and eventually someone's gonna get another one. I do believe it may have mattered a little bit, as that Lickitung on Sandodu's side just got so low in HP that it wasn't able to put up much of a fight against Pablo Dinas' Lickitung.
We have only seen a single boost so far, but I have to remember back in Dortmund just a couple weeks ago, there was a double boost of Colin 6 versus Cashton, where the Annihilate was in the lead, boosted, and it completely soloed the rest of Cashton's team.
Yeah, Cashton did not see Colin's second and third Pokemon in this match, which was just absolutely insane. Honestly, if Pablo Dinas would have gotten the second boost right there, we may have seen that happen again.
Yeah, now we have to see if you're Sandodu, you're thinking, okay, I didn't necessarily play anything wrong. That I just maybe got a little bit unlucky with that boost. Also, he knows the information that he lost that charge attack priority, which also could have potentially changed things as well, because we did see how low the Lickitung got overall. So, I mean, at least if you lose some things, it's good information to take away to game number 2. So he knows he loses charge attack priority, and he also probably has gained some information about Annihilate and how Pablo Dinas likes to play out that matchup. He baited twice.
Exactly, learning those tendencies from your opponent is super important in these best of 3 matchups. Besides that, learning how your opponent's Pokemon are trained can also play a factor. For example, that Charjabug was not able to take the Dragon Breath and Body Slam from the Shadow Dragonair. Sometimes, if Charjabugs are extremely defensively weighted, they can take that Body Slam and the Dragon Breath and get to double X-Scissor. But Pablo Dinas' Charjabug wasn't, and Sandodu could use that information in a future match.
And I think he probably will, because the Charjabug looks pretty decent against the team. It's just a lot of the neutral looks really great against that Mantine. Now, of course, it really kind of has to be wary of that Whiscash. We'll have to see if Sandodu chooses to bring it. If there's a Mantine, it's a little bit dangerous to bring the Whiscash. We're seeing that Charjabug into the Whiscash. It's like I willed it into existence here.
Yes, great call there. Pablo Dinas has to switch out into the Lickitung there. But this gives Sandodu the opportunity to get a little bit of payback for that boost earlier. Gonna go for the Scald, hoping for an attack drop here on the Lickitung. Does he get it?
The Scald connects, and he does get the attack drop, and then now immediately goes into his own Lickitung. This is a strategy we've seen time and time again of the good old chip and dip, getting some damage off on the Lickitung before swapping into your own.
Lickitung is such a safe Pokemon that often the best answer to a Lickitung that's coming in is just to chip it a little bit and switch into your own.
And of course, because if you don't end up chipping it and you just automatically swap, there's a potential that that Lickitung can end up switching and end up winning that middle game and getting that advantage back to the player who swapped in the Lickitung. That's why it's always important to at least get a little bit of damage off first before swapping into your own. Because as we can see, the Lickitung is just in the yellow.
Exactly. The only problem with the chip and dip strategy is that you allow your switch timers to be misaligned, which means that Pablo Dinas could potentially switch into one of his other Pokemon and save a bunch of energy onto his Lickitung.
And it looks like we'll have to see if he chooses to do that. His switch timer is up, but as we've seen before, this middle matchup between Lickitungs goes on so long that Sandodu's timer is almost up as well. This Body Slam is going to connect, is going to knock down the Lickitung. We see what Pablo Dinas comes in with immediately, the Annihilate.
starts countering down the Lickitung. Sandodu gonna go for a power up here for some good neutral damage on Pablo Dinas' Annihilate, who does decide to shoot it up.
Gonna shield that up, trying to keep it as healthy as possible. Back comes that Whiscash. He knows that there's a Charger Bug in the back, but saying, okay, I think I can handle it with the Dragonair in the back. Night Slash coming through here. It could be the Shadow Ball, and will Sandodu choose to shield it? No, he's wonderful at calling this, saying, okay, I know he's just going for the Night Slashes.
Exactly, taking that information he got from game number 1, knowing that Pablo Dinas likes to bait, and no shooting that attack there.
Meanwhile, Mud Bomb coming through, just getting a nice, healthy amount of chip off of him to the Annihilate. And meanwhile, Pablo Dinas says, I don't even need to build up to a Shadow Ball at this point. With the counters and Night Slashes, I'm going to get this Whiscash really low if you choose not to shield. Sandodu says, okay, that's fine. I'm not going to shield. I'm at another Mud Bomb, trying to catch onto the Charger Bug. Really nice patience here by Sandodu.
Oh, definitely gets off the Scald now onto the Charger Bug. This won't only do a lot of damage, but it may also get another drop. Yes, and he does get another drop. Doesn't allow him to get to another charge tech though. The Charger Bug farms down the Whiscash.
And now coming in, throwing the X-Scissor, like you just said, since there wasn't a attack debuff, it's still going to do a little bit less. Sandodu says, I don't want to take it at all. Going ahead and shielding that up and keeping that Dragonair as healthy as possible. We saw it before. It may be able to now completely Dragon Breath down because X-Scissor is not going to be able to knock it out.
No, especially since that attack is dropped. X-Scissor does bring the Dragonair into the yellow, but only just barely. And now it has so much energy to throw at this Annihilate.
Annihilate comes back in here. There's one Protect Shield left on each side at that Night Slash, but Pablo Dinas knows there's a shield left as well. Going ahead and just letting his Annihilate go down. And the series is tied up 1-1.
Yes, indeed. Dragon Breath too strong there. Sandodu showing what Shadow Dragonair can do.
I have to ask you, if you want to run a Dragonair in one of these, do you prefer to run the Shadow Dragonair for that extra 20% shadow damage? Or are you someone who says, oh, I prefer like the bulk? We see this a lot in Gligar as well. We see regular Gligars and Shadow Gligars, and now we're seeing a lot more Shadow Whiscash as well as the regular.
My opinion, who needs bulk when you're just Dragon Breathing down everything? I love the Shadow variant, as the 2 shield scenarios for Shadow Dragonair are just so much better than the regular, as you're generally just able to farm everything down before they're able to get to enough charge attacks to take you down.
We did see that in that very last matchup there, being able to tank that X-Scissor completely farm down and have some stuff to throw at the back. I think that was it's a pretty good call to have that Shadow Pokemon. Of course, Shadow Pokemon, you have to wait for certain events to be able to use your technical machine to get the charge attacks that you are wanting. Otherwise, you're going to end up with frustration, and that can be pretty frustrating.
Exactly, so look out for those rocket takeover events and make sure you take off frustration whenever that's possible off of your best Shadow Pokemon. Moving into this next match, Amanda, Pablo Dinas now kind of on the back foot. The momentum is now in Sandodu's favor. What do you think Pablo Dinas has to do?
At this stage, you know, he's just got to take a deep breath. I do think that his Mantine looks pretty good. I was actually kind of surprised to not see this.
Yeah.
I think he's really fearing the Registeel, to be honest, because Registeel is such a dominant matchup into the Mantine there. It's not like the Pelipper where if you have shields, you can end up possibly flipping that scenario. I mean, the Zap Cannon from that would completely one-shot, but otherwise it does really well against the Annihilate. It does good against that Whiscash, and we saw before it has Ice Beam. It's going to do a lot of damage to that Dragonair.
I agree. The Mantine seems like a very, very good shout there. Let's take a look if he's brought it this time. We see a Dragonair into Lickitung lead.
And it looks like Sandodu's hoping maybe he brought the Mantine as well, but see, we do see that Registeel in the back. An immediate counter swap to Annihilate and met with the Mantine. Looks like he's luring it out here, and Sandodu kind of shaking his head, not what he wants to see, as this Aerial Ace is reached before he will be able to get to a Shadow Ball.
No, Mantine. Aerial Ace does not do that much first Annihilate. Well, it does a good chunk, but it doesn't knock out quite yet, so Sandodu takes it. Gonna go for the Shadow Ball right now. Mantine, as we've seen all weekend, very, very defensively weighted Pokemon, so can easily take the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, easily take it. Does put it down to the yellow, but here's the problem. Even though Registeel has such a great matchup against Mantine, again, these lock-ons only do 1 damage. It's really difficult to actually fast move farm down any Pokemon here, but Registeel does come in. But as you can see, it's in the red, but it's not going to be able to do what it needs to do.
No, it will not. It will not. It's going to be able to take all this energy, though, and Shadow Dragonair really doesn't want to take that energy, so rather take it here, hope Pablondina spends it all, and maybe he can now switch into Shadow Dragonair to get the Dragon Breath off to finish off the Mantis.
Well, if that is the plan, Pablodinas is playing right into it. He uses both aerial aces right there. Ascended charging up to 100 energy. It looks like he is going to go for that full farm down. And then obviously you can see these aerial aces aren't doing that much, but this is going to take a while. Again, you can see capped at an energy once again in these winners rounds.
Yes, just gotta go. He's already at 100 energy, but doesn't want to use a full Focus Blast on this Mantis, so farms it all the way down. Out comes the Annihilate now. Really good answer to the Registeel. Sandodu gonna go for the Zap Cannon. Pablondinas decides to shoot it up.
Going in for Zap Cannon, trying to get that debuff. He does get the attack ball, but the immediate now swap back out into that Dragonair versus the Lickitung. This is fairly neutral. The Body Slam is going to be able to go first. There's only 2 shields, and Dragonair needs both of them here, doing that first one. And instead shaking his head no, as though he's going to go ahead and charge up a little bit more energy now that that Body Slam has been thrown.
Yes, Pablondinas also got a couple licks in when Sandodu switched initially, which means he's actually ahead of energy here. Sandodu is able to fire off a Body Slam here, which Pablondinas lets go, but Licky takes it and is able to get to another Body Slam because he did charge that priority.
Yeah, Sandodu forced to shield this up here because he knows this Body Slam would knock him out, if not bring him desperately low, going to try to get as much energy as possible. He does have a lot stored, but there is that Annihilate in the back, and Registeel, I don't know if it'll be able to get to another charge attack. Throwing right away, wants to be able to take use of this Aqua Tail. Pablondinas using his last shield.
Yes, shield is brought up. I think the Dragonair may be able to get to another Aqua Tail here, but if it's going to be enough, I don't know. Sandodu switches into the Registeel instead, though. Pablondinas forced to throw the Shadow Ball to not allow the Registeel to get to a Zap Cannon. Sandodu has to get to an Aqua Tail here.
Sandodu's trying to get to the Aqua Tail. He's almost there, but even if he's at an Aqua Tail, I think he realizes it's not enough. Just completely punching. Pablondinas getting his win, going ahead and moving on in the winner's side of the bracket.
Yes, great call there by Pablondinas, bringing that Mantine as a hard response to that Annihilate there. I think that Sandodu also realized that Pablondinas was going to bring that Mantine, so he brought the Registeel, but unfortunately just wasn't able to get it aligned appropriately.
Yeah, I think that sometimes that's a hard call to make, especially in the lead, because Dragonair versus Lickitung is a pretty neutral matchup, but Lickitung just has all of that bulk to him as well. So it's like, I think Sandodu made the decision, do I really want to go shields down because I'll need to do that at the beginning? Do I really want to use both of my shields at the very beginning of the matchup? Unfortunately, that swap out of him kind of cost him the game.
Exactly. It's tough to use both your shields in the lead, especially when you have an Annihilate in the back, because that's another Pokemon that needs so many shields to work well, especially when you're expecting maybe an Annihilate on Pablondinas' side, because you got the Registeel, you got the Dragonair, and you got your own Annihilate, and if you allow Pablondinas have a shield advantage with his Annihilate, it's just over as well.
Yeah, Pablondinas told me yesterday that he had some help from a German trainer, JBG Winston, to build the team that he was building. And then he kind of tweaked it with San Hudigo because he originally had Pelipper on the team. And San Hudigo said, why not Mantine? And he said, because I don't have one.
Oh, wow,
so
really?
he was just traded that Pokemon right before the event, able to really utilize it to success both day 1 and by the looks of it, already in day 2 as well.
Well, honestly, that's a great story. It just shows you the power of the community. If you don't have some of the Pokemon ready, just ask friends, ask some people from your local community that play Pokemon Go. Maybe they have one to trade to you.
And if you're really interested in kind of getting some of these Pokemon, come to a special event or a regional, because we have stops here that are specifically PvP related Pokemon you can find here. We can get Lickitungs, we've been seeing Carbinks, we've been seeing a lot of different Pokemon, Sableye, which is one of my favorites. We're seeing much more often here in the series.
Yes, definitely another place to get in touch with your community will be the local tournaments. Yes. You can find these at the event locator on the Play Pokemon website, and these are basically tournaments hosted by local game stores that are approved by TPCI, and just a nice smaller tournament than these regionals, A little more casual, but still very, very competitive.
Yes, fun fact here, So Tactical actually got his world's qualification through the local challenge or cup it was. He was in the top cut of a cup that we did, and that was get him enough championship points to be able to secure his ticket for Worlds.
Exactly, because those tournaments don't only give you championship points, well, they also just give you a good time.
Yes, that's actually true. Yesterday, WTM Go said something about, well, he's here to win because he's just not having a good time. Well, we are having a good time behind the desk, and we have another really good matchup coming up from the winner's side of the bracket as well. Two friends and teammates facing off against each other. We have Statistan against Dinoski.
I would like to get into that, but first, we're gonna go to an interview.
Ooh, I like that even more.
Exactly, with Pablo Dinas. Maybe he can tell us more about his man team. Eric, take it away.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I am here with Pablo Dinas, who has won his winners side game already and is going into the top 8 even further. Congratulations on the win, and let's talk about a little bit about the match. So I know you have the same team as San Judigo. Who really came up with that?
Well, we just Friday night think about the team, and we just think the JVG Vincent team, and I think Mantine will be a great addition instead of Pelipper. And yeah, this goes very well, this team.
Yeah, so about Mantine, we noticed that there was a water pulse buff in the World of Wonders just yesterday, but Mantine is still not using water pulse. Why do you think so many people are using Mantine now?
Yeah, it was a very discussion with that. No discussion. I was just like 5 a.m. in my bed, and San Judigo says, and why not Mantine again, not Pelipper? And said, and I was like just want to sleep, and we just started thinking about it, and said, yes, it's a good Pokemon. I think we need some bulk, and we don't think at all.
Yeah, so which player currently who's still in are you most worried about? Who do you not want to play against?
I think my next round would be very hard against Danu, because we have practically the same team, and I think it's a very tough player, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we're at it, do you have anyone to shout out from your home country, any supporters?
Yes, I have my friend San Judigo, and also Andres and Strange Top is that his first tournament, and they are doing very well in general.
Yeah, thank you so much, and again, congratulations. Good luck in day number 2, and hope to see you more on the stage. Take it back, casters.
Thanks, Eric, and congratulations again to Pablo Dinas for a really fantastic run there. And he kind of pointed out something that I think we should also point out. That means that there's basically 3 people with the same team in this top 16.
Yes, correct. And I think we're going to see another one of those in our next round.
Oh, that is pretty exciting. Our next round is going to be the one that I was talking about a little bit earlier. It's going to be Statistan against Dinoski here. And I have to say, Statistan was in my caster fantasy draft, so it's not that I am cheering for him, but I'm very interested to see where he is going to be going in this, running another Mantine on this team. And like we said, it looks pretty similar here. We have an Annihilate, Charjabug, Whiscash, Shadow, Alolan Sandslash, and Lickitung.
Yes, the exact same team as Pablo Dinas is running. Maybe Dinoski can find a way to play around this with his own Mantine. Again, we see it on so many of these teams. He's also running Shadow Gligar. Shadow Gligar Pokemon has been super common this season, but for some reason in this tournament it hasn't done that well. But Dinoski still trusting in it, is running it alongside the Annihilate, Cresselia, Registeel, and Guzzlord.
And we were talking about this not only yesterday, but a little bit before. But let's go into Sand's team here. That Shadow Alolan Sandslash is running Powder Snow, so it is a different variant of it as well. But everything else looks pretty standard, except for that Mantine. We talked about all the different possible movesets that it could be running. This one is on Aerial Ace and Bubble Beam.
Very interesting. I do really like the Bubble Beam play, as you're able to drop the opponent's attack stat guaranteed with every Bubble Beam you throw. So even if you're a bad matchup, Mantine can at least do something there.
That's true. That is very true. And we can see from the Guzzlord, there's a choice between Brutal Swing or Crunch as one of its secondary attacks. It looks like this one is going for Crunch. And on Cresselia, we have the Grass Knot and Future Sight. But this Mantine also on Bubble Beam.
Very interesting. I do believe Stan and Dinoski, they talk about teams a lot, so they must have decided on this moveset for the Mad High together. And, well, seems to be a good choice, because it's gotten them so far already. Let's see how much further. I wonder what he's drinking there, Amanda.
Yeah, I think it looks like tea.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. Speaking of movesets, again, we got the Night/Slash Annihilate there.
Going on for this. We were talking earlier about Dinoski because he is always leading a team that's slightly weak to Charge-a-Bug.
Yeah.
It was in the last tournament that he got second place overall, and now in this one as well. He seems to be playing around it masterfully, being able to make it to day 2 as well. But he's got this plan. He has to, because how can you be this weak to Charge-a-Bug all these times and still keep winning?
I think it's a strategy, because you can almost guarantee your opponent is bringing a Charge-a-Bug, which means reading teams so much easier. And once again, he has it spot on. He has the Annihilate on the Alolan Senses, exactly where he wants it.
Speaking of, and now that Charge-a-Bug is taking the field to be met by the Guzzlord, it's pretty neutral, but these X-Scissors are going to be doing so much to the Guzzlord. Sand being patient, throwing a little bit ahead of time now, going for this X-Scissor, and we're about to see how much it does to an unprotected Guzzlord, as there is no shield from Dinoski.
Yes, this will do a lot, but Guzzlord bulky enough to hang on, able to get to a Dragon Claw now. This matchup should go in favor of Stun, unless 2 shields are used. So I believe that may be what Dinoski is going for here.
Yep, going now for the X-Scissor. Yeah, forcing Dinoski to make that decision. He is going to use 1 shield here, but he is a little bit behind on energy. As you can see, though, these Dragon Tails are really chunking away at the Charge-a-Bug. And now add another one here, throwing right before. No, not even going for the aggressive farm down, and we'll see what comes back in. That Alolan Sandslash is looking pretty good, but the Guzzlord is so low.
Yeah, it is. It is very low, but it does have a Brutal Swing loaded already, which will do a lot of damage onto this Alolan Sensor. Dinoski instead opting to go for the Dragon Claw, maybe expecting a shield here, or maybe he just wants more farm for his own Annihilate.
Yeah, potentially thinking maybe he could get to another one. It looks like he was at it, didn't get that little thing going on, end up going down. In comes the Annihilate into an Annihilate mirror, met now by the Cresselia, but now Annihilate has a little bit of an energy advantage, and Cresselia does need to be wary of that Shadow Ball.
Yes, this is one of the main benefits of running Annihilate over other fighting types. As you do have that Shadow Ball to hit Psych types like Cresselia, Dinoski knows how much he can do, so he shoots it up.
This is impressive now. 0 shields, still 2 shields up on Status Sandside. Going for that Grass Knot bait here. This will not be enough to knock out. Status Sand doesn't want to take any risk, though, because that Future Sight would definitely be enough, using his first shield here in that mid-game with the Annihilate.
Yes, it will do so much. Though even if Stan lets the Grass Knot go, he should still be able to farm down. So Dinoski still fight to go for another Grass Knot. Kind of bait here, but also kind of just a very hard hitting attack.
But now that we see there's no Protect Shields left on the field, we're going to see how much a Shadow Ball can do, going right at charge attack priority for the next one. Will this be enough to knock out? Cresselia has a lot of bulk behind it, but the Shadow Ball is super effective.
It knocks out the Cresselia, and this means that it is now a charge attack race.
And Link Stan is ahead on energy as well. This is the problem when there's no Protect Shields left. Coming back from that horrible lead, able to get 1 counter advantage. This Shadow Ball will connect. It will knock down Dinoski's Annihilate, and Status Sand taking game number 1.
Absolutely incredibly played by Status down there, having the worst lead possible. Alolan Senses versus that counter user Annihilate, but being able to grab a shield advantage with his Charge-a-Bug and then just sweeping with that Annihilate.
Yeah, really good play, of course, and this is also a good sign for players. Don't give up. Just because you lose the lead, that is no indication that you are going to lose the full game. I mean, if you see a Alolan Sandslash into an Annihilate, you're fearful at that moment.
Exactly. You're especially when you also lose switch advantage. Like you know you're gonna have that Alolan Sandslash on the Annihilate later, but even despite that, Stan was able to pull off the win there. That's all because of the power of Annihilate.
And let's also discuss a little bit of his attack timing as well, because Status Sand timed everything perfectly.
Oh, yes.
Can you walk us through a little bit of why that mattered so much in that game against the Cresselia?
So, yeah, especially versus the Cresselia, Stan knew the exact counts of that Grass Knot, exactly when the 3rd one was gonna pop up. So he threw it on the charge attack priority there to get the maximum amount of counters in, and that in the end game allowed him to outpace to to a Shadow Ball with his own Annihilate. First Dinoski's Annihilate, just one counter before Dinoski got there.
Yeah, sometimes I think as a player we get a little bit impatient sometimes saying, I have the attack, I know this is super effective, or I need to take out this Pokemon. But Sadistan remaining very cool and collected, even though he had such a bad lead. Turns out he really didn't even have much use at all for that Alolan Sandslash, except sort of as maybe like an energy sponge from the Guzzlord to take the Dragon Claws.
Exactly. Sadistan performing super well under pressure, but the pressure is now on Dinoski. He is one game down. If he wants to win this set, he has to win 2 in a row now.
That's right. We are in the winner side of the bracket, meaning that neither one of these trainers did lose on day number 1, so they would be knocked down to the lower bracket if whoever will end up losing this one. But at this point, Sadistan does have a little bit of a lead. I've seen Dinoski come back from worse, however.
Oh, definitely. And like we spoke about before, this losing game number 1 is not the end of the world. You can use information you've learned in game number 1 to adapt your strategy for the next games. And the information that Dinoski can take in from this game is that Stan really probably is very preferred or prefers to Annihilate a lot, likes to try to sweep with it. And looking at Dinoski's team, that's actually a very good strat for Sadistan. There's nothing really on Dinoski's team that loves taking Shadow Balls or counters from that Annihilate.
Now Sadistan in the meantime too saying, you know what? Last year, this was my event. I was the runner-up in Utrecht.
Oh, yes.
Or I believe he was in the top cut in Utrecht. He definitely wants to do it again. He has top cut so far. Everyone in day 2 has, but he wants to really take it all the way in his home region.
Exactly. Looking at these teams here, looking at what happened in game 1, I think Dinoski may be bringing the Manti this time.
Okay.
Just to be a little stronger versus Annihilate. So we're likely going to see Charge Bug again from Sadistan to try to counter that.
And now we see a pretty bad lead, this time on Dinoski's side. We'll have to see if he can maneuver through it the same way Sadistan did, coming in with the Annihilate and now being met by the Charge Bug. This is more advantageous to the Annihilate, especially with a little bit of an energy advantage, but Stan going straight for the heavier hitting attack.
And Dinoski lets it go, but Annihilate will be able to take this and still get to a Shadow Ball plus Night Slash most likely. First off, gonna go for the hard-hitting Shadow Ball though.
This is a heavier hitting attack. It will do a lot of damage to the Charger Bug, and no shield from Sadistan. As you can see, this is now in the red. I think if you're Dinoski, you can just end up shielding and completely counter down, even though counters don't do that much. No, he still wants to go for that Night Slash just to be safe.
Ooh, Stan shields it up, and this could prove to be massive for Dinoski, because now we can farm down this Charger Bug with the Gligar, and with his shield up, he may actually have play versus the Alolan Sandslash.
That's true. Dinoski patiently waiting out that switch timer as well because he doesn't want to be locked in too long. Stan also helping him out here, throwing a little parting gift of that X-Scissor before it going down. It is a Shadow, so we're going to see it does a nice little chunk of damage, but the main damage is going to be that Alolan Sandslash, an immediate counter into that Mantine. But you know what? This isn't that great of a matchup either for the Mantine.
It is not, but Sadistan is running that Annihilate in the back, which doesn't have any good matchups left versus Dinoski's team. So this is gonna be very interesting. Stan has that super strong Pokemon in the Alolan Sandslash here, which can take out both of Dinoski's Pokemon, but he also has a Pokemon that does very bad against both of his Pokemon.
And I think an indication maybe staying in, Dinoski is not quite sure what is in the back because Sadistan has not revealed the Annihilate. The Bubble Beam did go through, which is guaranteed a debuff on this attack, but still getting that shield from Dinoski. I think he maybe recognizes it probably is Annihilate in the back at this point. Now throwing yet another Bubble Beam to lower the attack even more of this Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Throwing it instantly as well, wants to get that attack drop off as soon as possible. Now, after 2 drops, you may even be able to just barely hang on to this Ice Sprint, but Dinoski decided to shield it up anyway.
Shielding this up, going to go ahead and get a little bit more energy off as well. I think he's definitely realized at this point it was in the back, and this is the downfall. Wow, an incredible play. We would call this a catch, but it's not even a catch. Dinoski knew that Sadistan would end up switching out, throwing this Aerial Ace, which is super effective against the Annihilate.
Yeah, absolutely incredible play there by Dinoski, expecting the catch, throwing the Aerial Ace, can now bring out Gligar and go for another Aerial Ace on this Annihilate, which is forced to shield up.
Sadistan forced to shield this up because he wants to get to the Shadow Ball. He knows the Shadow Ball would be enough to knock it out, and that is his only hope here. However, now the Annihilate is so low, maybe there's a little bit more play again for the Mantine in the back. Shadow Ball is about to connect with the Gligar here. Gligar goes down, in comes back in that Mantine.
Now, the Mantine has to try to get to a Bubble Beam before this Alolan Sandslash is able to get to his attack, and it does get there. Wow! What a game by Dinoski. Played super weak to the Alolan hand slash, but still managed to take the victory here.
Wow, you know, I thought it was maybe tea in that drink. Turned out it's big brain juice on there because incredible plays. Both of these trainers have had horrible leads and have managed to flip it completely to win these rounds. I mean, this is an incredible best-of-3 matchup.
I want to point out the strategy that Dinoski used here to beat Stardust. It's generally what we call ABA strategy, where we lead, or we have two Pokemon on our team, one in the lead, one in the back, that are both weak to the same Pokemon on our opponent's team. In this case, Dinoski was weak with Gligar and Mantine versus the Alolan Sandslash, ended up leading into the Alolan Sandslash, which is worst case scenario, but also with that team comp, because he's playing so weak to the Alolan Sandslash, he was also playing super strong versus the Annihilate. And since Stan was running that in the back, it ended up working out incredibly well.
And the thing that I think really ended up doing the absolute best thing for him, let's first talk about Statustan. I can't get enough of Statustan here. Look at all of these achievements that we have seen. He was in the Liverpool regional top 8. He was in the top 8 in Stuttgart earlier this year, and he was in the top 4 at EUIC last year. And again, like we talked about, he was the Utrecht Special Event finalist this very event.
Yes, he unfortunately did not manage to win the tournament that season, but this season he's definitely going for revenge. Dinoski also has done very well this season though. Stuttgart regional finalist, going down to Colin there in a very thrilling best-of-10 series actually. They did 2 best-of-5s, all came down to game number 5. Absolutely incredible. Also had success in the previous season at EUIC, reaching the top 16.
And this is going to be another top cut to add to this man's list of achievements as well. But I want to get back to not only achievements, just the big brain play that he had. The Alolan Sandslash was so low that the Aerial Ace still would have knocked it out, regardless of, even though it's not as effective as the Bubble Beam. And he knew Stan might try to catch that Bubble Beam on the Annihilate, so he threw the Aerial Ace, and that ended up being exactly what Stan did. He thought he would catch a Bubble Beam, he caught the Aerial Ace, and it did so much damage to the Annihilate.
Exactly, Dinoski is covering all his bases with that play. Had that been a Bubble Beam, it would have honestly been game over, so that was just a big brain juice.
Yes.
Exactly. For this next game, Stardust ran the Annihilate, of course, in 2 games so far. Game number 2 didn't really end up working out that well because Dinoski decided to go as strong as possible versus it with the double flyer and his own Annihilate. Do you think Stan will pivot away from that Annihilate, or does he stay true to his strategy?
You know, like, the thing about Statustan is, if he finds a team that he likes, he just runs with it. It would not surprise me to see the Annihilate again. He knows his strategy he wants to play. We'll have to see if it... No, but you're absolutely right. It's not in the back. And once again, getting a fantastic lead with the Lone Sash into the Gligar. Oh, and just Dinoski playing straight into his hands here. Safe swapping the Annihilate, now met with the Mantine.
Yeah, Mantine has a really, really good matchup here. Can even take this Shadow Ball, so we see an instant no-shield by Stardust, content with taking this attack.
I feel like we're almost watching the same game of Pablo Dinas versus Sandudu as well, but it was a swapping in and Annihilate to be met with the Mantine. This one doesn't go into Aerial Ace. It is a super effective damage. Will Dinoski choose the shield, going ahead and letting his Annihilate go down? Let's see what comes in. Maybe we're going to see yet another aggressive lock-on down.
Yes, Stardust is not running Ice Beam or Water Pulse on his Mantine though, so Gligar could actually take the attacks here a little better than it would if Stardust was running a different moveset. Stardust actually opting to go for the Aerial Ace here because it does do slightly more damage than a Bubble Beam.
And I think if Dinoski tries to go for an actual farm down, he might even still be, oh yeah, he's definitely has the energy. He's going to go for that parting gift of a Bubble Beam no matter what, lowering the attack of Gligar before it goes down. So whatever Gligar does is going to be a little bit less effective. I think we're going to see an immediate swap out by Dinoski here, but at what cost?
Or he could, yeah, he throws the dig here. Even though this is attack dropped dig, it will still do a lot of damage to the Alolan Sandslash. So Stardust forces shield up here. Dinoski bringing out the Registeel, and Stun responds with a Charge Bug.
I like this as well because Dinoski needs to start stripping the shields away, because we talked about, since Registeel relies solely on its charge attacks, it does best when there's no shields left on the field. Statustan is down 1 shield, which is super helpful for Dinoski in this sense. Meanwhile, Dinoski still has 2, not using either of them yet. Utrecht, throwing the Zap Cannon, hoping for an attack debuff on this Charger Bug.
Yes, this is really not the worst matchup for Registeel, especially if you can get these drops. Zap Cannon gets no shielded, does get the drop, and this makes this matchup significantly better for the Registeel.
Yeah, so we have to wonder, maybe Dinoski should have shielded up the first one then, knowing that it would be potentially the hardest hitting one. Meanwhile, this discharge goes through. Dinoski saying, oh, I don't even shield any of them. I'm saving these 2 shields.
Yeah, he wants to save the 2 shields for the Shadow Drill Run from the Alolan Sand Slash, as it will do so much more than a discharge.
And going even slight undercharge here, maybe a little bit too slight, or maybe just perfect for him being able to get out, but will this be enough? Going for a scissor bait and getting that first shield off of Dinoski, but he's going to be able to get a lot of energy to be able to throw at the Alolan Sand Slash. Alolan Sand Slash does not want to take a focus blast.
No, it does not. Oh, trying to catch an attack, but Stun, being patient as ever, doesn't allow it. Now it's 2 attacks loaded and a shield to use on this Focus Blast.
Yeah, the Focus Blast is going through. This would be enough to definitely knock out the Alolan Sand Slash. Stan knows it as well, but that's what he's saving his shield for. An Ice Punch is going through at this point. It will be enough to knock out. Dinoski says, that's okay. I know you've got enough loaded. Really good games to Sadistan and Dinoski here. Finally, the person winning the lead ended up winning the game.
Yeah, indeed. Wow, Stun. I mean, he just came back. Oh, and we see the Poltergeist.
We see the passing of the Poltergeist.
As always, Stun. Yeah, well played. I mean, he took the information from game 1 into the rest of the games to win the lead in that second and third game, which ultimately won him the set here.
Yes, Sadistan is very excited to be doing something in his home territory. He's super happy about this as well, shaking hands with the judges. I think that's really good sportsmanship. As we talked about, Dinoski and Sadistan are good friends. I'm sure they've trained a lot even for this day together and possibly played out these matches multiple times. But I mean, I think even though the writing was sort of on the wall in that mid-game when the Annihilate was swapped and the Mantine was followed, Dinoski made it incredibly close.
Yes, he did. Had he been able to get just a little bit more energy with that Registeel, it may have been possible for him to take that win. However, we did see the problem with Registeel in this game once again. Fast move pressure just not very high, so farming Pokemon down is super difficult.
Yep. Well, a couple things that I do want to point out as well, just asking, because you're a very big expert in the PvP world.
I hope so.
Stan had to shield the potential of the dig. Do you think maybe he would have had enough energy if he baited with the Aerial Ace instead and then swapped to the Registeel for the late game?
So I do think if he had baited the Aerial Ace, there may have been a play here. I don't think he would have been able to get to Aerial Ace plus Dig and to be able to stay in first the Alolan Sand Slash, as the Powder Snows just do way too much. But if the Aerial Ace baits, then switches into the Registeel, he may be able to get a shield from the Charger Bug and potentially get a little bit of energy with Gligar from a Charger Bug to dig the Alolan Sand Slash later. That may have been his only win condition. However, what you also have to think about is the switch timer. And once the Charger Bug is low enough and the shields are stripped, I think the switch timer would have been already up, which means Sadistan just brings in the Alolan Sand Slash and Powder Snows it down.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many different things the way, of course, and there's also the potential that you do have a bait. Statistan calls the bait.
Exactly.
And then you're in an even worse position because you don't have any of that energy left on your Pokemon either. Another thing that I did want to point out was just the wherewithal of Stan at the end, recognizing, like we talked about, win conditions. Dinoski's only potential win condition would be if he caught an attack from the Gligar or from the Alolan Sand Slash on the Gligar. Statistan knew that was coming, knew his only condition, just completely shut that down to be able to take game 3.
Exactly. These top trainers are incredible at just waiting turns.
Yes.
Usually, I mean...
What does that mean for maybe some people who aren't super familiar with it in the Go Battle League?
So usually when you play the Go Battle League, you're just tapping away, doing as much fast attacks as possible. You want to keep tapping, otherwise you're going to lose fast attacks. But sometimes the best strategy is to wait. Be patient, stop tapping the screen for just a second. And in this case, it came in very clutch as Stan waited just a second, made sure the fast attack from the opposing Pokemon came in so he could throw the attack in the middle of the animation, make sure that Dean can't catch that attack.
Speaking of waiting a turn, Inadequates is well known for waiting a turn. He's a really good player in this sort of field, and also he's on the field here playing against another Dutch battle, Normalheim.
Yes, Normalheim here from Utrecht made it into day 2 with a Shadow Golbat.
I'm really anxious to see this actually because I think it's got a lot of play in the meta, especially if you're playing against a Wigglytuff.
Yes, Normalheim. We didn't see that many counters to Wigglytuff this tournament. Well, we saw Regiseals, of course. There's some Talonflames. Must say they were less than usual. Normalheim, though, stacking up on the Wigglytuff answers with an Alolan Sandslash and the Shadow Golbat, which I do believe, especially Shadow Golbat, has a lot of play into Inadequence's team. Of course, you mentioned the Wigglytuff, but also Cresselia gets hit very hard by a Shadow Ball. Talonflame doesn't really like taking Poison Fangs. Even Registeel, it has the issue to where you're either doing no damage with Lock-ons or you're one-shotting him at Zap Cannons. So you really need to get shields down for Registeel with a good matchup versus the Shadow Golbat.
Yeah, I think Shadow Golbat is definitely going to be played on Normalheim's team. Another fun fact about him is this is his first tournament this season as well.
Wow.
And last season he played in Utrecht because he is from this area. And I believe he top cut that tournament as well. So he's just coming, he's like almost a one-and-doneer here, coming in, doing really well in these tournaments.
He gets a boost here, I guess. Just the local tournament boost our traders are getting ready here. One Pokemon I also want to point out on Martine's team is that Origin Giratina.
Yes.
I do believe he's the only trainer we saw running it on stream yesterday, and I don't think we even saw him play it.
No, I actually thought that I used Umbreon as one of my caster predictions for Pokemon that we would see often, and that was in response to how many not Shadow Giratinas, regular Giratinas that I thought that we would see in this meta. But yeah, Martine is the only one that we've seen really using it, at least in the top 16.
Yes, it is a very difficult Pokeball to get. The only way to get it is by doing a special research we got last week during Sinnoh Tour, and then trading that Pokemon away to someone, and that person has a chance to get a Giratina below 1500 CP. So you see it on screen here, running a triple ghost moveset. Shadow Claw, Almost Wind, Shadow Ball gives it a lot of potential into the elemental types, water, grass, fire, and fighting types.
But you know what completely walls that and is used, I believe, on like 60% of the team is a Lickitung. Lickitung has a really large wall, and the Normalheim does have it on his team. So it will be interesting to see if we will see the Giratina at all. We did talk a lot about that Shadow Golbat. I think it's super interesting, and we're going to have to see. The Poison Fangs is an automatic lowering of your opponent's So, I mean, I think that is something, even if you bait with the Poison Fang, sometimes it still turns out okay because you're at least getting some damage.
Exactly, and those wing attacks will really start adding up as well then. One more thing about the Giratina I want to bring up is that Martine's or Inadequence's team is built to lure out Lickitung almost with that Giratina, and then he has the Vigoroth, Registeel, and that Wigglytuff to hard wall the Lickitung. So we may see some mind games here, maybe trying to scare away the Lickitung with those 3 Pokemon, then bring out Giratina in the next games, or maybe just stacking up on Lickitung counters in game 1 already, expecting Normalheim to bring it.
Yeah, sometimes with a Pokemon, it is, remember, show 6, you only pick 3 of them. Some of them are just really good bench presser as well. And if you're bringing a Pokemon that is not super well known, it almost forces it to the top of your opponent's mind. So, of course, if Normalheim is looking at it saying, okay, yeah, Lickitung looks so good against that Pokemon, yeah, maybe they're just playing right into Inadequence's hands.
Exactly, but Normalheim also has a lot of good strategies here, especially around that Shadow Golbat. I think that's what we're going to see ran every single game by Normalheim here. Unless it's lineup versus Registeel, it can really beat everything.
And yeah, so do you think you'll see it in the lead, or do you think you would see it in potential safe swap position or that pivot position where if you have a bad lead, that was what you would go into?
I think there's 2 options for Normalheim here. That's either put it in the lead, try to win the 2-shield scenario versus everything on Martine's team, except for that Registeel. So put it in the lead with Registeel alters in the back, or put it in the back and try to get a shield advantage with your 2 Pokemon in the lead.
Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and see a Talonflame into the Lickitung. There is a Giratina on the field in the back, so whether or not he wanted to lure out the Lickitung, here it is. This is a more neutral matchup, as we can see, and this time Martine is running a Flame Charge and the Fly instead of the last time I believe he was running a double flying attacks.
Yes, you could run Brave Bird on Talonflame as well, which will do a ton of damage versus the Lickitung. but Normalheim knows there's no Bravebird on Martine's side, so he decides to no-shield the first attack. Knowing that's likely to attack boosting Flame Charge, he can take it and now get to his own Body Slam.
Going ahead, that Body Slam, as you can see, puts the Talonflame into the yellow, already at another one here, and this time going ahead and shielding that up, getting a lot of energy on the Talonflame. Talonflame, you need to be patient to play because it is a 5-turn attack with Incinerate. It takes a long time to boost up, but look how much damage it's already doing with only one charge attack even being thrown.
I really like this matchup for Talonflame because even though you go shield down here, you come out with a boosted fly from Normalheim, lets it go, which he does, and now Inadequate still has a little bit of health on Talonflame and it boosted fly, which Normalheim will have to shield.
Yeah, gonna have to shield this. It's going to do a lot of damage, and meanwhile, at least gonna get one more Incinerate through. No, going ahead and swapping out immediately into the Cresselia. We talked about this before. Cresselia has a decent matchup because of the Future Sight, but that Shadow Ball is gonna do so much damage, and now he has a potential to bait or call the big Shadow Ball. What will Inadequate do? He calls the bait!
Wow, what a no-shield by Inadequate. That is so huge. I think Normalheim realized that a single Shadow Ball would not knock out the Cresselia, so opted to go for that defense drop instead, but Martine calls it.
Yeah, I mean, but even in this position, the Charger Bug is pretty good against the Cresselia, especially if the defenses have been dropped here. Throwing this X-Scissor right before getting to another, and this is going to be super effective damage. Cresselia is bulky, but some of that bulk has been stripped away.
Exactly, this X-Scissor will knock out, and I think Inadequate is super happy to be in this position, as he has one of the hardest answer to Charger Bug in the back. Giratina Origin, with its Dragon Ghost typing, will be able to resist everything Charger Bug throws.
Yeah, ask and you shall receive. We were saying we hadn't got a chance to see it yet. Now we're going to see that Giratina in action, completely farming down that Charger Bug, having a ton of energy for this Golbat in the back.
Yes, Shadow Ball coming out. Normalheim shields it up. Good call there, but I think it may be too little, too late. Giratina has so much energy. Normalheim does get to a Poison Fang here. Do we see a shield? Oh, this time he shields the bait.
I do think this is an appropriate call because if it was a Shadow Ball, it would definitely knock out. Poison Fang is, once again, 100% defense is going to fall, but Inadequate's already at the Shadow Ball here. The question is, will it be enough against this Shadow Golbat?
I think it must be. Giratina, pretty bulky, not a high attack, but it does knock out the Shadow Golbat. Wow, very nicely done. Giratina currently 100% win rate on stream.
That's absolutely correct. Let's keep these stats and see if we're going to see them in the games coming up. Both of these trainers laughing at each other a little bit too, because I think that Inadequate was saying, yes, exactly. Once I saw that Licky Tongue in the lead, I knew that I was going to have a good time with that backline. Even though we saw how much, the X-Scissors did to the Cresselia, completely knocking it out, just gave the perfect amount of farm for that Giratina in the back.
Exactly. That Charger Bug was just a wonderful battery for the Giratina, you could say. Going into this next matchup, Normalheim, I feel like had a pretty decent call in this first game, actually. Bringing the Licky Tongue when Inadequate didn't bring any of his great answers. He didn't bring the Wing Tuff, didn't bring the Vigoroth, he didn't even bring the Registeel, which I was honestly expecting. So good call here by Normalheim, bring that Licky Tongue and Shadow Golbat. I think he may continue bringing both of them, but he might want to consider benching the Charger Bug for next game, as it proved to be unreliable in game number 1.
Yeah, you say it is unreliable, but it has, if you look at the field, really only one bad matchup. So it's just the fact that he got that lined up against each other. However, if you're Inadequate, you're super smiling about that situation because it played exactly how he wanted it to. But I don't know if it's worth benching necessarily when you're like, okay, I at least have some neutral play into everything except for one Pokemon.
You know, you make a good point, especially since Normalheim did show that he's down to play the Licky Tongue. Even though Inadequate has it covered so well, he's okay with taking that risk. And that may weigh into Martine's decision for the next game. Perhaps deciding that at Giratina may be a bit too risky, because if you do get that aligned to the Licky Tongue, it is really just game over.
Yeah, it's more game over than with a Charger Bug against the Giratina. You saw the X-Scissors, even though they were resisted pretty much, still doing a little bit of a chunk, because this is the first time we've actually really seen Giratina in the Great League. We don't really know how much this damage is taken. I'm sure if you're Inadequate, he's done a lot of scrims against these very popular Pokemon like a Charger Bug, but even still, it's a pleasure for me to see on stream.
Yes.
Like, okay, I'm taking some notes.
We're all learning today. this is a matchup you don't see often as well, so let's learn how this goes. We got Cresselia versus Shadow Golbat.
And Shadow Golbat does not want to be taking these future sights, but it does take a while to get to, and it has the Shadow Ball already going straight for it this time. Last time he baited, will Martin recall it this time and decide that he's going to shield it up or let this go through? We're about to see another thing for Science as the Shadow Ball connects, knocking a super bulky Cresselia down into the red.
That's impressive, doing that much damage to a Cresselia, even with a super effective attack. That did a lot. Normaline knows the future sight would probably one-shot the Golbat, so shields it up there. And now, because he hit that Shadow Ball, we can go straight Poison Fang to win this matchup.
And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Nataquin's really wondering if he wants to try to keep this Cresselia alive. And he does. He's going to end up going to put that shield up because he wants to go for another future sight. At least get 2 shields or get this winning matchup. And it looks like Normal says, okay, fine, I will go 2 shields down because at least I'll be able to knock down the defenses of whatever comes in. Or it's going to be facing a Shadow Ball. You know what? It's a bigger out. We're going for the defense.
Yes. No, probably don't want to go for a Shadow Ball here, though it will be pretty funny. Poison Fang hits for neutral, gets the defense drop, and since Inadequate switched into the Vigoroth here, that means he's now switch locked. He'll have his defense lowered until we can switch back out, which will be in around 45 seconds from now.
And the Body Slam, not quite enough to knock it out, but these counters might be able to Nova. Normal Hind being able to get to a Poison Fang here. The defenses are already dropped. Does the Inadequate want to use his shield here? We're to see how much it does. It knocks the Vigoroth almost out.
Oh, Whiscash comes out now. Inadequate's not able to get to the Body Slam there. Forced to go into his Talonflame here. This is not that bad of a matchup with a shield advantage, but seeing as the Whiscash already had a little bit of energy, it's going to be likely be able to outpace the 2 Scalds.
Yes, and won't be able to do a boosted fly. It's going to be able to do 2 regular flies. Fly is going to be able to pace a little bit quicker than the Flame Charge as well, and no attack debuff, which really helps Inadequate in this position. Normal Hind's Whiscash is going to be able to tank the first one. The question is, will he be able to tank the second one? Will he be able to get to the Scald in time?
He waits and he tries to catch, but Normal Hind was patient. He knew. He didn't see the Incinerate animations come through, so he knew he could just wait, farm up, and now throw the Scald into the Talonflame.
And that was definitely Normal Hind's condition, because if you look at this, if you look what's in the back, it is that Alolan Sandslash, and the Alolan Sandslash does not want to be facing a Talonflame. However, at this range, I think the Alolan Sandslash is going to be able to put up a fight, and Inadequate's still playing this out, and this is important because he wants to see what is in the back.
And he knows. Alolan Sandslash, normally such a bad matchup for Talonflame, but this time it takes him out, and Martine, he can see the humor in it as well.
Yeah, is Alolan Sandslash a Talonflame counter confirmed?
Oh, don't tell a mind joke that. He won't stop talking about it.
Say, actually, the matchup isn't that bad.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't think it's as bad as Giratina Origin versus Lickitung.
That is definitely true, and really, really good plays by Normal Hind here, because I mean, we saw it. We talked about waiting a turn a little bit earlier on. Both of them waiting a turn because Martine realized that was his win condition. He needed to be able to catch that Scald on the low health Cresselia. Unfortunately for him, was not able to pay off, but really the patience of Normal Hind there gave him game number 2.
Definitely, and a good team read as well, realizing that Golbat lead was going to be incredible there. He did bring the Alolan Sandslash, which didn't look that great in the back, because Martine was running that Vigoroth Talonflame combination, but luckily had the Whiscash to just clean those 2 up.
Yep, being able to reach that second Poison Fang on the Vigoroth was big.
Yes.
Because that knocked it down so low that there was not really much that Martine could really do about it. It was Talonflame really against a Whiscash in the back, and that is a little bit difficult.
Yes, had Whiscash not gotten that 1 Mudshot advantage, I believe Inadequate would have actually outpaced the Whiscash to 2 flies before it was able to get the 2 Scalds. So then the game would have been flipped, but because Normal Hind was able to get that 1 Mudshot, everything went in his favor.
Yeah, and a good wherewithal of both of these trainers knowing that as well, because I think that Inadequate's definitely played it a little bit differently than if they had been on even energy. Because of course they would have gone just for the straight flies, and perhaps he would have been a little bit reluctant, because knowing that Normal Hind maybe would try to catch on whatever Pokemon he had in the back instead.
Oh yeah, then we would have had Inadequate would have had to be the patience, but this time it was Normal Hind's time to shine. We're now 1-1. Martine, no Giratina this time. Normal Hind, no Lickitung this time.
Good point.
Do we see the Giratina come back?
I'm going to go with yes. I think that he's going to be a little bit risky here. He does know that the Golbat is in play. I mean, I think Golbat's coming every time if you're Normal Hind. What do you think?
Yes, it's definitely coming once again. It's just such a good Pokemon into Inadequate's team, which is why he may want to consider bringing Registeel. That's also such a risky pick when Normalheim also has this Whiscash, which does very well there.
We'll see as we see that Golbat in the lead against Giratina. It looks like we were both correct here, but it's with a little bit more even energy. I'm curious to see how this matchup will play out. Again, not many Giratinas we see in this format at this time, and we see both of them obviously pacing to the Shadow Ball at the same time. Both of them baiting here.
Oh, ominous wind bait from Inadequate's Giratina gets shielded by the Golbat. Now it's Normalheim's time to bait. Goes for Poison Fang, and Martine does shield it up.
And it looks like as well that the Giratina is going to win that charge attack priority, which is good information. The defense does fall. He does know it's a bait. That means he knows again that they're pacing at almost even energy. It looks like he reaches Shadow Ball one beforehand. Let's see, going ahead and if he's going to shield it up, 2 shields being used up. And then once again, the Golbat in the lead position.
Yes, this is another time. Oh, big no shield here by Inadequate. No shielding this Poison Fang, even though that could have been the Shadow Ball. Now opting to switch into Registeel.
This is where Registeel shines because there's no shields left on Normalheim's position, even though there is a Whiscash, even though there's a lot of now energy on the Golbat. It just gives a couple more lock-ons already now at that Focus Blast. You need 2 of them to knock out the Whiscash.
Yes, and being able to reach this Focus Blast before the Whiscash reaches a charge attack is huge, because now Normalheim didn't have the opportunity to potentially Scald and drop that attack, which means 2 Focus Blasts will definitely knock out.
And so ahead, the first Mud Bomb goes through. We see how much damage that does. There will be another Mud Bomb pacing at roughly the same, but again, going a little bit ahead. Will this be enough to knock out the Registeel? Inadequate doesn't think so because he doesn't shield this up.
Yes, I think it will barely be able to hang on, and it does. Getting to this Focus Blast here to knock out the Registeel. Inadequate now gaining switch advantage, also has that shield advantage, but remember, Normalheim has so much energy on that Golbat that is able to gather even more from this Registeel.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. He's saying, okay, fine, I'm going to use this totally to my advantage here. Either Shadow Ball is going to knock out the Giratina, but at this time too, whatever's coming in could get a Poison Fang. The defenses are going to be lowered. We saw how this happened last time. It basically knocked out the Vigoroth by 2.
Yes, this time I think we'll see a little bit less attack damage. Oh, switching out into Giratina. Maybe hoping to catch a Poison Fang, and Normalheim is forced to throw it rather quickly, so does waste some energy off this Golbat here, but still, there is still like 2 weird attacks remaining at least.
There's still 2 wing attacks remaining, able to reach that Poison Fang ahead of time, which is going to be big damage here. Going unprotected because he still hasn't seen what is in the back, but now the defenses are going to be lowered for the rest of the game because this is Inadequate's last Pokemon here, throwing the Body Slam now into the Charjabug, and Inadequate is shaking his head. He recognizes the writing on the wall, still going to play this out, see how well he can do against this Charjabug.
Yeah, with his defenses lower, these Volt Switches are doing so much, and Normalheim takes game number 3 and the set. Very well played.
Very well played indeed, these 2 Dutch battlers hugging it out. Winner side of the bracket, Normalheim, this first tournament of the season, coming in with a vengeance, saying, I was here last year, remember me? And everyone's saying, no, we're hoping to forget. Someone else wants to be in the top cut.
Exactly, Normalheim making it into the top 8 actually with this win. So that is huge, showing what Shadow Golbat can do.
Yes, a very interesting and what we call spicy pick with that as well. Like, the only person I think, at least in the top 16, that had brought that specific Pokemon. We're seeing a lot of interesting picks. Also, we saw it on an Inadequate side with that Giratina. Arrow Bubble, who has also made it into day 2, is running a Shadow Credilli.
Oh, wow, that is very spicy. There's more spicy grass in the top 16 as well. We got Frika with the Trevenant.
A little callback from the previous season.
Exactly. He also ran it in Dortmund actually. True. So he's really sticking with the old guard pretty much of Trevenant, Clodsire. Maybe we'll see more of that soon. So yeah, we definitely got a lot of spice coming up.
Yep, as a reminder, we were just watching the winner side of the bracket. So all of these trainers came in from day 1 without losing a matchup. A lot of them that we just saw earlier, they're just being knocked down to the loser side. Well, they will continue their play in this double elimination format. And I will say, our last tournament, we had someone from the loser side of the bracket come up to the grand finals, flip the bracket, and become the regional champion of Dortmund. So this can happen here in Utrecht as well. Anyone in the losers bracket is definitely still in the game.
And the wonderful part about that tournament was that Arcus Aurelius didn't drop down on day 2. He dropped down in day 1. So we spent the entirety of day 2 in the losers bracket. So many matches, must be so tiring, but still managed to take that victory.
That was incredible. And speaking of that, he played against Colin 6, one of our most well-known battlers, I would say, also a Dutch battler.
Yes.
There's been this big joke going on about who is the best Dutch battler. We have a lot of them actually in the top cut, so I mean, it's a pretty interesting thing, maybe a whole new discussion after Utrecht. But we also have a discussion with Colin 6 himself, talking about the meta. And so we're going to go ahead and let you in a little insight of perhaps the best Dutch battlers' mind.
Hello trainers, I'm here with the one and only Tomahawk UK and esteemed trainer Colin 6 in his home regional Utrecht. And this is going to be a bit of a special one. We got the Worlds of Wonders update hitting right before the tournament, and with that, there's going to be a couple changes to some attacks that may change the meta a little bit. Let us know your thoughts on this, Colin.
So it's looking to be a few changes compared to last season. Especially Mantine with Water Pulse seems very interesting now. It's also a big core break to the team I previously ran before, so I think I'll have to make some changes.
With Mantine now having access to Water Pulse, do you think that that will impact the usage of Pelipper? Does Pelipper have any play anymore?
I mean, Pelipper might still have play, but Mantine definitely takes his spot a little bit. Pelipper always had that water damage, which was his big advantage over Mantine. But Mantine has now access to water damage as well. So it could replace Pelipper in that sense.
I think you're right. And though you've got some teammates that are very keen Pelipper users, how do you think they'll feel about this change?
Oh, we'll have to see. Yeah, especially my teammate Inadequance loves running that Pelipper. He was known as the Pelipper guy for a while. We may see him switch to Mantine now. However, there are also other like water attacks this update that have been improved, like Aquatail. Do you see Aquatail, the increased damage, having any effect in Utrecht this season?
I don't think there's that many relevant Pokemon in the meta currently that learn Aquatail. The only big one I think is Dragonair, which already has Body Slam as a good move in neutral scenarios. But a bit more damage on Aquatail can't never hurt, so perhaps it'll help Dragonair a little bit.
Now, Utrecht is obviously your home regional, and to date, no local has won their own regional championship. Do you think you can change that this weekend?
Of course, I hope to. Would be very nice. There's also some other good Dutch battlers competing this weekend. Inadequance, Sneeuwman, for example. So if one of us could take it, would be pretty cool.
All right, I'm excited to see what happens this weekend, and I'm sure the viewers are as well. So let's step right back into the broadcast.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. I'm Tomahawk, and I'm joined by my Padawan Nighttime Clasher.
And as we know, the Padawan has become the master, but what we're really looking to do is see who has become the master inside of this Utrecht special event. Our next match, Scoffo versus Lurgan Rocket, two of probably people who are considered the best trainers in EU.
That is a massive, massive match to watch. And actually, these players are two that have made our fantasy casters picks, haven't they?
Absolutely, but unfortunately for one of our casters, one of those players is going to be going home after this match. And a lot on the line. Scoffo played his match earlier and was unable to win against Danny. On the other hand, Lurgan Rocket has a little bit of momentum going on his side, was already able to pick up a win in the top 16 match.
That's absolutely right. So let's take a look at this losers bracket and where we are right now in the tournament.
Yeah, as you can see here, Lurgan Rocket already picked up a 2-1 win against WTM Go, repeating actually what happened at Dortmund. Aero Bubble fell to EJB, and on the top side of our lower bracket,
we've got Sanudigo continuing his great form. He's going up next against Inadequance, and Maxi 10 Trillion P has Dinoski next.
Very huge match just coming up in the lower bracket, so don't go anywhere. We're going to start with Scoffo versus Lurgan, move to 23 EJB versus Sandodu, and make our way up that list. So excited for the matches today. While these trainers aren't in the winner's side, I feel like that just gives them so much more to play for. Every match, every game, is a step towards winning the regional, and every game you lose is obviously a chance to not continue in this tournament. As we see here, Scoffo running a pretty similar team to what we just saw from Inadequance earlier. Of course, no Giratina origin, and has Sableye in place of it.
That's absolutely right. And Scoffo and Inadequance, you can assume that they have worked together in their team building and they've shared some of their tactics. Lurgan is a player who often brings some very unique team and lines. He's got here the Hakamo. How are you feeling about Hakamo in this meta?
Hakamo is a very, very spicy pick in a lot of people's opinion, but to me, it's very logical. Hakamo has a good amount of bulk, and let's see if it shows up in our first game here. It is going to be a Cresselia, Lurgan Rocket's signature Pokemon, into the Vigoroth.
Lurgan is fairly happy here with his Cresselia lead into this Vigoroth. It resists the counters, and no surprises that Scoffo switches out immediately.
And this is interesting. Sableye actually is the best counter to the Cresselia if you're Lurgan Rocket, and getting this out already means that the Cresselia is going to be extremely safe in the bag. However, Lurgan's got to be thinking, if he's swapping the Sableye, maybe there's a Reggie in the back.
It's very interesting to see how Lurgan is going to choose to play this. He's obviously come in with the Talonflame, which can ramp up its attack power by throwing flame charges. It's an automatic boost each time. So Scoffo is shielding. He's going to try and get up one more foul play, but the Talonflame is ramping.
This is a dangerous position for Scoffo, because if you shield up this next fly or flame charge, you're going to get farmed out before you make it to the next move. And the Shadow Claws might just be enough, though, because Lurgan opted to not shield in that position.
Lurgan is a player. He doesn't always need alignment. He's happy. He's very good with his energy management. Scoffo actually lets that go. He's using his own Talonflame to farm down in the mirror. He has a lot of energy. Lurgan really has to think about how he's going to play this.
And I love the play by Scoffo here, recognizing that energy on the Talonflame is universal into Lurgan Rocket's team. The worst matchup, I would say, is probably the Man-Sign, but even there, you have Fly to hit hard. And Flame Charge #1 coming through and putting the Cresselia almost into the yellow.
Vigoroth has counter for Registeel in the back, but Registeel can hit back with Focus Blast. Lurgan might want to get shields down here so that Registeel can sweep in the back.
Despite doing super effective damage onto a Registeel as a Talonflame, you still will need to be afraid of that Zap Cannon, and of course, Flame Charge just isn't even close to taking out a Registeel on the other end.
Scoffo is in a really strong position here. His Incinerates coming in against this Registeel. They are doing big, big damage, but he doesn't have any shields left.
Yeah, this is a problem, right? Because despite having one thing to do super effective counter damage and the other to do super effective fire damage, this Registeel, I feel like, is about to sweep through this team.
And just as Lurgan reaches the Zap Cannon, Scoffo shifts into his Vigoroth. He's going to try and use that counter damage. Lurgan needs to be very, very particular with his energy management here and how he gets it into a farm down range. Do you think that's enough? I don't think it is.
No, I think Lurgan Rocket just made a critical error.
Scoffo is so pleased with this situation. He is so happy. He has played this really, really well. He's overturned a negative lead, and he's about to take game 1.
Scoffo is able to counter on the Registeel. Lurgan Rocket, however, losing this first game, has learned a very crucial lesson. Next time, just fully charge the Focus Blast, and that wouldn't have been a problem at all.
That is a big, big win for Scoffo. He looks very pleased with himself in his Team Magma outfit, and I would be too.
Team Magma outfit on the left-hand side from Scoffo. Lurgan Rocket still dressed as the Team Rocket boss. Didn't opt to shield the first 2 moves today. We'll see if he can continue that in the second one. But I think something important to note here is because that Wigglytuff is so unsafe from Scoffo, you have a Registeel and a potential Talonflame to go up against. That might just open the door for Hakamo to come in here.
I was thinking exactly the same. Hakamo resists foul play from the Sableye. It can hit back against the Vigoroth with Brick Break, and obviously it resists the Incinerates and Flame Charges of Talonflame. Do you think we will see Hakamo in game number 2?
Hakamo's really only bad matchup here from what Scoffo just played is the Cresselia, but even against the Cresselia, Future Sight is not exactly a quick move to get to. Psycho Cut, on the other hand, is never going to be threatening to the bulky Hakamo, and being able to put Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw one after the other is just going to really start to add up. Lurgan Rocket here has his signature Talonflame with the Registeel and Crest that he's just brought in so many of his tournaments, and I can see why. Clearly he understands these to a T and is not afraid to bring them out.
That's right, that Talonflame Cresselia core are really, really strong. Lurgan has also got the Mantine, which would be even better against Scafo's Talonflame if it were running Water Pulse, but here we can see it's got Ice Beam instead. Do you think that there's play for Mantine, or would you leave it on the bench, Eric?
If you're Lurgan Rocket, your Mantine is pretty safe into this team, I would say, with the exception of Registeel. It has play into everything. The Wigglytuff, the Cresselia, Talonflame especially, Sableye and Vigoroth. I don't see any place where the Mantine doesn't really want to be there. But of course, if you get the Mantine on the Registeel, you might just lose the game immediately.
There is the Hakamo we
go.
wanted to see. Let's see how this plays out, because the Talonflame does have access to fly. Will it stay in? No, it goes straight out. Maybe it'll bank that any moves for later and try and take it back in the end game.
I like this play from Lurgan Rocket, just staying into this matchup, recognizing that you can get a Brick Break off and then move into the Talonflame.
That's right. Hakamo has the option to immediately debuff this Vigoroth. It can stay in if it wants to, or he can shift and start ramping up on the Talonflame, as you say.
It's quite awkward here, right? Because if you're Lurgan Rocket, you kind of still need... Oh, I love this play. Can you incinerate down before it gets to the rock slide? Yes,
oh, that is a superb play. That is massive for Lurgan. He is loving it. Look at him there.
Now, if you're Scaffo, what do you even do? You can't bring in your own Talonflame to a boosted Talonflame, because as you see here, Flame Charges are going to start ramping this Team Rocket boss's Talonflame to 100. And number one, Flame Charge actually gets no shield. I like that call from Scaffo, knowing that the fly there just wouldn't make too much sense.
Talonflame is kicking off. Lurgan says, you may be a Team Magma member, but I am a Team Rocket boss.
Foul play from the Sableye is not able to connect with the Talonflame. Lurgan Rocket recognizes his win condition, needs to put this game on the back of Talonflame, and doing it is the Fly. One is going to be shielded here, which means that Scaffo is going to be taking heavy damage onto his Talonflame. If this charge attack priority goes through, it does. Lurgan Rocket winning charge attack priority and forcing probably a second shield out from Scaffo.
Lurgan told us yesterday, he said he is here to win. Nothing else will do for him, and he's well on his way if he can take this game.
Spoken eloquently by Lurgan Rocket. Win is all he is here to do. Flame Charge goes through, switch into the Hakamo, and just it's too much for the Talonflame to deal with.
We might not even have to see the Registeel in this matchup if Hakamo can take it.
If he can save his Registeel in the back, that only improves his chances for winning the third game.
That's true, because he can bring it again next game. And
exactly. Not even able to punish the Registeel is Scaffo, as he doesn't know what he needs to watch out for in Game 3, and perhaps that changes the strategy that Lurgan Rocket has going into this next match. I think he'll have to bring in the Registeel here, actually.
He will need to lock on this down.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a tricky position, but I don't think Talonflame quite has enough energy to do it. Registeel could lock on down this Talonflame.
Yeah.
Scaffo sees the writing on the wall. He's throwing the fly. He knows that game number 2 is going to Lurgan Rocket. That is so well played.
And I like throwing the fly there, actually, because if he had thrown the Flame Charge, for example, that gives information to Lurgan Rocket that you might not want him to know. So it's just these small things that may make a very big difference at the end.
That's exactly right. Now Lurgan might be confused. He goes to Scaffo, know that fire is super effective. He might throw a fly in future. Game 3 is everyone's to win, right?
Right, but against a Team Rocket boss, you would just want to throw the cheaper moves because they're going to shield anyway, and then they have to freeze every couple of seconds. Lurgan Rocket, though, seemed to not be frozen there and is just continuing to lock on down the Talonflame. Hakamo, as we said, is looking to be a really great pick inside this game, and I'm curious to see how that changes Scaffo's strategy going into game number 3.
This is so exciting. These are two massive players. They're very, very well known within the PvP community. I don't think that you can easily put a winner on either side here. It's so hard to predict.
A game that's 50-50 at this point, I feel like, is probably the best match to watch if you're a viewer at home. I really hope you guys are enjoying these matches because Scaffo has something to prove, but Lurgan Rocket is on a dominant run in that lower bracket and is trying to recreate his success in previous regionals, in Liverpool 2022 and at Worlds. This could be his time to shine again.
Now, it's been super exciting to see that Hakamo take the stage, and I'm sure viewers at home are going to be thinking, hey, do I have one of these? I want to use it. Lurgan's using this one pretty well. Will Scaffo predict that? Will we maybe see the Wigglytuff this game?
Wigglytuff is an excellent answer to Hakumo, but to add on to what you're saying, if viewers at home aren't familiar with Hakumo, it is the evolution of Jangmo-O, and you're going to need a Jangmo-O that's not too high CP so that you can eventually power it up to under 1500 for the Great League. I highly recommend it, and if I were playing this weekend, I think I would have had a Hakumo on my team.
I think Hakumo is a really, really fun pick. I had been thinking Guzzlord would do well into this meta, but Hakumo, with the access to that newly buffed Brick Break, it increased in energy, but it guaranteed a debuff in the opponent's defense each time, and Lurgan is taking full advantage of that.
Oh, first a matchup here. It is the Cresselia into the Talonflame. Scoffo shakes his head, probably not too happy with this, but has to remember, Future Sight is extremely threatening to the Talonflame. However, this could become a bait game very quickly.
That is right, but what Scoffo does have in the back is his own Talonflame, and that has the potential to do a lot of damage in the late game against Lurgan's Registeel and Hakumo.
If you're Scoffo here, I would love to see a soft lose on this matchup. Perhaps just try to get a shield advantage for your Talonflame. I feel like that's been a theme for these games. Shield advantage on the Talonflame and just boost through all three of your opponent's Pokemon and win the game.
That's absolutely right. Lurgan knows exactly how a Rocket Leader should be playing, and he is playing it to perfection. I wonder what Scofo's going to do after this Cresselia goes down. Does he come in with Vigoroth and take the damage on it?
I think that's a great idea, actually. Future Sight number 2 coming. Oh, Scoffo seems pretty unhappy that he may have thrown on alignment there. Just needed to do one more cycle cut to get the perfect timing. I don't think it's a big deal, as Lurgan Rocket will be throwing his next move soon. And you're exactly correct. Comes in with the Vigoroth to soak up this energy and try to sweep the backline with Talonflame.
I'm so smart. Talonflame. Talonflame. That is a massive amount of damage onto the Vigoroth. And now he's coming in with the Hakumo. Hakumo starts to get these Dragon Tails off. The quicker it can ramp up energy, the quicker it will reach the Brick Break.
I love the vision from Lurgan Rocket here. Maybe trying to catch a Rock Slide, but if it's a Body Slam, that's all good as well. Keeping the Talonflame still healthy in the back means that the Cresselia can't farm it down, and nor can the other Talonflame. So it's going to have a lot of play in that endgame if we do reach it. Still, for Lurgan Rocket, the Registeel might not even need to do much this game.
Yeah, it's difficult though, because Scoffo has a shield, and if he can land a fly on this Hakumo, it will go down. Lurgan has to be very, very careful here. This Talonflame could really cause him damage.
Lurgan Rocket is thinking about his next switch in, and certainly you can't bring in the Registeel, so it's got to be the Talonflame. Earlier, he did shield the first 2 moves, as we've seen him do time and time again to protect the Talonflame.
Lurgan stares at his opponent, giving him a little bit of intimidation.
Ooh, actually does not opt for the charge attack priority, which he knows he wins, but it's all good because we know Scoffle has to shield this move up, and in doing so, can Lurgan Rocket actually catch a fly here onto the Registeel? Oh my
God! That is so smart from Scoffo! Scoffo waits to see whether an Incinerate goes through. When he sees the Registeel, he lands that Flame Charge. That is brilliant from Scoffo.
This game seems to be locked up for Scoffo. Just needs to get to one more Flame Charge here, and actually,
I think it's still might be very difficult.
The door might be open if Lurgan Rocket can incinerate this Talonflame down before it gets to another move. Can it do so? One. Oh my goodness, he tries to go for a catch. Can the grass not be reached? The grass knot is reached!
Got a grass knot! Is this going to be enough? It's double resisted by the Talonflame!
I think it's enough. Lurgan Rocket doesn't seem too happy. Scoffo talking through, and is it a...
Scoffo takes the win! That is massive for Scoffo! He wins his Rocket Radar, and he's through to the next round!
3 potions and 3 revives are achieved on the side of Scoffo, and I hope he enjoys his 12-kilometer egg. Good luck to him in the next games, but Lurgan Rocket, what a beautiful run. Congratulations to both players for making this far, but I'm so excited to see what Scoffo has in the next couple of matches.
That must be such heartbreak for Lurgan. He's played so well. I think he did have the opportunity to win. If he'd thrown the move onto the Cresselia, he would maybe have been able to incinerate the Talonflame down, but he kept his energy. Scoffo saw the opportunity and he took it.
Right, and that's another one of those things. It's so hard to count Talonflame energy, in my opinion. Despite it generating 20 energy per turn, every incinerate, it seems like it's hard to count because how difficult the 45 energy and the 55 works. It just makes it very awkward.
Talonflame recently got access to Fly, and that has changed the way that it plays the game. It can hit Fly hard and fast, and if you get it wrong and a Flame Charge comes through, those Incinerators are just dealing massive damage at a time.
Incinerate is proving to be an absolute threat here inside of the lower bracket. Talonflame, I did not expect to see it on so many teams, but again, Mantine being at the top means that Talonflame may have to take second place as the flyer here, maybe even third place after the Gligar. Here though, Talonflame is clearly first place.
We have seen players like Arceus Aurelius, we've seen players like Colin, they have used Talonflame. No change here today, this weekend. Talonflame is doing absolute mad things.
I have never seen Talonflame ramp up as many times as I have in these games. It felt like you could really just sweep through entire teams, flame charge after flame charge after flame charge from either player. It seemed like the switch button was actually their own worst enemy.
It's incredible. And Cresselia winning the game with a Grass Knot against Lurgan's Talonflame, that's pretty big. It was the shiny though, right? It was the shiny Cresselia.
Shiny Cresselia means that, of course, the Grass Knot was going to knock out there. There was no reason for us to be concerned or worried about what is going to happen there. And I think one of the things that is most impressive to me, Talonflame, it does so much damage while also feeling pretty bulky.
It does, yeah, Talonflame. Previously, we've seen Fireflies in the form of Charizard, right? And that's a lot of a squishier Pokemon, right? You've used Charizard a lot. You're a big fan of it.
I think I'm a big fan of Shadow Charizard. I brought it at Dortmund, not to much success, but I think it is the best way to actually answer Talonflame because despite being resisted, a Blast Burn basically takes out a Talonflame from full health.
That is right. Talonflame has so much further it can go, and Scaffo will be so excited to see if he can have a huge losers bracket run. Hakamo, it was fun to see. I actually wanted to see it go further, but Scaffo was far, far too strong.
Hakamo it's awkward to play against Talonflame almost because your Dragon Claw takes just a little bit longer than Fly's. So when it goes to the 2-shield scenario, I believe that they should be able to land a Fly onto you eventually before that third Dragon Claw is reached.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Lurgan, he played brilliantly. We can't wait to see him in future events. But for now, let's go to Tho Tactical, who is interviewing Scaffo.
Thank you so much, Fareed. I am here with Scaffo. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, just because the matchup was, of course, not great for me. I didn't have any answer for Talonflame, and I know Lurgan is pretty good, but I already beat him once, like a previous grassroots tournament, so I was sure I could have done it again.
And you did. That Hakamo Talonflame duo looked so difficult for you to beat. What was your strategy to play around that? What was your thought process?
So even if I didn't have like the best answer, I thought Cresselia was pretty solid. Like Cresselia counters it, but Talonflame was his best Pokemon and beat Cresselia in every even shield scenario. But at the same time, Vigoroth, Sableye were like kind of safe for me, and both win 0 shield into Hakamo. And I know that he's always gonna to shield Talonflame, so there is no way shield Hakamo. That's why first game I let Vigoroth. His best strategy was what he did game 2, but at the same time I was thinking maybe prepares for Vigoroth again. That's why I didn't let Vigoroth. And game 3 I thought, okay, Cresselia is fine even to Talonflame. Even if I use the 1 shield, he's low in the red, where I can soft lose far down with my own Talonflame.
Just take us through the ending of that game 3, because that was absolutely wild.
So, yeah, as I said, it was pretty low, and he shot it twice. At some point, I figured out that Vigoroth was pretty useless to me. I decided to let it go. He tried to catch a Rock Slide. I just threw Body Slam, and of course, I knew that if he was Crest in the back, Future Slide does more than Dragon Claw, and I saved the shield. If he was Reggie, Zap Cannon, of course, does more. And you know, like the opponent at that point, it's either Crest or Reggie, at least what I was expecting. And both case scenario, I should have flame charged the first move to KO with the second one, and my loose con was like flying Reggie or flying the first move Cresselia. And I waited until I saw the Incinerate animation.
Yeah, that patience was so good. And because of patience, you've won this match, you've reached top 8.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
How far do you think you'll take it?
So basically, this is my first top 8 this season, so I'm pretty happy. Like last season I did it twice, pretty good tournaments, but I want to try and go further, get my first medal, because I don't have a medal yet, which means like 2 more wins. I think I can do that.
All right, let's see it. I'm excited to see more of you today, Scafo. First, we're gonna head into our next matches though with Eric and Farid.
Thank you so much for those insights, Thomas and Scafo, for sharing us a little bit about how to overcome a difficult matchup inside of that Talonflame. I think Scafo might still have to face a couple of Talonflames on his path to the peak today, so maybe he'll just have to run it back with that Cresselia.
That's right, Scafo. He says this is his first top 8 this season, but let's remember he did get into the top 8 at Worlds. He's a fantastic player. We can't wait to see how far he goes. And I love these interviews. I love it when it's in front of the crowd. We get to see so many players in the background. I saw Andrea and Stan, the beautiful Alejandro there, and he very kind of him. He gives a nudge to Nezabeth and makes sure he's paying attention and not hedge.
If you are watching at home, please share with us on social media what your home watching setup looks like. If you're with your friends at home, just relaxing, what are you eating? I'm so curious. I love food. I love the food meta, and we'll have some social posts here for you. Let's see what our wonderful community has presented us with.
There they are. Look at everyone. Oh, who's that? Those are nostrils and a half.
It looks that's me and Alejandro on the right-hand side. I actually Ghost wrote this tweet for him. I helped him a little bit with the tweet. But Alejandro, very fun man and a great player as well. We're really looking forward to see him on the stage.
There's so much talent on this screen, isn't there? Look, if you look at all of these players, they've all played so well. You can even see little Martijn, his ear sticking there in the back of the left photo.
Yeah, the best of Europe is all on this screen.
And you.
What? Anyway, let's take a look at the next social post, see what we're coming up with here in the community. Of course, thank you for posting this, Alejandro. If you have any more, don't be shy. Share them with us on Instagram, on X. And we see here, this looks like Irvi has attended the first big tournament in years and managed to go overall positive 3-2. Huge congratulations to you, Irvi. I think I actually just did a trade with you out there.
That is awesome. I think that one of the best things about coming to these events, you actually get extra special trades, don't you? So you can come and meet your friends, potentially you've got lucky friends, or even you want to do low friendship trades. And to be able to do those here, that's one huge benefit of coming to these events.
Exactly. Not only are you able to trade with your friends, get lucky trades done with longtime friends who you've never met, but there's also great spawns relevant to the Great League, relevant to PvP, like Carbink, Scraggy, Meditite.
I think Lickitung is a huge one, actually. There are a lot of new players that are thinking, how can I get into PvP? Well, actually, come to these events, come and catch the Lickitung, and you can get a lot of XL candy and candy for your Pokemon.
Right, and if you're not ready to play on the big stage yet, there are side events that you can take place in, but on the side, let's not talk about that anymore. On the main stage, we have Sandodu versus EJB.
So many notable players coming straight after one another. Sandodu, he's played so well before. He's had top cuts. 23 EJB needs no introduction. He's another fantasy caster pick, isn't he?
That's right. I believe 23 EJB was the first pick from Amanda inside of our caster draft. There we see a Dalion on the other casters on the screen. Oh, he's covered up now. EJB talked to me a little bit about this team and said, wow, Mantine is really hard to play because it just doesn't do a whole lot of damage. But regardless, he has had a lot of success with it. Already was able to win his first match in the top 16 round against Arrow Bubble and is now looking to take on Sandodu.
This Shadow Whiscash, I've said it at the beginning of the event, Shadow Whiscash looks really strong. I like that it can output a lot of damage, but you've got to be careful because you also receive more damage too.
One of the things EJB was talking about was Shadow Whiscash is actually pretty okay against Mantine, which seems shocking, but the Scald pressure is just really strong. Here though, Sandodu just has the regular Whiscash, so maybe he doesn't have to worry about that as much. But are we going to see more of the Shadow Dragonair from Sandodu? It seems to be his signature pick. Most of these matches, he's either safe swap the Shadow Dragonair or save 2 shields and let it clean games up.
That is right. Shadow Dragonair has access to the recently buffed Aquatail. It already knew the move, so it is eligible for this tournament, and Sandodu has been using it to expert levels.
Sandodu is not only bringing the spicy Dragonair, but he is also using a little bit of an unconventional moveset on the Mantine with Water Pulse.
Let's get straight into these games. We've got the Shadow Gligar for 23 EJB.
Now, this depends. Does 23 EJB have the wing attack breakpoint on the Lickitung? It does look like he has that breakpoint. Therefore, he should be able to win not only the 0 shield scenario, but the 1 shield scenario against the Lickitung.
Very interesting to see what Sandudu wants out of this matchup. Does he want to win and force alignment? Yes, he maybe does. He's shielding the first dig.
But as we look into the back line, I don't think alignment is going to be as big of a deal as it is here, because Charger Bug, first of all, doesn't really have anywhere to go up against Sandodu, but at the same time, Sandodu doesn't have anywhere to go against the Dugong.
23 EJB, he's not using a shield yet. His Dugong really could be strong into the endgame.
I think he might just opt to shield this up and get a dig off on the Lickitung before going down with the Gligar. And I think that's a great call by 23 EJB here, as he can build up huge amounts of energy. Go for an aerial ace bait. This is very risky. Does Sandodu... Oh, wow. No shield.
One of the advantages of this approach is he could just double aerial ace before he goes down. I think that's exactly what he does.
Looking for a soft loss on the matchup, perhaps farm down with a Dugong, which really looks good into everything on this team with energy.
That's right. The Lick is going for the Lick down. Can it do it before he reaches the...
Oh!
He gets it. That's a lot of energy on that Lickitung. That is big.
Now the thing is, I love this play because you get the Volt Switch through, and because that does enough damage to knock the Lickitung shouldn't be able to make it to another body slam. You're basically denying a ton of energy here.
Sandodu is pleased about this. He can bring his Whiscash in, which is great against the Charger Bug. But EJ has a Dugong. He comes in early. Sandodu can't switch into his Dragonair. He has to stay in.
And I think if he stays in here with the Whiscash, he's basically telegraphing to EJB, oh my goodness, I am weak to the Dugong in the back. And if you're EJB, you're like, okay, it's not Annihilate and it's not Registeel in the back. What could it be? The Dragonair. Sandodu has had Dragonair on his team basically every single game. Despite being a Show 6 pick 3, he's basically picking 2.
The thing is, if this Dugong throws a move into the Whiscash, Sandodu can let this go and potentially use his Dragonair to Dragon Breath down the Dugong.
It may be a very aggressive strategy, but it only will work if the Dugong is at no energy whatsoever. Otherwise, the Dragonair is going to have to take an Icy Wind to the face.
Another Mud Bomb comes through from Sandodu. He'll probably stay in and go for another Mud Bomb. There it is. And EJ has quite a big decision to make here because Charger Bug can't Volt Switch down this Whiscash.
I love this shield here because if he can get this Whiscash down, that Dragonair is going to be debuffed in the back. It looks like EJB sees the vision. Icy Wind number 1. I think if you're Sandodu, you have to shield this. You cannot let your... Oh my goodness.
He is committing. He's saving the shield for the Dragonair. He'll Dragon Breath it down, but he will have to take an Icy Wind.
Oh, will he? Will he? He knows more than us. It gets there in 5 Dragon Breaths, and there is no move reach from 23 EJB. I think this is going to seal the deal for Sandodu.
Sandodu is happy. He's pleased with this position. He knows he can take 1 X-Scissor. He has this shield for the first one. He can withstand the second, and 1 move from Shadow Dragonair might be enough to seal it.
This is going to be more than enough to take out the Charger Bug. Shadow Dragonair, very attack-weighted Pokemon. I know nothing. I think they'll get the X-Scissor off, but X-Scissor is just not anywhere near enough to take out.
If you are watching these games, please start a tally for every single time Eric gets it wrong. We all want to see it. We all enjoy it.
I know that's everyone's favorite thing in the Twitch chat. I can't wait for people to be saying, wow, these guys really don't understand how this works, huh?
Well, that's why we are behind the caster desk, and these two are on stage right now. And they both have their backwards caps.
Exactly. The backwards cap may be the meta right now. Sandodu has proven, though, that his backwards cap may be a little bit superior here. Let's take a look. It is a blue hat, and on the side of EJB, maybe we're going to... Yeah, now we see it is a black hat. So very interesting choices here. I like the versatility of the outfit. It goes very well with the white shirt, I would say.
If you were wearing a backwards cap, what color would you go for?
I think I like what EJB is cooking right here because it goes from black to white and black pants as well.
And look at them both, actually. They've matched their cap with their trousers. These guys, they know fashion.
They know fashion.
You need to take a couple of notes. You can barely dress yourself.
I'm not shy to take notes here. Definitely, maybe going with not a chef's hat in the future, but the real chef's hats are imaginary here, as both of these players are cooking to stay in the losers round 2. EJB having a great read on that match, really. Dugong seemed to have quite a strong amount of play within that backline, but now Sandodu knows that and needs to counter that accordingly with either the Annihilate or the Registeel.
That's right. And Sandodu didn't bring the Registeel in Game 1. Do you think that opens the corridor for Mantine in Game 2 for EJ?
Dugong lead into the Registeel, exactly what we were talking about. This, however, is not as bad of a matchup as you think it is.
EJ could let Dugong go down to the Registeel, and Mantine could be free in the back.
Because his Mantine has Ice Beam, it is really good against the Dragonair. Gligar, of course, has play into both the backline, and this game might just come down to energy or shield advantage.
Even though both of Registeel's charge attacks are super effective against Dugong, Dugong is a very, very bulky Pokemon, and it can withstand it if EJ lets this go, which he has done.
This is nowhere near enough to take out the Dugong, and it is not going to put it into lock-on downrange. The Dugong, a very HP-weighted Pokemon, I believe is around 180. And there's no way you can lock on down this Dugong, and this drill run is going to come through and force Sandodu to throw another move before the next drill run is reached.
That's right, he comes in with an aggressive swap into the Dugong. EJ goes straight into the Mantine, and he is running that recently buffed Water Pulse, so he goes straight for the Aerial Ace instead.
Because EJB knows that his Mantine could potentially have a weak matchup in the back against the Registeel, he's trying to get the Mantine out of his pocket as soon as possible, get it somewhere that it would be beneficial against, and here we go. Aerial Ace now is ready to be launched as soon as his Body Slam goes through, but I don't think it's enough to take out that Dragonair.
We saw Hakamo in the last match from Lurgan. Sandodu has opted for a different Dragon here in Dragon Breath, Dragonair, and it is putting out a ton of damage very, very quickly, and it's got a very flexible way of being run.
Dragonair, again, similar to Talonflame, just seems to do a lot of damage while not really being too attack weighted. Actually can tank that move pretty comfortably and get off a huge body slam against the Mantine. This is going to be big farm down range for the Registeel or the Lickitung though.
That's right. EJ does reach the Aerial Ace, but it's not going to do a huge amount of damage to the very, very bulky Lickitung, and Sandodu is confident going into this endgame.
This is very awkward for EJB because your Dugong is not able to make it to a move before the Lickitung would have made it to a body slam, so you have to opt for Gligar here, go straight for that Aerial Ace. Despite Aerial Ace not being as effective as Dig, EJB maybe recognizing 2 Aerial Aces isn't enough to seal the deal here.
Eric, how do you think this is going to play out? Are we going to see any catches in the late game?
I think it's going to come down to Sandodu making a catch onto the Registeel with an Aerial Ace. That could allow him to simply body slam the Gligar 3 times. Here comes number 1 and needs 2 more to get to the finish line.
The thing is, even if he were to catch, EJ has the option to completely undercharge and then farm down that Registeel.
Correct. This is a very awkward position for Sandodu, and I think EJB recognizes that. Of course, he has a catch con on his side as well with that Dugong. Can opt to switch in if anything happens with the Registeel.
It's really hard to predict here which player is going to take it. EJ is confident. He reaches the move.
Oh!
They try the switch, and now the Dugong comes back in. The Registeel is forced to throw a move.
I feel like Sandodu has found a way to lose this game potentially as EJB.
EJ is comfortable here. He has a lot of energy on the Gligar. He doesn't have to throw it yet. He knows that the Registeel isn't at a move. Now the Aerial Ace comes. This is enough, and he has another move for the Lickitung. Is this EJ's game?
I think it is. Sandodu could have simply stayed in that matchup with the Lickitung and won this pretty cleanly.
EJ has charge attack priority. He takes game number 2. That is fantastically played. He must be so, so pleased with himself.
I hope this doesn't get in Sandodu's head, because if you knew you had the win condition right on your heels there, was able to just stay in with the Lickitung and cleanly win the match, and then just throwing it away sort of by switching into the Registeel, EJB has to be extremely excited about that, as you have said. Dugong still putting in work there despite being in wrong alignment. Not great against the Registeel, but showing how flexible his picks are.
That's absolutely right. EJ shouting out there to all black cap wearers around the world. He's like, this is how it's done. The black backwards cap is the meta.
The meta is definitely, it could be either way at this point, since both the players have 1-1 to their name, but they need 2 to take it into the next round. If you're Sandodu here, I think you need to continue playing the Registeel, because EJB, Whiscash just, I don't know if Whiscash looks too safe against the Mantine and the Lickitung from Sandodu. So the Registeel could be more safe than he possibly thinks it is.
That's right. And because EJ has opted to have no Steel type, there is no Pokemon on his team that resists that Dragon pressure from Shadow Dragonair. He's got the Ice type in Dugong, which can obviously deal a lot of damage back, but he's not resisting the Dragon Breath damage itself.
I think the Dragonair can actually win all the matchups here in the 2 shields or 1s or some kind of shield scenario against every Pokemon here except for that Dugong. So as long as Sandodu is able to potentially lure out the Dugong, maybe a Whiscash swap is what he needs to do to lure out the Dugong. But of course, if you swap Whiscash in the back line, it's Dugong and Mantine, you might just lose the game right there and then.
That's right, Sandodu knows that EJ needs to bring the Dugong to counter the Shadow Dragonair. Do we think we might see an Annihilate on Sandodu's side?
Annihilate has stayed on the bench for the last 2 games. It has been instrumental for Sandodu in previous games, but it seems like he might not be too comfortable with playing it into the Dugong. Of course, you do get outpaced to an Icy Wind when you get to the first... oh, wow!
Ouch! This is a brilliant lead for EJ. He is grinning from ear to ear. Charger Bug is there. There's one wing attack and then straight into a Lickitung from Sandodu.
I quite like what Sandodu has done here. Getting that one wing attack on the Mantine, maybe EJ is not going to keep up with that in the future and forget that, oh, the Mantine is going to pace the Aerial Ace in just 4.
But look at this. The Dugong comes out now, which means it won't be aligned against the Shadow Dragonair. Sandodu might be quite pleased about this.
Yeah, and now, does he opt for a bait? Does not go for the bait. Sandodu is not taking any risks here, knows that he needs this switch advantage, and getting a body slam called is a possible way to lose.
EJ correctly shields the power whip, and now he comes in with the debuffing Icy Wind. It is let through by Sandodu. Will he reach another power whip? He probably will.
This is a huge problem for Sandodu because the Dugong could honestly commit to an Ice Shard down here, which would be very dangerous for the next Pokemon that he brings in. However, I do see a light of day because that Dragonair is now freed up in the back. As long as he's able to save 2 shields for the Dragonair, he should be able to Dragon Breath through the
That's right,
Bug.
and Lickitung reaches another body slam. That is massive. Now, if the Mantine wants to come back in, it can take down the Dugong. And Shadow Dragonair, as you say, with 2 shields in the back, is devastatingly strong.
Yeah, Dragonair may not be a flying type, but it does have wings on its ears, and it should be able to fly free through this endgame here. Mantine being a big boy, taking Icy Wind number 1. Oh my goodness, doesn't get to Icy Wind number 2.
He's not able to get the next Icy Wind. That is good news for Sandodu. The Charger Bug comes back in, and it's time for Dragonair to start Dragon Breathing.
Oh my goodness, this is actually looking better for Sandodu than I think either of us expected. He is going to be able to launch 2 Aqua Tails at this Gligar and get it very low, if not knocking it out.
Shadow Gligar is able to reach its moves very, very quickly, let's not forget. But will EJ be able to reach enough before Dragonair gets to 2 Aqua Tails? I don't think he will.
I don't think you live this Aqua Tail despite the buff. It wouldn't have lived it before anyway, but Aqua Tail is being shielded. EJ knows he just needs to get the shield off of this Dragonair, force energy out of it, and then commit to the Charger Bug in the end.
Sandodu needs to be very, very careful here, because if he throws the Aqua Tail too soon, then the Charger Bug will be able to land an X-Scissor against the Dragonair. He has to time this perfectly.
Oh, can he? He can't. What?
That is so close. He committed to the farm down. EJ reaches the wing attack. That is massive for EJ. EJ is in the driving seat.
Oh my goodness, very close there. I think EJB having a potentially very high stat product, having a high stat product, Charger Bug here will be allowing him to take out this Mantine without going down to these water pulses.
That was really, really well played by EJ. I completely understand what Sandodu was looking to do. He thought to himself, if I can farm it down and take energy into the Charger Bug, then I can win in the late game. But EJ takes the series. He is through into the next round. What a performance.
Very huge plays at the end there. Even though it looked like the lead was so in EJ's favor, he didn't have a great response to that Lickitung, if I'm going to be completely honest, and needing to bring the Dugong in there to kind of clean up and put it on the back of his Shadow Gligar. I really like the awareness from Sandodu as well, though. Despite looking like he kind of got the Mantine on the Charger Bug at the end there, it just got obliterated by the discharge. If he had just gotten one more Dragon Breath off on the Gligar, this would have been a completely different game.
It was so, so close. It could have gone differently, and Sandodu might rue what could have happened, but that's no matter. EJ is a brilliant player. He definitely deserves to go through. He played fantastically. That was a great game to watch.
EJB is doing what he does best, winning in the lower bracket. He's already taken down Air Bubble, he took down Tygo yesterday, and now he has just taken down Sandodu, who is next on his list. We're just gonna have to see as these matches continue today. We are gonna be looking at Dinoski versus Maxi, 10 septillion P coming up on this match.
That's right, and now these players are both British. We've both seen them top cut before. They're both very, very good players. How are you feeling going into this match as a caster?
I think Maxi has a lot of great options on his team. He has a pretty meta team, if I must say. He has Cresselia, Lickitung, Talonflame, Dugong, Lantern, Annihilate. Basically all the Pokemon from the top 12, he's like, I'll just choose these 6.
And Maxi really likes a lower bracket run. We've seen it before where he's gone down into the loser's bracket, but he has been so resilient, and he has just made his way all the way through. I think he got top 4 in Barcelona.
I agree. Barcelona, he did a great job of making it through that lower bracket, even after losing on the second round, I believe. And now he's going to be facing up against Dinoski, who has a similar meta team with Cresselia, Mantine, has Shadow Gligar, Annihilate, and Registeel, but he has Guzzlord, which is a caster pick of yours. Guzzlord does have his opportunity to make it through.
Shout out to Dean. Great, Guzzlord. We like to see it. But Dean is no pushover, right? He got to that final against Colin in Stuttgart. He is a great player. This is going to be tough for both of them.
And Guzzlord is a very dangerous pick, actually, into Maxi's team, as Maxi's only real answers are Annihilate and Dugong. The problem is, if the 4 other Pokemon on his team are so weak to Guzzlord, that means every game, the Guzzlord is going to have at least 1 target.
That's right. And it will be interesting also to see what moveset Maxi has on his Annihilate. If he's running Ice Punch, that is a lot stronger into the Guzzlord. But if he's running Night Slash paired with Shadow Ball, then Guzzlord could come into an Annihilate and soak up a lot of that charge attack energy.
Exactly, as Guzzlord is a pretty bulky Pokemon. I believe it has an extremely high HP stat, somewhere over 200 even, I believe.
Close to 300 almost. It is. It's a massively bulky dragon.
Very similar to Wigglytuff, exactly. Guzzlord is very bulky, not like actually the other dragons in the meta. Let's say Dragonair. It's just quite frail compared to the Guzzlord.
Okay, pop quiz number 2, right? How many charms from a Wigglytuff to take down a Guzzlord? What's your guess?
I'm going to say 4.
Put your guesses in the chat. We want to know how many charms to take down a Guzzlord from a Wigglytuff. I want to see that matchup. I don't think we will here, but that would be quite funny.
I believe I've played this matchup out before. Each Wigglytuff charm does around 30%.
Right.
So you need 4 to take out the Guzzlord. And if you put it into perspective, right, if Guzzlord has almost 300 health and each does 30%, that means each charm is doing 90 damage.
It is a huge amount of damage. Now, because you're usually wrong, I'll just guess 5 just to do something different. But let's get straight into these players and their teams here in front of us.
Yes, as we've already talked about the teams, we can kind of see what these players are going to opt for here. I thought Dinoski's Guzzlord looks extremely good, and something paired with that to answer the Annihilate and the Dugong, I would say the Cresselia as well.
I guess that's another conversation to have. If the Cresselia is running Future Sight, it has nowhere to go against Guzzlord. But if it has Moonblast, the matchup is completely different.
Yeah, Moonblast is a move which can one-hit KO the Guzzlord without even blinking an eye. On the other hand here, not only does the Guzzlord look safe in the Maxi, the Cresselia has no response. Annihilate, not great against it. Lantern, also not great. Cresselia.
Here we get the moves.
Oh, okay.
So we've got a Bubble Beam Mantine from Dean. So this makes the Mantine a little bit stronger into Lickitung. It's able to reduce the damage that Lickitung can do with Lick, but it's also able to debuff any Pokemon if it needs to go in, switch back out, soften a Pokemon up, as Adelian would say, so that this could be difficult for Maxi.
However, Mantine just doesn't look too good into the other team. As you're going to see here, Maxi has a Spark Lantern, probably the last thing that you want to see as a Mantine, but the Cresselia is holding on to the Moonblast. So Guzzlord also going to be a lot better for Maxi. Not only that, but Maxi is going to have way more play into the opposing Cresselia. However,
that is right. The Annihilate doesn't have access to Ice Punch, so it doesn't have the charge attack pressure on Guzzlord, but it is still doing a lot of counter damage. This is probably a pretty good position for Maxi to be in.
I agree, but if we need to have this conversation about the Cresselia Moonblast versus Future Sight, it may be very easy for Dinoski to actually lure out the Cresselia from Maxi and then sweep with the Guzzlord in the back. But of course, Cresselia, just throwing Grasslands at a Moonblast Cresselia is not necessarily bad, although it is slightly losing. I've seen a lot of players actually prefer to lose an early matchup, farm down with another Pokemon, and gain a huge advantage in the end game.
That's right, and Dinoski could do exactly that with Annihilate. And Annihilate with energy has a lot of damage dealing ability that it could cause on Maxi. So Annihilate has play against Dugong, Lickitung. It has Shadow Ball, obviously for Cresselia. It's a neutral matchup into Lantern, but that counter damage adds up. And will we see the Annihilate Mirror?
Annihilate Mirror is probably one of the most difficult matchups to play, but if you understand your opponent's mindset, understand when you need to bait, when you need to go for a Shadow Ball, you can usually use that advantage to win an entire game pretty seamlessly from there.
That is right, and you can see Maxi sporting the Play Pokemon t-shirt. I am extremely jealous. I'll be looking behind the scenes to see if I can get one. But let's get into these games. We've got the Cresselia for Maxi against Mantine.
Mantine, usually not great in neutral situations against bulky Pokemon like Lickitung or Cresselia, but the best thing about this, you outpace very significantly with the Bubble Beam.
And not just that, yeah, with the Bubble Beam, he's able to completely neutralize the damage output from Cresselia. This could be really quite nice for Dinoski.
Now, in the Zero Shield scenario, I hope Dinoski understands how to play this, because you usually need to go for one Bubble Beam and then start going for the Aerial Ace. Do more than one Bubble Beam, and it might start to get a little redundant, and the Cresselia actually won't take too much damage.
And although this is a neutral matchup here in the lead, the backlines look like they could be quite alignment dependent. Dinoski will not want to have his Guzzlord up against Maxi's Dugong.
Yeah, well, the Aerial Aces are starting to come through. As we said, you go for one Bubble Beam and then Aerial Ace throughout this matchup. I think if you're Maxi here, throwing all these Moonblasts, we might even just see our first Moonblast debuff for this tournament. I think that would be very instrumental actually for Maxi in winning this lead matchup. But that Aerial Ace just seems to not do anything.
So Maxi now has access to 2 Grass Knots. Do you think 2 Grass Knots would be enough to take down the Mantine?
I don't think so. He's going to need to Psycho Cut down. Grass Knot number 1, yeah, it just looks like a little bit too little damage. And wow, a catch onto his own Cresselia. It's not a resisted move per se, but it is a debuffed move. Cresselia already being so bulky.
That is right. It's the weaker move from Cresselia. It is debuffed. It doesn't do much damage. Cresselia draws out the Talonflame. But what does this mean? It means Guzzlord might be up against Dugong in the back.
This is a very awkward position for Dinoski. Needs to let this move go, thinking it's a Flame Charge, but no. Maxi went straight for the fly and may be able to incinerate down here.
Future Sight will do a ton of damage if it goes unshielded. Would you shield this?
I think you have to shield this move and commit to the Incinerate down. Maxi may need to throw another Flame Charge before this Future Sight is reached. And I think, oh my goodness, he might throw it under Charge Attack priority. And Dinoski knows that is one that Cresselia never is going to win. And does he commit the shield? He does commit the shield to the Flame Charge. Probably not what he was wanting to do, but this Guzzler in the back, the problem is the Guzzler doesn't have a whole lot of play up against that Dugong.
That's right, that was very smart from Maxi. He was counting the Cresselia moves. He takes the shield, Guzzlord comes in, Talonflame is able to throw the fly now, and he's already got the Dugong in the back.
If you're Dinoski, you're thinking, what can I beat in the back? I can beat a Lantern and a Lickitung. Unfortunately, it is not either of those. It is a Dugong, and Dinoski knows that this is not a great matchup for the Guzzlord. However, you still have some play if you can go for a couple of Dragon Claws. Maxi still doesn't have any shields, and you might be able to do a little bit of damage and try to finish off with a Mantine.
That's right. There's no reaction yet from Maxi. He's very, very confident that he can win, and I'm sure he will express that later in the game, but for now he is focusing.
I love that undercharge here, but actually that may cost Maxi, as Dinoski is pretty happy to get off this next Dragon Claw.
And we have to remember that Mantine still has energy to throw.
Exactly.
But I don't know if it'll be enough. This Dugong could be too bulky.
I mean, even if the Dugong is going to go down here, that Talonflame is in the greenhouse pretty comfortably. Dinoski is going to need a lot of damage here. Aerial Ace is not even enough to knock out the Dugong here. We'll set up Maxi for a potential Talonflame farm down, and then the Cresselia just has nowhere to go.
That's right. Dugong, it reaches its move, he banks it, the Talonflame comes in, he incinerates down. We start to see a bit of a smirk from Maxi. He's basically playing underneath the table, but he is happy.
His phone is underneath the table, but the score is on the board, and next to all those zeros, number 1, game number 1 is in his pocket as he incinerates down the Mantine with the Talonflame, something I don't think we see every day. And Maxi is in the driver's seat of this match. Dinoski, it seemed like he was pretty concerned throughout that match. Looked like he was really going through all of it and thinking it through. But he needs to get out of his own headspace and focus on this game too.
We are having so much fun casting these games, and I'm sure these players are also out there knowing that they are putting on a great show for everyone. Maxi has the advantage. What will Dean need to do to adapt into game 2?
I like the Guzzlord from Dean. but it just seemed like Maxi knew that the Guzzler was coming, didn't even opt to bring the Lantern nor the Lickitung, knowing that those would not be very safe into Guzzler, which is maybe too predictable from the side of Dinoski. But what we haven't seen is the Annihilate. You said Annihilate has play into every single Pokemon on Maxi's side, and Dinoski opted to keep it on the bench. As long as it's not on the Talonflame, I think it might just be the play here for the next game. Annihilate with the energy or shield advantage should be able to make a sweep.
That's right, but Maxi does have Cresselia and Talonflame, which can also hit back hard against Dinoski's Annihilate. So maybe Dinoski is a little bit worried about that. He knows that Talonflame is likely to come again. So will we see a Mantine Talonflame? Will they be paired against each other? That would be massive for Dinoski.
Dinoski wants his Mantine on the Talonflame or a Lickitung, did get on the Cresselia, and while it seemed like it was a pretty favorable matchup, was quite close. And against Talonflame, I'm sure that would not be the case.
The players keep thinking this is going to be a really, really important lead for both of them. Last time we saw quite a neutral matchup in the lead. We knew that alignment in the back was important. Dinoski, we saw against Statistan, there were leads that were really, really tricky to overcome, but he was able to do it. But a lead here could be super important for him.
Last game, Maxi did play ABA weak to the Regishield. That means the front Pokemon and the back line was both weak to the Regishield. His only counter being that Talonflame. Let's see if he opts for a similar strategy here. It is Dugong into the Regishield, and I think he might have done ABA weak again.
He has, and Dinoski has called it. Now we know that Dugong does have play against this Regishield, but Dinoski is in a good position here, and he will stay in.
Unfortunately, actually, for Dinoski, the Registeel is probably his best answer to the Lantern, while not even being a good answer. The Lantern is really free in the back, has play into both the Annihilate and especially the Mantine.
That's right, Dinoski needs to be careful here because we can see a Mantine and a Lantern in the back, and that is not something that Dinoski will want to pair up against each other.
Maxi does not get debuffed by the Zap Cannon, meaning that this drill run is actually quite threatening to the Registeel. Dinoski needs to shield this up.
That's actually massive.
Oh, wow!
Because it's not debuffed, Dugong now has the ability to win this matchup. That could be huge for Maxi.
Does he opt for a catch? Does not, and now can simply Ice Shard down the Registeel and come out with an Icy Wind to threaten the next Pokemon. I don't think it matters what Dinoski does here with the Mantine because it might not be too useful. Again, no debuff. Dinoski is looking to play his way out of this matchup, but as we talked about, doesn't get to move there, and the Annihilate with energy up might just be able to sweep this game.
But everyone is looking at that backline. No matter what Dean does here, it could be a very, very tough hill to climb. Maxi should be confident with this position. Cresselia is strong. It has a slightly quicker Moonblast than Future Sight. So Maxi's in the driving seat.
Maxi just looks up expressionless and knows that his Lantern can simply clean this game up. Bubble Beam #1 coming down from Dinoski, showing that even Mantine in pretty negative matchups is able to still do work by putting in those Bubble Beams. Of course, Maxi knows as long as he just farms this Mantine down, his Cresselia will be home free in the back against the Annihilate, as these Surfs are going to have to be shielded at some point.
Maxi doing his best not to react. He knows he's in a brilliant position here. He's getting as low as he can so that he can rise high at the end of this game. This is a massive, massive win if he can pull it off.
Mantine continues to tickle the Lantern, but the Lantern does not flinch like his trainer Maxi. 10 million P all the way down. Surfs are ready for this Annihilate, and just no two shields on Dinoski's side. It just doesn't do him any good, as Maxi will reach 3 Surfs before Dinoski even gets to a Night Slash.
Dinoski doing what he can. He's at the Night Slash once he shields this move, but he knows that these Surfs are seriously debuffed at the moment, which is why he let the first one go through.
Night Slash trying to be caught onto the Cresselia. That's a nice catch, but I don't think it's going to do much for him, as the Lantern could have just thrown the Surf there and come in with the Cresselia after. Night Slash actually, oh my goodness, lives on 1 HP and a dream.
That is really, really big for Maxi. If the Night Slash had taken out the Cresselia, Dinoski would have had a chance, but the Grass Knot is shielded and Lantern is at a move. This is Maxi Infinity P's game.
Maxi cleans up in losers round 2, and this is going to take him into the next match. Dinoski has put up a show for us all this weekend, and I'd like to congratulate him, of course, on the amazing run as well. But Maxi has, again, done the lower bracket run and is continuing what he does, similar to 23 EJB. I'm so excited to see what these two players could possibly do if they face off in potentially the lower bracket finals.
That's right, Maxi is such a resilient player. He was so composed, he read his opponent perfectly, and he comes out with the win.
Coming out with the win is what Maxi does best, as I believe he will be on his, I'm not sure if this is his 7th win, but this is a lot of wins to stack up for one player. He salutes to the camera and walks off a winner. Yanosuke, though, can't complain. That is a lot of points towards his travel award, as I believe, or his world's invite, as he is working towards that. Next match, we should be looking to go further into the lower bracket.
That's right, and I think Maxi, he is someone who has worked very, very hard. He's not gone to every regional, but when he has, and he's come to this special event, he's performed really, really well. He's put on a really good show for everyone watching. He's been a really exciting player to watch, and I'm sure he can just keep on pushing.
Sometimes people don't like to see meta teams being played over and over, but meta teams can be played with a lot of finesse, with a lot of strategy, and honestly, what he does here is in art form, because he is really honed in on every single one of these Pokemon. Anyone can play a Lantern, anyone can play Lickitung, but it takes a different kind of person to really understand those Pokemon to a T.
Yeah, that is right, And he's opted for a couple of different movesets. He actually had the Moonblast on the Cresselia, which is a little less common now in this meta, but Maxi really did play those games perfectly. Speaking of perfect, let's take you to a video where we can show you some perfect plays.
Welcome in, trainers, to another episode of Perfect Play. My name is Martijn, also known as Inadequance. We're going to take a look at how one of our competitors at the 2023 European International Championships read his opponent perfectly to win a battle. In this decisive match 3, the well-known battler Toe Tactical has a tough team composition for Scafo 99. The Shadow Charizard has a positive matchup against about every Pokemon from Scafo 99, even the Shadow Swampert. The only Pokemon from Scafo 99 that is able to deal with the Charizard is the Shadow Alolan Ninetales with Shield Terra. Not surprising, Scafo 99 decides to play it safe and lead that Alolan Ninetales, and successfully catch the Charizard lead. As the battle progresses, Toe Tactical is able to pull shields and catch not one, but 2 charge attacks in this battle. While Scafo has perfect alignment in this game, his opponent is about to squeeze his way out of it and makes this very difficult for him. In the final moments of this battle, Scafo has to make an important decision. Shield the Shadow Swampert from the Registeel, or shield the Shadow Alolan Ninetales from the Shadow Charizard. He decides to let the Focus Blast go and is going to try and pull it off with some high level energy management. As he reaches 2 Hydro Cannons, Scafo now realizes that his opponent might snipe his energy. Sniping the energy in this case means that Toe Tactical could switch into the Charizard immediately to catch Scafo off guard and to knock out the Swampert with a single wing attack, because it does more damage than those lock-ons, and by doing so he would deny all the energy that Scafo built. However, Scafo, being a very clever battler, is being very careful of this. He anticipates Toe Tactical possibly doing so, as we see Scafo wait just a fraction of a second wait, and then throws the Hydro Cannon straight into the Charizard, allowing him to win this battle between 2 top tier battlers. Now, let's enjoy the rest of the stream.
That was a great video. We had the silky smooth voice from Martijn. I think he should be practicing his ASMR content for future. And speaking of Martijn, he is here for us on stage now against Sanjudigo.
Yeah, no unfamiliar face in that video. We saw our caster, Toe Tactical, playing against Scafo, who just played, and now Inadequance is playing on stage. What an interesting crossover event. But as we see here, similar teams to what we just saw from Scafo. It is the Giratina Origin, though, that is going to be showing its face again. Sanjudigo, though, has the Lickitung and the Alolan Sandslash to be great answers.
As we know, Giratina Origin is a relatively recent addition to the meta, and only Inadequance has really piloted it to great success so far this tournament. I cannot wait to see if he can pair it with Wigglytuff and take his place in the top cut of this event.
Yeah, top cut of this event is what Inadequence does best. Last year, he was called Mr. Top Cut Man, and I think if he wins this match, we can give him that title back. He's going to have to go through a pretty tough opponent in San Hudigo, though. This looks to be a pretty rough matchup, honestly. That Alolan Sand Slash just has so much play against Inadequence, whether it be the energy of the Ice Punch or the Drill Run.
But you can never put Martine down. He does have the Vigoroth. He has Registeel, which can obviously one-shot the Alolan Sandslash, and Talonflame. That is a matchup that Alolan Sandslash doesn't want to be anywhere near.
Yeah, but to me, if you have Vigoroth and Talonflame as your main answers to Alolan Sandslash, that means one of your other 4 Pokemon are always going to have to come into the match, and those could be pretty weak to the Alolan Sandslash and always give it a target.
San Diego will be looking to capitalize on the potential of Shadow Alolan Sandslash. He's in great form, he's very comfortable with his team, he's worked with other players, and actually, this is a team that we've seen have a lot of success. It's the same team that Stan has been piloting as well. Let's get straight into these games. This is San Diego with Whiscash into Inadequence's Cresselia.
Great lead for Inadequence. Grass Knot, while it is going to be reached at the same time as the Scald, if San Diego is able to go for the charge attack priority and get this debuff, the Grass Knot actually will not knock out the Whiscash.
Is he going to press the debuff button? That is the crucial question.
And it looks
yes, he does.
And immediately actually swaps into the Charger Bug. I like, whoa, Inadequence is getting the Giratina Origin onto the Charger Bug. This is not a great matchup for San Diego.
Look at that dragon take the stage. It is such a menacing presence. I absolutely love to see it. And it can soak up all of the damage that Charger Bug has to offer.
Usually we see Giratina fighting off against Dialgas or Landorus's, but here, it is fighting off against the small Charger Bug.
Maybe one day we'll see Landorus and Dialga in the Great League, but for now, Giratina has taken center stage for Inadequence, and it is mowing through this Charger Bug.
Shadow Ball not enough to knock out, but is putting it into perfect farm down range for Inadequence. And now, what do you bring in here? Nothing enjoys taking the damage from the Giratina.
Has San Diego been counting? Yes, he has. He knows to shield the Shadow Ball. He's got a bit of energy onto this Sandslash, but Inadequence, he is smirking because the Vigoroth is in the back, and Vigoroth does so much damage with those counters.
Here, I believe San Diego needs to swap that Whiscash in, but Inadequence is simply going to respond with 2 Grass Nuts from the Cresselia.
Inadequence looking confident, he is looking comfortable, he knows how to play his team, and he is playing it perfectly.
Grass Knot number 1, it's not enough, but Grass Knot number 2 is certainly going to finish off this Whiscash. No Mud Bomb being thrown from San Diego on the charge attack priority. I think he's just going to opt to let the Whiscash go, maybe get energy onto the Alolan Sandslash and threaten the Vigoroth in the end game.
I think it'll be very, very difficult for San Diego, but a very comfortable position for Inadequence. He has the 2 shields, he has the energy, he has the alignment that he wants. Inadequence is going to take game number 1.
Future's actually doing a frightening amount of damage to that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Despite being a Steel type, Cresselia can really put up a fight here. Ice Punch number 1 coming through, and Inadequence lets it go. He knows that this match is all on the back of the Vigoroth.
Is Inadequence going to use a shield? Will he do the 2 shield flex? We want to see it. Let's see.
I think he can.
He's
no fun.
He's almost a good player, but he's not quite there yet.
See, this is what separates the good from the great here in Losers Round 2. Vigoroth is going to be able to get through that Alolan Sandslash and take Inadequence into a match point.
That's right. Inadequence will go home this evening. He will remember that he wasn't able to get a 2 shield flex, and he will regret that going forwards. But he has got the game. He is in the driving seat in this Losers Round 2, and he can win this and really build up his championship points too.
The thing is, San Diego has Mantine to answer that Giratina Origin, as it is running Ice Beam instead of the Water Pulse that we've seen from Sandodu. However, Inadequence still has room to play against that Mantine. They both reach their charge move at the same time. Shadow Ball pays the 7 Shadow Claws, and of course Ice Beam reaches it at 7 wing attacks. Because Giratina Origin wins charge attack priority, it can actually do pretty fine in that matchup.
And it shouldn't go unsaid that Inadequence actually opted to go for an ABA team weak to Shadow Alolan Sandslash. He led a Cresselia and he had Giratina Origin in the back. So he really didn't want to see Shadow Alolan Sandslash. But as we discussed yesterday, a Cresselia with Future Sight can actually hit back.
Exactly. Cresselia wins the Zero Shield scenario against Shadow Alolan Sandslash, given that Shadow Alolan Sandslash has Powder Snow as the fast attack instead of Shadow Claw. Here, though, it could also be said that Cresselia can lure out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash on the switch in order to free up something like the Giratina in the back or the Wigglytuff even.
Inadequate, he is confident. He has been practicing. He has spent so much time training with his team, so much time growing his new beard. He will be looking to take this game number 2 and put himself well further into the bracket.
Let's see if he practiced tapping with all 4 of his fingers last night, as he will use this Wigglytuff to hopefully charm through something like an Annihilate or a Lickitung. I'd love to see some Wigglytuff action. I know it's quite controversial, but it's always fun to just see such a cute looking Pokemon just demolish something like an Annihilate.
And what do you do if you're Sanudigo here? You saw that your opponent was ABA weak to Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Do you think that they might call that you would lead it, and so you double guess that and you come in with something like a Mantine lead? What would you play if you were Sanudigo?
Honestly, Whiscash looks pretty good if it's up shields or up energy. Even the Cresselia becomes okay, as we saw there. Grass Knot is not enough to knock out in one go. So if you're able to get some debuffs, force the Cresselia to swap out, you might just have the play that you need.
What about a Whiscash safe swap in this game? Do you think that could be potent?
I can't argue with that, because if you are able to lure out the Cresselia, basically his best answer, you could free up something in the back like the Mantine.
Let's see what they go with. We've got the Annihilate into the Registeel. This is great for Sanudigo.
Let's take a look at the backlines, though. Giratina Origin is going to be the best response to the Annihilate. So, Inadequate swaps into Cresselia. This Cresselia is going to be hit with a Night Slash, though, and maybe causing Sanudigo to just throw this and dip into the Mantine, as he's strong with the Annihilate and a Whiscash to the Registeel and can simply allow the Mantine to soak up energy here.
He's staying in a little bit longer. He waits until Inadequate gets to the Future Sight before going into the Mantine. He's got a bit of energy on the Annihilate. Inadequate needs to make sure he doesn't forget that.
Inadequate raises an eyebrow when he sees the Mantine being swapped in. And I actually like this play from Sanudigo, understanding that he can put this game on either the back of the Whiscash or the Annihilate with the energy advantage. Ice Beam coming down onto the Cresselia. And the thing is, if Cresselia knocks out the Mantine here, he could have a great farm down opportunity with the Annihilate.
You say that, but if you look at both Annihilate and Whiscash, Sanudigo has so much flexibility. He could opt for either, and both can do a lot of damage to Inadequate's backline. Giratina Origin in the Great League isn't as bulky as it is in the Master League.
Giratina Origin has to be afraid of the Night Slashes from the Annihilate, and let's see what he decides to bring in. It is the Whiscash, and this is very interesting because you kind of have to take this Grass Knot to the face or shield it up. I think Sanudigo could go for a very aggressive mud shot farm down.
If Sanudigo is successful, no, he's not going to be, because Inadequate comes straight in with that Giratina Origin. And Sanudigo can't switch back into the Annihilate just yet because Giratina Origin puts out so much pressure with Shadow Claw.
Many players would opt to go for a Scald there. Oh my goodness, this is not something I ever thought I'd be seeing. Annihilate swapped into the Giratina Origin.
But this could be really smart from Sanudigo, because Whiscash in the back on the Registeel will be so good.
Exactly. Whiscash is still very healthy, and I think Sanudigo understands if I can get energy out of the Giratina here and then allow my Whiscash to sweep in the endgame, nothing will be wrong. Ominous Wind comes out to oh my goodness, that does a lot of damage. Ominous Wind, not known for being the strongest move in the meta game, but there it did a lot of damage.
Sanudigo needs to be really calculated here. He needs to have been counting the energy on the Giratina, be smart with his shield. He's successful with that one. Can he maximize his energy before throwing the Mud Bomb?
I think he just goes for the Mud Bomb here.
Will it be enough, Eric?
I think the Mud Bomb has to be enough. We saw one thrown earlier. If Inadequate shields us up, he will just be able to launch a Shadow Ball, and it's exactly what he does. Shields up the Mud Bomb, goes into the Registeel, tries to make a catch, and I think...
Okay, so we have to remember, the Giratina Origin doesn't have a Shadow Ball, it only has an Ominous Wind. So Sanudigo just needs to make sure that he doesn't get into Ominous Wind range and that he saves a Mud Bomb to throw at the Giratina in the late game.
Let's see, this Mud Bomb is not going to, it's not going to be enough to knock out the Registeel. Would have needed the Shadow Whiscash to win this matchup, but of course...
Inadequate reaches the Focus Blast. He smashes through the Whiscash and it goes down. Inadequate wins the series, and he is is through into the next round.
Inadequate's calm and collected, almost like he was expecting to win this match, but as he goes through the tournament, this is exactly what he needs, because he knows it is not over yet. This is just losers round 2. I cannot afford to lose another one, but of course, the hug, as we do in the Pokemon community, all the players are very friendly towards one another, very tight-knit community. But we'll have to see Inadequates go through lower bracket round 3 and the final, and then go to the grand final potentially. This is not what we had on our caster fantasy prediction.
It isn't, but in a way, we have given him so much confidence. He knew, oh, my colleagues, they've not picked me, that's going to spur me on, and it has. He has played so brilliantly this weekend.
Yeah, Inadequates is not messing around, and definitely that Giratina Origin has been one of the stronger picks I've seen out of all of the, I suppose, off-meta picks we've seen in this day 2, let's say Dragonair. Or
how do you get a Giratina Origin, Eric? How do you get one for Great League?
I think the best way to get a Giratina Origin for the Great League is come to a tournament like this. Players who are very dedicated most likely got the Giratina Origin from that free research where you needed to win 4 raids, and just talk to people, meet your locals, get on out there, meet up on Campfire even, and just get people to trade you that Giratina Origin. It is such a force to be reckoned with in the Great League, and in this tournament, I wouldn't say that Giratina Origin is weak. It's mostly because a lot of people haven't had the chance to pick one up yet, and if you do, you might just be early to the party as this new GBL, or Go Battle League season has just started.
That is right. Players had a free research which gave them the opportunity to get rare Great League legendary Pokemon such as Heatran, Cresselia, and Giratina for 2, 4, and 6 raids respectively, and a lot of those players will then trade with each other to get them eligible to get the best trained Pokemon for Great League. Inadequates has done that. You should do that too, because these Pokemon are a lot of fun to use.
Yeah, I remember one of our co-casters, the Leo Koning, was able to get the Giratina Origin Shiny at 1497 combat power yesterday in a trade. So very impressive. Congrats to him, as I know he was very excited about that. Said basically meant he won Utrecht, but of course.
What about Heatran? Do you think Heatran could ever have play in the Great League in Show 6 format?
Heatran is going to need a significant improvement to its fast move, Fire Spin. Right now, we don't really see any Pokemon using Fire Spin inside of the metagame. Most people prefer a Pokemon with Incinerate, that's like Talonflame, or Skeleturge, which both of them have won regionals already this season. But yeah, I think Fire Spin is just a little bit too weak for Heatran, and of course, taking the double super effective from Whiscash is just not great.
That's right, so for now, the presence of Whiscash makes it very difficult for Heatran, but Giratina, on the other hand, does have play, as well as Cresselia that we've seen. So let's go to our Giratina gamer, who's being interviewed by Thomas.
Thank you very much, Farid. I am here with Inadequates, and I must apologize. I think us casters have kind of underestimated you. You've just won your final battle, or your latest battle. You've reached top 8. How does it feel?
I must say I'm still a little bit bummed about my loss in the winners round. And I mean, with all due respect, like I had a really good opponent, of course, a tough team comp, but I was very prepared. And now I went into this battle like, well, here we go. I have a lot of loser battles to do. But, you know, I felt like I played very clean in these battles. Obviously, the first one was alignment. Not much that my opponent could have done there. The second game, I lost the lead, and I still had a good game plan to come back from that.
So it seems that now that you're on the losers bracket, there's not that much pressure.
You could say that I am a very good loser.
Very good?
You know
Say
what
it again?
No. I will not.
All right, well, perhaps you can keep winning then in the losers bracket. You're now in the top 8. There's not that many more players remaining. Who do you think you have the toughest matchup against?
Yeah, my first opponent today had a pretty rough team for me. Lurgan Rocket actually had a really rough team for myself and for Scafo99, but Scafo knocked him out, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. I am a little bit weak to Talonflame though, and Maxi does have that, but I can work with it.
All right, so the Talonflame, that's a pick you're running. That's a pick Scafo's running. It's also a pick Maxi is running. Was there a little bit of discussion here?
Not with Maxi. He's operating with the British and stuff. I don't know what he's doing, but no, not with Maxi. With Scafo, yes. He has almost the same team with me, but like I said yesterday, he has to save life for safer matchups over Giratina.
Yes, and the Giratina we saw have a lot of play in some of these battles. We're still convinced it's meta?
Oh no, it's absolutely not meta. It's like so
it's actually just not smart to play Giratina when Lickitung is the #1 Pokemon. But here we are.
It's working good. Let's see if it keeps working. For now, we're gonna head back into the battles. Thank you very much, Martijn. Take it away, Farid and Eric.
Thanks, Thomas and Inadequence. As we said, Scoffo and Inadequence have the same team, and I think Scoffo is really carrying Inadequence through this tournament. But Inadequence has really put up a great performance. We didn't predict that, and as Shaq would say, I'd like to apologize. I was not familiar with your game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Inadequence has to give huge credit to Scapo for doing all of the team building and the work behind the scenes. But Inadequence is piloting it well, so fair enough. We do have a video, on the other hand, for you now, where we have seen a huge success from our one and only Dancing Rob.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 European International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion, and we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godonhada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godonhada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Thank you so much, Speediest Chief, for that amazing video on our first world champion, Dancing Rob. Dancing Rob showed that even if you're in the loser's bracket, you're not down and out just yet.
That's absolutely true, but we are moving up to the winner's side of the bracket.
Oh, we are
now. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to look against I always get this wrong. Donnie WWW versus Pablo Dinas.
Donna WWW looking to pick up some more W's in this tournament.
Like it.
Versus Pablo Dinas. Both traders, this is their second match of the day. Have gone undefeated all tournament.
Yes.
So there is a lot of at stake here, but even if you don't take this victory, you still have a chance.
That's absolutely right. Donnie knocking down Scafo earlier on in the tournament, and Pablo Dinas knocking down Sanderdu, who was later knocked out completely of the tournament by 23 EJB. Both of these sides still in the winner's side. Like we said, this is the winner's semifinals. A lot on the line, but at the same point, we're talking about a lot less games have been played between these sides. They just keep on winning.
Yes. By the way, the teams have just shown up on screen. And these are pretty much the same lineups. The only difference, a Pelipper instead of a Mantine.
And also we have a Shadow Whiscash rather than the regular. Thomas, walk us through maybe where it would be advantageous to have that Shadow over the regular bulk of the Whiscash.
So with the regular Whiscash, you are much bulkier. You can get off many more charge attacks, thus get off more Scalds, get off more potential attack drops. However, where that Shadow really comes in useful is in matchups where that extra damage, extra 20% damage, where the Shadow does, comes in clutch. For example, against Lickitung, a Shadow Whiscash knocks out the Lickitung in pretty much 2 Scalds. A regular can't do that. It's gonna need 3 attacks. So in the Lickitung matchup, you're gonna prefer running the Shadow Whiscash, as when you have shields up at least, you could actually knock it out.
Interesting. Well, very also interesting leads here. We don't see many Pelipers, like you were talking about, pretty much going ahead and leading that and into a Lickitung safe swap. And I think we're going to once again see that little chip and dip strategy, getting this Weather Ball, doing a little bit of damage to this golden Lickitung before swapping into something else.
Likely gonna see his own Lickitung come out here. This is a tried and true strategy in this season of Pokemon Go. And we're just gonna see body slams flying left and right here.
We're gonna see tongues wagging, we're gonna see body slams flying. This one is about to connect on it, not worried at all at this point. Lickitung still in the green. 2 shields left on both sides and continuing to just lick away on both teams here. We don't know who wins charge attack priority unless these two have ever played against each other before, but it is going to be the Lickitung with the higher attack. That might come in handy a little bit later, but Pablo Dinas does have a lot of health, or I mean, lot of energy on his Lickitung.
Yes, he does, and he's gonna throw a body slam right now. Pablo Dinas, a Switch Timer, will be up a little earlier than Donna's Switch Timer, so he could potentially even catch a body slam onto his Annihilate, get a little bit of farm, and if Annihilate has some farm, it's not useless for the Pelipper.
That's absolutely true. Getting to those attacks very, very quickly. We know it is on Night Slash. Indeed, going up ahead and going for the heavier hitting Power Whip. This is going to be able to knock out the Lickitung most likely at this stage, and while still having a little bit of residual health and energy for the next Pokemon that comes in.
Yes, and it is likely gonna be that Annihilate, as it should be able to counter down the Lickitung. However, he could also decide to bring in Charger Bug, knowing that he's gonna have to rely on that to beat whatever Donna has left. He does opt to go with the Annihilate though, and gets the farm down before Donna is able to reach the Power Whip.
Yeah, needed that Power Whip because the Body Slam wouldn't be doing that much. Wanted to opt for that lick damage instead, and now Donna is waiting out that switch timer, and I think we're gonna see that Pelipper come back in, immediately met by a Charger Bug and a counter swap by Donna into a Charger Bug of his own, but this one has a Volt Switch advantage on Pablo Dinas' side.
Yes, he's gonna throw the X-Scissor immediately to secure that Volt Switch lead. Pablo Dinas now looking to be in a reasonable position.
Yeah, reasonable position, but there is a lot of energy, and there's 2 shields left on both sides. However, we have to see now the charge attack priority here. Winning by Pablo Dinas is actually very big, forcing that shield from Donnie as well.
Yeah, that's huge. Winning a charge attack priority here pretty much determines who's gonna win this matchup, especially after a full switch lead as well. Donna now throwing his first X-Scissor though.
Donna needs to get the energy of this Charger Bug out of the way as well, because the Pelipper does not want to see it at all. Knowing that he loses charge attack priority, goes ahead and throws one ahead when he knows that Pablo Dinas isn't even at the X-Scissor yet, forcing a shield on Pablo's side.
Pablo now gonna throw his own X-Scissor. Donna has a choice to make here. He could let this go. Maybe he takes it. But no, he decides to shield it up.
Gonna go ahead and shield it up. That is the safer call because he does have a lot of energy. I think once again we'll see him throw once before because he doesn't want to make sure that the X-Scissor connects. He's gonna get that last shield from Pablo as well. I mean, maybe if some Pelipper has some play with a very, very low health Charger Bug, we'll have to see because he continues to go. Waited to see if he was gonna switch out before throwing this X-Scissor.
Yeah, very good patience by Pablo Dinas there, making sure he hit the opposing Charger Bug with the X-Scissor, which is now down. Now it's Pelipper versus Charger Bug. Pablo Dinas gonna switch out, hoping to catch an attack, but Donna, patient. Actually, Pablo Dinas gonna reach a Shadow Ball before Donna's able to reach the Hurricane.
You saw it on Pablo's face, giving that little cheeky grin to the camera as he knew that Shadow Ball would be able to connect to this Pelipper, and though it's pretty much a positive matchup in the lead for Pelipper, it's not in the back end.
It is not. Once shields are down, these Shadow Balls just hit so hard. And here you can actually see one of the major downsides of Pelipper in comparison to Mantine. Mantine would have taken that attack.
Yeah, it would have been able to take that. Definitely still a lot of that electric damage, nothing that it wants to take. The Charger Bug is super dangerous, and it was really bold of Donna to lead the Pelipper when there's a potential Charger Bug on the team. It did work out for him, however, it just ended up with 2 shields down being not very good for him. It's the information that he took away, though, because now he knows that he does lose that charge attack priority between the Charger Bugs, which put him really on the back foot.
Yes, it did. Had he won the charge attack priority there, it would have still been a little bit more, a little bit difficult, as Pablo Dinas, of course, has that full switch advantage, but he would have been able to farm up a little bit more energy in that matchup.
So if you're Donna, how are you going to play this out? I mean, it's one of your roughest matchups, and you see it really play out the first time. Do you double down on Pelipper, or do you say, oh, now I'm a little bit scared to bring it in this second matchup?
It's a rough, very rough call. Pablo Dinas came with a very strong trio here of Annihilate, Lickitung, and Charger Bug, and there's nothing really on Donna's team that does very well there, except for his own Charger Bug. So that's definitely what I'm expecting Donna to bring. Besides that, likely the Lickitung, they're both going to bring that. And then I think the Annihilate was a great call by Pablo Dinas. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that by Donna as well.
You know what? I think that on paper, it looked like Donna probably had the team comp advantage. Of course, when you see a Pelipper versus Annihilate in the lead there, and the same Pokemon were in the back line. So a lot of times if you're just drawing a connection, a line to line saying, well, yes, this beats this is the same, so it should be in Donna's favor. However, it's just how the players play it out, and like you said, giving one Volt Switch advantage or getting one Switch advantage for a Pokemon can really turn these matches around.
And it did flip it around. Charger Bug is definitely gonna come every game from both players. Maybe we'll see Whiscash now. Seeing how strong Charger Bug was in the previous matchup, Whiscash is really the best answer to it.
Yeah.
So to stop that from happening again, we may just see it come out this time.
Of course, Whiscash, one of its hardest counters is in that Mantine as well, so perhaps Pablo Dinas will be reading Donna in this. It's a lot of games, even though it's on the screen, it's a lot of games being played in the mind as well. We have an Alolan Sandslash on the field against the Charger Bug. Gonna go ahead and get started. We see it as the Powder Snow already. I mean, look how fast this charges almost to that Ice Punch.
It's already there. Pablo Andina's gonna fire off the first charge attack of this game though. Discharge does a good chunk of damage to the Alolan Sandslash, but it doesn't knock out Donna. Lets it go.
And I think, Verdana, you're absolutely happy to see the Charger Bug here, because if you looked at Pelipper in the back, we saw it before, wants absolutely nothing to do with it, getting it at least as low as possible, hoping to see at least what Pablo Dinas is. And look, he already got a shield off of it, already added another Ice Punch, trying to catch a Annihilate, even trying to maybe snipe, and now the Pelipper comes into play.
Great reactions there by Donna, switching out that Alolan Sandslash instantly and bringing out the counter to Annihilate in Pelipper. Pablo Dinas baiting with a Night Slash. And it gets shielded by Donna. What a bait by Pablo Dinas.
A bait, and now the attack has risen, getting to another Night Slash because he knows he wins charge attack priority. Again, I'm loving these little grins that Pablo is giving, saying, oh yeah, okay, this is at least going my way a little bit. Look at that Pelipper already down to the red. Well, the Weather Ball is, because it was charge attack priority.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. This Weather Ball should now knock out the Annihilate. Pelipper still has a lot of energy, so even if the Charger Bug comes out, it's gonna have to take an attack from his Pelipper.
Yeah, that's a good play by Donna as well, saying, okay, well, at least I shielded up one of them. I know that I'm going to be able to get at least a little bit of chip damage off before the Pelipper goes down. Not going to be able to give too much of a farm either with the Volt Switches. And Pablo Dinas using both of his shields up on the Charger Bug, really recognizing how strong this Pokemon was for him in the very last game.
Yes, and considering there's a Lickitung in the back, Charger Bug is of course the least defensive Pokemon remaining, so often that's where you want to use your shields.
And going ahead, bringing in that Charger Bug, an immediate swap out to that Lickitung, like you were talking about. Just using this, Pablo says, okay, well, I don't have any shields left. I'm going to use the Lickitung as maybe a third or even fourth shield as this first X-Scissor comes in from Donna's side.
Exactly. I really like that Donna brought out the Charger Bug versus that opposing Charger Bug. By the way, even though he had an attack stored versus on the Alolan Sandslash, he knew that if Pablo Dinas would have switched in his Lickitung immediately, there was the risk of him catching that attack. So rather to switch in the Charger Bug, get off two X-Scissors, and now switching into the Alolan Sandslash to get off his Ice Punch and deny all this energy from the Lickitung.
Lickitung goes down, and the Alolan Sandslash about to go down as well to one Volt Switch, but it has done its job. There's still one shield left on Donna's side, but it is a race at this point. This X-Scissor will not be able to knock it out. He's going to need two more because of that shield, and Donna, meanwhile, just needs two more, maybe even one more at this point to take it out.
It's going to be very, very close. I am not sure if Pablo Dinas' Charger Bug is in X-Scissor range just yet, but I think we're about to find out. Donna shields up this X-Scissor and has one loaded of its own.
Coming down to the wire here, this battery is charging, and it's also charging up all of the bubbles on this, making an excellent X-Scissor. Will this be enough to take it out? It is!
It is. Knocks out the Charger Bug, and Donna takes game number 2.
Again, we are on the winner side of the bracket in this best of 3. The person who wins this next battle will remain on the winner side, and the loser will be knocked down to the losers semifinal as well. Well, they will continue their run in this double elimination tournament.
Exactly. So pressure is on, but maybe not as on as in the losers bracket, of course. Still, momentum now in Donna's favor. Took game number 2. Must be feeling pretty good. Again, he brought the Pelipper. Very risky pick in the face of that Charger Bug on the opposing side, but worked out this time as he did get it aligned to the Annihilate.
Yeah, really doubling down on it as well. Even though he shielded Night Slash bait, even though the Annihilate got a boost afterwards, being able to be calm and collected about it, store up enough energy to throw not only a Weather Ball at the Annihilate, but also at the Charger Bug, really came in clutch for Donna.
Exactly. I think the pivotal play here was switching in the Charger Bug versus Pablo Dinas' Charger Bug, even though he had an attack stored on the Alolan Sandslash, predicting the Lickitung to come in, and then being able to double X-Scissor and take out the Lickitung with the Ice Punch stored to deny so much energy of the opposing Lickitung.
That's what we call a combination play a lot of times, knowing that you win charge attack priority, so you're going to be able to throw before another Pokemon does, and having that charge attack stored is a really great way to get off a little bit of extra energy. I especially like the play because the Alolan Sandslash was such low health, it didn't give the next Charger Bug an opportunity to farm any more Volt Switches. Only got one more Volt Switch off of that Alolan Sandslash.
Yep, this is very true. Going into this next match, we saw Donna in game number 2 bring Alolan Sandslash and Charger Bug. Pretty weak to a potential Whiscash, but he also brought the Pelipper, which is very strong. If you're in Pablo Dinas' shoes right now, would you consider ever bringing that Whiscash?
I don't know. The problem is when there is a Pelipper or when there is a Mantine on the other sides, it just negates a lot of this. It was something that Tomahawk was talking about yesterday when he was talking about building a team for this Show 6 Pick 3 in this Timeless Travels meta, where he said you really need either a Whiscash on your team or a counter to a Whiscash. And I think in these flyers that we've really found pretty good counters to the Whiscash, making them a little bit unreliable to bring. But let's see if they're going to bring in Game 3 as we see the Lickitung against the Charjabug in this decisive Game 3.
Charjabug comes out once again. This time, whoa, and a Whiscash in the back actually to counter it as well from Pablo and Dinas. Doesn't have the Charjabug aligned exactly where it wants it, but this is still a very fine matchup for the Lickitung.
Yeah, Lickitung going to be able to tank these a little bit better than any other of the Pokemon. Meanwhile, still being able to dish out the body slams, and the licks are going to start adding up on the Charjabug as well. So much energy on this Lickitung, throwing right before as well. I like this play. Body slam going to be able to connect. And Donnie, no shields using on the Charjabug.
Yeah, it doesn't do that much to the Charjabug, but once licks start adding up, the next one will knock out the Charjabug. Charjabug now going for another X-Scissor. This won't knock out the Lickitung, but should bring it into the red.
It's going to be brought down to the red, but the Lickitung still has a lot of energy as well, going up a little bit more, throwing on really nice timing here. And this body slam might actually be enough now with at least an additional lick to knock out the Charjabug. And it looks like Donnie's okay letting it go down. He is almost at the X-Scissor himself, not able to make it.
Just barely doesn't reach the X-Scissor. Now he has a decision to make. Do you bring out the Lickitung or a Pelipper? Brings out the Lickitung. Doesn't want to take those charge attacks on the squishier Pelipper. So instead, use the Lickitung here as an additional shield.
And you know what, Thomas? I think we're going to see a lick down on this normal type Pokemon. Donnie's Lickitung is going to come out with a ton of energy. It's going to definitely take another body slam, but he's going to come out with a lot of energy. And now he'll have a body slam of his own to throw at whatever comes in the back.
This energy is going to be so valuable into Pablo and Dinas' backline. We see the Charjabug, we see the Whiscash. Whiscash obviously does not want to take a Power Whip, but Charjabug also doesn't like taking the body slams from his Lickitung. So this incredible play by Donna, licking down the opposing Lickitung.
I mean, you would think that normally this would not be the play, because as you can see, the Lickitung's already in the pick. And it looks like a really heads-up play by Pablo Dinas, saying, oh, that Pelipper was in Game 1. It was in Game 2. I haven't seen it yet. I'm making a call in the back, shielding up this Whiscash, though, because the Power Whip would do so much. And now we see the Pelipper only to be met with the Charjabug.
Wow, incredible read by Pablo and Dinas there. This is exactly where you want the Charjabug to be aligned. These Volt Switches already adding up, counting perfectly. It knows it's going to be Hurricane, lets the Weather Ball go.
And to go ahead and connect. Meanwhile, just charging up a lot of energy of his own. You might see a full farm down, not before Donnie gets to yet another Weather Ball, forcing the shield from Pablo Dinas, because he wants to be able to, says, now it's my turn to farm. I recognize what you did there. I am going to come out with a lot of energy as well. Going one Volt Switch, now almost 100 energy thrown at this Lickitung.
Lickitung already has a body slam stored, though. Donna has 2 shields, but he lets it go.
Hunter lets his X-Scissor go, bringing the Lickitung down to the red. It's his last Pokemon. He knows that there was 2. I guess it says, okay, well, I'm going to have to do something. He'll have to use his shields at one point. This is the decisive Game 3. He does have that Body Slam sword, like you said, and just charging up a little bit of energy before throwing this Body Slam of his own. No Protect Shields remaining on Pablo's side. The real question is, will Donnie be able to reach a Power Whip for the Whiscash?
It's going to be so close. Whiscash already at a Mud Bomb, doesn't throw it quite yet. Gonna farm to 2, but it's charge attack priority with the Power Whip. Mud Bomb gonna get shielded. It's all gonna come down to if this Power Whip knocks out the Whiscash.
If the Whiscash is not very defense weighted, we'll have to see, because it's getting a charge attack priority with the second Mud Bomb. So if it doesn't knock out, Pablo Dinas may have this game. It's all down to whether this Power Whip can knock it out.
It does not. Wow, the regular Whiscash coming in clutch here. Shadow Whiscash would not have taken that, but regular Whiscash bulky enough to take the Power Whip, knock out the Lickitung with the Mud Bomb, and Pablo Dinas moves on to the winners finals.
Pablo Dinas has been playing out of his mind in this tournament. Again, we were talking yesterday and he said, you know, I'm just very inconsistent. I'm either in the top cut or I am going home after, you know, a 0-2 or a 1-2 loss. Today he's saying, no, this is my day. Look at me, I'm still on the winner side of the bracket. I am crushing the competition.
I would not call that inconsistent. I would call it efficient.
Oh, there you go. Yes, he's just maximizing the times that he's going to be winning. He wants to save them all for one special event or one regional.
Exactly, and again in the winners final, so it's clearly working. Looking forward to seeing more of him, but we will be seeing more of Dana as well, as he's still not out yet. Again, it's double elimination bracket, which means that you have to lose twice to be out of the tournament. So Dana, now moving into the losers bracket, still has a chance to make it.
Yeah, we are in our top 8, so definitely there's going to be some really good battles coming up. We got to see who's going to be the special event champion here in Utrecht. Will it be Status Stan? He's still in the running, and he was last year's as well. So it's like, okay, maybe he wants to kind of keep his title.
Yes, definitely. There's some very good competitors left. Staristan running the same team as Dana, actually. So maybe he can make it work just a little better in his next winners round.
A lot of these teams are running very similar team compositions. We talked about it before. Status Dan running the same as Dana, who is running a very similar team as Pablo Dinas, who was running the same as San Hudigo, who was recently just knocked out by Inadequence. Inadequence is running a very similar team to Scafo 99.
Yes, a lot of similar teams working very well in this tournament. We see the Man team working out very well.
Interesting,
for
right?
Man team, Alolan Sandslash core, especially for Dana, for Staristan, and then for Scafo and Martijn, that Wicked Tough Talonflame combination working very well. This next match though, we got a battle of Dutchies. Staristan and Normalheim, 2 local players here duking it out in the winner semis.
And we have seen the team by Statistan quite a bit, but we have to bring attention to it. Some Pokemon that are on Normalheim's team as well, because again, that Shadow Golbat has been a menace on the field to all of Normalheim's opponents.
Oh, it has been. We saw it put in so much work versus Inadequance earlier. He had, his best answer was Registeel, which wasn't even that great of an answer. Staristan, though, being a lot more prepared for it with that Charger Bug, with the Alolan Sandslash, running Powder Snow. Golbat definitely does not want to see that.
And we were talking about the Man teams a little bit earlier. It's another fun thing to bring to attention, how different movesets they've been having as well. Aerial Ace seems to be common on every single one of them. We did see a couple of Water Pulses, but this one is on Bubble Beam as its secondary charge attack.
Yes, Bubble Beam will be able to debuff the attack stat, guaranteed whenever you use it of any of Normalheim's Pokemon. Speaking of Pokemon, we got it on screen right now. Also, running the Alolan Sandslash and Charger Bug combination, which will be very good against that Man team on Staristan's side. Very interesting Pokemon on Normalheim. We've already talked about it, the Shadow Golbat, but the Pokemon I really want to bring up is the Shadow Poliwrath. A Pokemon we saw very often at the start of the season in Stuttgart, but now that Annihilape has been released, we rarely see it anymore.
We rarely see it. I mean, it does have a really good, really bad matchup against the Annihilape. The Annihilape is choosing to be the best fighter. However, it does have Icy Wind, which is a guaranteed debuff attack as well. So Poliwrath definitely still has play, and there is no, besides the Annihilape, there's no really hard counters. I don't know. I think that it's still a good Pokemon.
I think it is.
It's just more difficult to play with the Rise of the Ape.
Yes, I agree. But I think it may have some play into Staristan's team, that Lickitung, that Alolan Sandslash and Whiscash really don't want to see Poliwrath, and Scald just hits so hard on Charger Bug and Annihilape.
Yeah, we've been talking about the Scald debuffs that the Whiscash has. I mean, the Poliwrath has just the same opportunity, and since this one is a Shadow, actually, Normalheim has 3 Shadows on his team.
Yes,
this is and it's ones that are already a little bit what we would call squishy, or doesn't have a lot of bulk to them. I mean, the Alolan Sandslash, obviously, as a Shadow Pokemon, is not going to be able to take much. But like you said before, if I'm going for a Shadow, I'm going for that extra damage. I'm not expecting it to be in the battle for that long.
Exactly. The best defense is offense. Is Normalheim's motto here. Though, he is also pairing those Shadows with the Poison Fang to drop the defense of the opponent even more. So he just wants to stack as much damage as possible.
Yeah, not only are they going to be potentially debuffed in attack, they're going to be debuffed in their defenses as well. He's just really slowly stripping away all advantages that his opponents maybe could have. Statistan, however, he's playing a similar game. Since we talked about that, Man team is running Bubble Beam as well.
That could prove to be very valuable in the Lickitung matchup, especially that Bubble Beam makes that matchup much more consistent than any of the other movesets. So I do expect me maybe seeing it come out here. It's very good versus Whiscash, very good versus Poliwrath, okay versus Lickitung. Doesn't really love seeing Alolan Sandslash, but there's play here, as we saw in an earlier matchup between Staristan and Dinoski. So it's really just a charge bug that Mantine has to watch out for.
Yeah, I really want to also draw attention to if we will see as much Shadow Golbat in this, because if there's no Alolan Sandslash, I mean, that has a lot of targets as well, especially if it's on Powder Snow, which I believe Status Stance is that Golbat really doesn't want anything to do with it.
No, it does not. Normalheim does have two really good answers to the Alolan Sandslash in Poliwrath, which really likes seeing Alolan Sandslash, and then Whiscash, which is very good versus Alolan Sandslash. So that might scare away that Pokemon just a bit, but then there's also still the Charger Bug. Normalheim doesn't really have an amazing answer to that, except for the Whiscash.
We're going to go ahead and see as we get right into the game number one. We see the Annihilate against the Charger Bug, two of the Pokemon that we've been talking about. They're doing very well for both of these trainers, and it looks like they're both going to go ahead and stay and get a little bit of energy and see how this plays out.
Yes, even though the counters are resisted here, this is an okay matchup for Annihilate, as a Shadow Ball will do so much. This charge getting fired off, Sun knows he can take it, he lets it go. Annihilate being brought into the yellow though.
Being brought into the yellow, but still a lot of energy. We talked about that Shadow Ball doing so much, Status Sand going, not messing around, going straight for it here. Does Normalheim call this? No, he just lets it go. We're gonna see how much it does to the Charger Bug.
Almost knocks out the Charger Bug, but it doesn't. He brings out the Lickitung, and Stan brings out the Charger Bug in response.
And this was a very interesting and perhaps calculated amount of energy and damage to the Lickitung, because normally, like we said, we'd like to do a chip and dip strategy to ensure that the Lickitung will be able to lose at least that middle matchup, but maybe that was not quite enough damage on the Lickitung to ensure that it's going to lose against his Charger Bug.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he also built up to a Night Slash, so it's stored for later, which is really nice. And I believe with those counters, maybe almost in double X's range, it's going to be very close.
It's going to be close. We all know that Stan is a mathematician. He is a person who knows all of his counts. So if he thinks it's enough, I'm going to go ahead and rely on his counts here. Meanwhile, he's always got some shields to use if he thinks that he's not going to be able to take that middle game. No, it looks like he does think he's going to survive. Going to go ahead and let that go through on the Charger Bug. Still in the red.
Charger Bug hanging on, full switching down the Lickitung. Starstan has the switch advantage here, but Poliwrath comes out. You could see it on Stan's face. He does not like seeing the Poliwrath. Whiscash has some player, but it's not a great matchup.
It's not a great matchup, and there was one counter advantage as well. Still being able to throw first, going for the Mud Bomb. He's going to go for the more effective, although potentially not going to lower the defenses like the Scald would, or the attack with the Scald would. But it's getting shielded up by Normalheim.
Yes, it is. Normalheim not messing around, going for the Icy Wind instead of the harder hitting Scald. Wants to guarantee the attack drop here, and also gets a shield with this Icy Wind.
Attack, fall, and now whatever the Whiscash is throwing is not going to be as effective. Meanwhile, just still punching away, going ahead and going over energy, knowing, okay, no matter what this Whiscash throws, its attack has been debuffed. I don't really care. I know I can tank this one, letting it go through.
Yeah, even though it's a Shadow Poliwrath, after his debuff doesn't do it. Oh, Stun, catching the Icy Wind. I think he may have wanted to attempt to try to go for Shadow Ball here, but instead catches. May still work out in his favor, though.
Yeah, he's cleared the debuff on the Whiscash. Whiscash does have a lot of energy. This may force the next shield, and yes, Normalheim does not want to take that on the Poliwrath. Not sure if it could hang on for very much longer. Meanwhile, just continuing to punch away. It does have some energy, but Stan does have a shield.
Throws the Icy Wind. Stan has a shield, like you said, so he's gonna use it right here. Now, he could throw the Mud Bomb immediately to take out the Poliwrath, but there's still a Charger Bug as well, so he's gonna throw another Mud Shot. I think expecting Normalheim to bring in the Charger Bug, but Normalheim stayed in, countered down the Whiscash, and takes game number one here.
Fantastic plays by these two Dutch battlers. You're seeing just a showcase of skill here on the screen. And also, I mean, what I really want to point out is Status Sand is so calculated. I wasn't sure if that would be enough energy with the mid-game with just a couple of punches from the Annihilate before switching to the Charger Bug. It was exactly the right amount. Stan played that to perfection. Unfortunately for him, with the Poliwrath in the back, there was just not much he could do in that scenario.
Yeah, Poliwrath proving that it's not out just yet. Annihilate may be the main fighter right now, but Poliwrath still has a lot of play. One of the actually great counters to Whiscash, as we just saw. You don't need to bring Mantine, just bring Poliwrath.
Yeah, there we go. We'll take some notes for everyone. I mean, obviously, the Poliwrath really doesn't want to see the Mantine either.
True.
So, I mean, it was just a whole, like, it was a very risky play. It played off very well for him. Like you were saying, it does so well against a lot of Status Sand's team. However, the stuff that hard counters it really hard counters the Poliwrath.
This is very, very true, but with the pressure that Charger Bug puts onto Stadastan's team, with him only having Whiscash as a real response to the Charger Bug, bringing a Mantine is so risky.
That is true, and we have to remember, even though we haven't really seen Normalheim play that much this season, he is obviously a very good battler. If he is in the winners semi-finals here, which means he hasn't dropped a game yet, he's been knocking down many opponents that we've seen throughout this 2024 season do so incredibly well. We're hopping right into game number 2. This is also a great lead for Normalheim with the Whiscash against the Charger Bug.
Stan staying in for one Volt Switch and then switching out into his Lickitung here, Normalheim, being able to hit this Scald very, very quickly onto the incoming Lickitung.
Yeah, he wants to stay in, he wants to see if he's going to get that attack debuff. He doesn't really need to even be wary of the Power Whip yet because he can swap out, and that's exactly what he does, going into his own Lickitung. We've seen it time and time again. Stan has a lot of energy. He also probably knows how he wants to play out this matchup because, again, it's something that happens so frequently here in Go.
Yes, it does, it does. We have another Lickitung mirror. Body Slam is getting fired off right now. I want to point out, Stadastan has that Annihilate in the back, so maybe once this matchup is over and Normalheim will likely take switch advantage, that Annihilate could get some farm onto the Lickitung, and Annihilate with energy is just so dangerous for anything Normalheim has on his team.
That's absolutely true. Even like the Golbat, which we see here, which would be doing a nice amount of damage, doesn't want to be taking those Shadow Balls. Meanwhile, the Lickitungs, we're still in this mid-game here. Stan going ahead, throwing at just the time, and he doesn't want to see who wins charge attack priority. He just wants to make sure there's some damage on this Lickitung.
Yes, needs to get as much damage into the Lickitung as possible. I really like that Normalheim is farming up over the Body Slams, by the way. Doesn't want to give Stan the opportunity to switch out when the Lickitung is low in energy, because now if Stan would switch out, the Lickitung can throw Body Slams. Oh, they're going to charge that priority tie, and Normalheim wins it.
Wow, good information to have in game number 2 here. As you can see, both of them were seeing if they could click it at the same time. Stance goes down and now comes into Charger Bug instead to gain a lot of energy. This is also a play here because there's, not a lot that wants to take these discharges or X-scissors from the Charger Bug.
Yeah, I really like this. Going in Charger Bug, as you can get more Volt Switches off, then Annihilate would get counters. And health may not even be that important on the Charger Bug right now, as the Scald would do so much anyway. Now has so much energy. First X-scissor coming out right now, and he even has another one loaded.
Exactly right. As you can see, the Whiscash still in the green, but just barely. This X-scissor will be able to continue to chunk away at it, and then we might see yet another pivot going on. Or, maybe Stadastan says, okay, the Charger Bug's done its job. No, going straight into the Annihilate, wants to get as much energy as possible, and you see Normalheim shaking his head. Yes, he's like, okay, this is where I want to see it when I have 2 shields in the back.
Even just goes for the Poison Fang straight away. Doesn't play around. Stan knows it's just a Poison Fang, but this is fine. He lets it go, and now the wing attacks are just going to do so much.
Wing attacks are doing a lot. Night Slash going through here. It is shielded. This is a bait. However, there is a potential for a boost, but at this point, with the wing attack damage still going on, and maybe even going to go for a full farm down to Poison Fang, the last remaining Pokemon in the back.
Stan gonna go for another Night Slash here. Does Normalheim shield it up? He does not. Knows it cannot be a Shadow Ball. Golbat still so much health remaining, but this is a nice amount of Volt Switch farm down for the Charger Bug, perhaps.
There is, and he knows it's just a Poison Fang. The problem is, I believe that this is the last Pokemon for Stan, so that means that defense has fallen. It's going to remain fallen for the rest of the game, and Normalheim is able to get to yet another Poison Fang, forcing that shield off of Stadastan, but he will be able to Volt Switch down, like you said.
Stadastan now 1 shield, or 0 shields remaining. Normalheim still has 1, but also has a Mud Bomb, and this will knock out the Charger Bug. Normalheim will be moving on to that winners finals.
Normalheim with a combination play, knowing that he had that Mud Bomb basically stored in the Whiscash. Once the shields were down, he knew that the Whiscash could go to town, taking the game off of Stadastan and staying in the winner's side of the bracket.
Yes, our hometown hero, Normalheim, in the winners finals, where he will be facing off against Pablo Dinas.
Yeah, we just saw Pablo Dinas playing earlier. It had a very similar team to Stadastan. So I think if you're Normalheim, you're saying, hey, okay, I just did this.
Yeah.
I think I can do it again. But if you're Pablo, you're saying, okay, I see his playstyle. I've seen the way that he's thinking. It was obviously a great calculated risk. I wonder if Pablo Dinas might play a little bit riskier to be able to defeat Normalheim.
Yes, both these trainers, even though they haven't played each other, they will have gathered a lot of information on each other, on how they like to play against those teams. So that will be a very interesting winners finals. By the way, Stan, even though he just lost, still in. Still in losers bracket. We may still see more of him today.
Exactly. I'm hoping so, because again, in my fantasy caster draft picks, I picked Statistan as one of mine. 23's EJB and him are still in the top 8, so I think I'm still like in the running for a potential win here.
Oh, you are. You made such a risky call by picking 3 traders from the same group, but looking back at it, it's actually kind of smart, because they both made it out, and seeing as they both made it out from the same group, they were guaranteed to not face until later into the tournament.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to go ahead and say. It was tactic, strategic, and all of those, yes. And not just me not looking at the bracket to see who was in the same pot.
Well, I also still got one of my fantasy picks in the top 8 in Scafo.
That's true.
So I hope to see him doing well today. Actually, we're going to have a fantasy caster picks battle next. We get 23 EJB versus Scafo.
It's going to be a good one to see. These are both of our picks, not even just picks, because I believe Lurgan Rocket, who was the pick of Tomahawk, was recently knocked out of the tournament by, I think it was Scafo 99.
It was,
in this position that he is in now.
So, I guess we are doing the best right now. This might decide who wins the entire caster draft.
Yes, but not the whole tournament. Although, like we said, both of these players still in the running. This is the loser side of the bracket, however, so it is a big or go home moment. Let's take a moment to look at the teams. We've talked about it. We've hinted at it a little bit before. Scafo 99 running a very interesting off-meta pick of that Wigglytuff.
And it's looking so good here. There's no steel types, there's no poison types, there's no fire types. There's nothing that resists the charm damage on 23 EJB's team.
Just EJB's charming personality, perhaps.
Exactly. Beat fire with fire?
That's right. That's the only way you got to do it at this time. Yeah, I know. I think if you're EJB, you're kind of looking at this team and thinking, I might be in a bit of a pickle here. But we did see that Scafo did lose earlier with that Wigglytuff because of some potential 2-shield scenarios and a Shadow Whiscash, which I believe 23 EJB has on his team as well.
I do believe he has the Shadow Whiscash, and Wigglytuff versus Whiscash is much better for the regular Whiscash actually, but Shadow Whiscash, if you can get an early debuff, still does very well there, as those Scalds just do so much. 2 will knock out, and if you get a debuff, the charms just don't do enough.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll have to see if this will be a similar thing that knocked him down to the losers bracket, where 2 Scalds was enough to knock out the Wigglytuff, and he just didn't have enough energy for what was in the back. I know if you're 23 EJB, you are probably paying attention to that very matchup.
Yo, definitely. I would expect 23 EJB to leave the Lickitung on the bench perhaps, as that is his only real hard losing matchup to the Wigglytuff. So if you're expecting that, you may want to consider bringing something like Whiscash and Dugong instead, 2 Pokemon that deal with the Wigglytuff very well in neutral scenarios.
I mean, Whiscash is looking very strong for 23 EJB, but he really needs to be wary of the Cresselia on Scafo's side. This Cresselia is going to be doing very nice damage against it, and it's going to be able to take it out with those grass nuts.
Oh, Cresselia is looking very good for Scafo indeed, not only being the Whiscash, also being very good versus Dugong, and just the bulk that Cresselia has, even in losing matchups like versus Charjabug, it can put in so much work still.
So this is going to be a really good game. Remember, 23 EJB, he was the Bochum regional champion in the previous season, and I mean, maybe he said, okay, I wasn't able to make it to the Germany regionals, I didn't do quite so well there, maybe it's my time to shine here in Utrecht.
Exactly. EJB going for a 2nd title here. Scafo hasn't reached top 3 yet ever. He is trying to go for a medal. Scafo, he is accomplished as well though, as he is the highest finishing European in the World Championships of last season.
And I don't want to, rub salt in the wound either, but at EUIC last season, I believe that, I mean, you guys played against each other, and he really played out of his mind to beat you there. We just saw him play out of his mind to beat Lurgan Rocket in a matchup that looked very favorable for Lurgan Rocket right up until the end. I mean, do you think that Scafo has what it takes to knock out another regional champion?
Oh, he definitely does. Scafo is an absolutely incredible player, but so is EJB, of course. So this is truly gonna be a match of titans here.
Yeah, EJB also competed in the first ever World Championship for Pokemon Go, winning in the last chance qualifier to be able to play in the tournament. So not technically a regional competition, but he did win one of those as well. If he does win in Utrecht, he would be right behind Colin Six as the second person in Europe to win to be first place in 2 titles.
That'd be very, very interesting. Also, I do just want to point out, in EUIC 2023, where Scaffo got his Worlds invite, he beat me to get his Worlds ticket. EJB in the last chance qualifier also beat me to get the win there.
So what you're saying is we just need to beat you to get our Worlds qualifications. It should be the new prerequisite?
I guess that's one way to do it.
Well, I think a lot of people are actually feeling very happy that you're behind the desk, knowing that what a your accomplished PvP battler you are yourself. If you are battling against the team that you see on Scaffo's team, what are your thoughts of that if you are 23 EJB?
Wishcash. Wishcash
all the way.
Has gotta come every single game. Bring maybe Charjabug, maybe even that Lickitung. Initially I said maybe don't bring Lickitung because Scaffo's likely to bring that Wigglytuff, but you know, Lickitung still has some play there, so perhaps Lickitung is the way, just to be a little stronger versus that Cresselia that Scaffo's likely bringing.
And also want to bring it to attention, we've seen so many Mantines. This one is running the newly buffed Water Pulse on 23 EJB side. We're seeing the Cresselia into the Charjabug. This is a great lead for 23 EJB. Those X-Scissors are really going to start chunking away, and it takes quite a while to be able to get to that future site. An immediate swap out to the Vigoroth, now met by the Gligar.
Vigoroth has an okay matchup into Gligar, even though the counters are resisted. Polyslam just really adds up. And now that the Vigoroth has a little bit of an energy lead, it will be able to easily outpace this Gligar.
And also a little bit of advantage for the Vigoroth too is it's a normal typing. It's not a fighting type Pokemon, even though it's using a fighting type fast attack. So these wing attacks and these aerial aces are going to be hitting it for the super effective damage that it would against a fighter.
Exactly, so this aerial ace does a chunk, but it doesn't really do quite enough to put the Vigoroth into the red. Scaffo farming up, charge attack priority with the aerial ace and gets off the body slam.
Going ahead and throwing that and getting that shield off of 23 EJB as well, because he wants to try to win that middle matchup. He had a great alignment at the beginning with the Charjabug against the Cresselia. Wants to try to get that line right back up again, and it looks like he might be able to do so as the Vigoroth goes down. The Cresselia comes back in, and I think Cresselia's going to have to at least throw the Grass Knot at this, because otherwise he's going to be able to get to the dig.
Scaffo not throwing a grass, not content with taking this dig, likely just wants to take a bunch of energy into this next matchup.
And we're going ahead and saving the shields too, and I think that maybe 23 EJB is like, wait, he's still got 2 shields. I wonder what could be in the back. Meanwhile, this Grass Knot going through on a very low health Gligar. 23 EJB very content to let the Gligar go down, and I'm gonna guess in comes that Charjabug.
It does come in. Scaffo can throw the future sight now before EJB even reaches the X-Scissor. And he knows shields this. This will do a ton of damage.
This is going to bring it very down low into the yellow, but meanwhile, now the Wigglytuff comes in. There is a lot of energy left. Going for the heavier hitting discharge here. 23 EJB shaking his head, thinking maybe he could have gone for an X-Scissor here, because he will be able to get to 1 more charge attack.
2 shields still remaining on Scaffo's side. I think Scaffo realized there's got to be that Wishcash in the back, so I need to keep those shields for the heavier hitting Scalds or Mud Bombs. 23 at EJB, playing it a little safe, not trying to go for that coin flip debuff, instead just throwing the Mud Bomb.
Yeah, Mud Bomb is going to be doing actually a nice amount of damage. Wants to be able to get that off before the Icy Wind comes through. Unfortunately for 23 EJB here, this was guaranteed to debuff the attack of the Shadow Wishcash, so it's not going to be doing that extra damage that the Shadows do, but it is going to still be taking all that extra damage like a Shadow does. Almost up to 2 Mud Bombs here. The next attack going through, and it looks like Scaffo's just nodding his head. Is he going to use this shield?
He does not. Wigglytuff hangs on with just 1 HP, but get Mudshell down before it can even get off another charm.
And meanwhile, this Wishcash is already at Scald here, throwing it at Scaffo's Cresselia. Cresselia is going to have a lot of bulk, but will it be able to survive?
It does. It does take the Scald. Gets to a Grass Knot here. Oh, Scaffo knows it's over. There's still a Charjabug on the side of EJB as well.
And the Charjabug was 1 volt switch away from an X-Scissor, I believe.
It was, so Scaffo would have needed to farm up to 2 Grass Knots there in order to win the game, and he realized what's over. So let's just finish this quickly. Mudshot me down. and we're gonna head right into the next matchup.
Yeah, and you can see the two trainers, they're talking to each other about it as well. These guys, even though they're competitors, they're playing against each other right now, they still know each other. They're still friends. I mean, they've had chances and opportunities to play against each other in the past. I mean, there's been so many good community socials and getting to hang out at these events. They're definitely familiar with each other's names.
Oh, 100%. And they also know each other's playstyle pretty well. They've played each other, they've seen each other play. So this is just gonna add to the mind games that happen in these best of threes. EJB now ahead, Scaffo on the back foot, may need to make a risky call for this next game.
Yeah, I think that they've had a pretty, I don't want to say this in a bad way because obviously it's been working for Scaffo really, really well, but a bit of a predictable lineup there with the double shielded Wigglytuff in the back, maybe going and throwing the spaghetti at the wall, seeing now what's going to go ahead and stick. We have a Sableye against the Gligar here in the lead, and this again is pretty neutral, but this is again a Shadow Gligar.
Shadow Gligar will take a lot of damage from these foul plays, but it's still a Gligar. It still has enough defense, so EJP gonna let it go. Foul play hits, brings it into the yellow.
And brings it to the yellow, just continuing to chunk away here, gonna charge up to almost 100 energy before throwing the heavier hitting attack. This should be enough to bring at least down to the very, very low red, maybe hoping for the wing attack down, and no shield from Scaffo as this connects, and it looks like he will be able to completely wing attack down. This is great for 23 EJB.
That's huge. Scaffo bringing in the Vigoroth here, trying to get a counter down, but EJB reaches the dig with his Shadow Gligar.
Gligar is putting in the work here. I mean, I'm sure it's backwards from shoveling all of that dirt into the dig of the first and the dig to the Vigoroth.
Scaffo going for the body slam here, not even farming up to that rock slam. But EJB shielding anyway, expecting that Wigglytuff in the back, knows that he has to use his shields early, and Scaffo brings out the Wigglytuff now.
Scaffo bringing in that Wigglytuff and going ahead for the heavier hitting attack one more time here, going for the discharge. I wonder if we'll see once again a quick swap into that Whiscash, maybe hoping to get off as many mud bombs as possible. The Wigglytuff just continuing to charm away, as you can see. Again, Shadows take 20% more damage. This Whiscash is almost down to the yellow just from fast attacks alone.
EJB firing off yet another ground charge attack in this game with the Mud Bomb coming out. Wigglytuff also added charge attack now, throwing the Icy Wind again, guaranteed to get an attack drop on the Whiscash.
And guaranteed to get a shield from 23 EJB as his last one is used here to protect up that Whiscash. There are no protect shields remaining on his side, but he will be able to reach 2 Mud Bombs if last game was any indication. Scaffo was barely able to hang on to the last time, so it's a pretty similar matchup, forcing him to shield this one up, but there's another one almost right behind.
EJB farming up a little extra here, throwing this Mud Bomb in the middle of the second charm. This should knock out at this point, and unless the Vigoroth can get a farm down here, EJB should have this in the pocket.
Oh, he might be able, no, a Mud Bomb does connect. 23 EJB is just playing on fire here. These Mud Bombs have been coming out one after another, many to the Wigglytuff, now into the Vigoroth to take it down and take the series.
Well done by 23 EJB here, winning that match on the back of that Whiscash. Just putting in so much work as always. Not even throwing any scalds. I think he only threw Mud Bombs with that Whiscash.
I think that was a really smart heads up by 23 EJB, because like you said, even though the scalds would do more damage and have the potential to debuff, he needed to get off his charge attacks quickly. There was shields left on the field, and he needed that Wigglytuff out of there because you saw how much the charms just chunked away at those Pokemon. I mean, I also want to note though, that Shadow Gligar, I mean, you talked about Whiscash putting in work, that Shadow Gligar put in a lot of work in game 2.
Yes, it did. Just put Scaffo on the back foot immediately. That dig doing enough damage to where he could farm down with wing attacks before the second foul play was just massive.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a high risk play as well, because a lot of times people go for the aerial ace because even if it's shielded, then they still have some energy for later. If Scaffo would have shielded up that dig, it would have put 23 EJB on the back foot. So kind of a risky call, but it really paid off for him.
This is again a case of knowing your opponent's tendencies. Like we said, 23 EJB and Scaffo have been playing in the circuit for a while. They've maybe played each other. They've definitely seen each other play, and it was game 2, so they had some information from game number 1. And I think EJB realized that Scaffo would go for a 2 shield charm strat with the Wigglytuff and likely not use the shield on Sableye.
And I think that was really smart heads up because when we were just looking at him on paper, we're like, Wigglytuff looks pretty good into a team without any poisons, without any steals. 23 EJB says, don't worry, I have it under control. And I hate to bring it up, Thomas, but that knocks your caster pick out. Meanwhile, I think Nighttime Clashers were knocked out earlier.
Yes.
Lurgan Rocket was just knocked out from Tomahawk. I still have 2 of my picks in the running.
Yes,
I think that officially makes me the champion of the Caster Fantasy Draft.
Well, I think we should maybe alter the rules a little bit. Maybe we should change it to like first to not get knocked out, or maybe like third.
Like golf.
Actually, like third.
Third. Yeah. It's a weird mathematical scale. We'll try to figure that out. I thought maybe you were going to say like golf, where the lowest.
That'd be good too. Yeah. Yeah, like golf, exactly.
No, anyone but me then is
Yeah, exactly. No, very good predictions from your end, making that risky call, picking 3 players from the same group, but it worked out.
Oh my goodness, that's just so funny, really, afterwards. But congratulations to 23 EJB, still well on his way, and it's something that I want to just bring up one more time. He was the last chance qualifier runner or a finalist, so he won one of them. There were 2 pods of the last chance qualifiers. He was the Bochum regional champion, and if he wins this, he will be a special event champion. So maybe it's like, he's collecting different rings here. It's like,
he is.
They're all like kind of one-offs. It's not a 2-time regional champion. It would be a regional champion and a special event champion.
And after that, he may take EUIC, may take Worlds. He's just taking, or at least attempting to take everything. Anyway,
names.
Exactly. I'm curious to hear what EJB has to say about this. Eric is currently, actually Farid is currently with him in the interview stage. So let's take it away to Farid with the interview.
Thanks so much, though, and Amanda. I'm here with EJ, who has just gone through an incredible set of games with Scafo. He has come away with the win. EJ, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good after that win.
It was superb. And now, you don't have a steel type in your team. You don't actually have anything that resists charm. You were against a Wigglytuff. What was going through your mind?
So that's what I said to Scafo as well. I expected the Wigglytuff to come every game, but he needs 2 shields for it. Otherwise, it's pretty much useless. So I could just go for every big move I had and try to get shields early. But if he doesn't spend the shields, I knew I can somewhat soften up everything and try to sweep with the damage.
And twice we saw Wigglytuff in the back with 2 shields. Were you expecting that? You thought it's going to be fine, I'll manage my energy? And how were you planning when you were building your lines of 3?
So I fully expected the Wigglytuff to come out every game, and I just thought I can neutralize this as much as possible. I don't have any weakness to it, but I don't have any resistance. So it's like a 50-50 call if how much shields I want to spend before that, and if I spend shields, because I shielded the obvious body slam, just so I don't get jumped down. So
that is something actually we were watching behind the scenes, and we were thinking to ourselves, if he lets this body slam go, he's putting himself down into charm range. Now, I was speaking with Martijn, he was watching the games with us, and he said that if you win that game against Scafo, he thinks you're going to go on and win the whole event. How does that make you feel?
Well, it makes me feel proud, obviously, but it's still a long way to go, and there's another Wigglytuff still in the game. So we're going to see what's going on.
That is true. Now, you have played brilliantly. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out for your performances?
Yeah, I would like to shout out a few of my guys standing here. James, Logan Walkhead, Astius Aurelius, but also at home, Jakobovic and my Wasted Potential teammates. Shout out to every one of you. I wouldn't be here without you guys.
Thank you so much, EJ. You are a brilliant player. We cannot wait to see how far you go. For now, let's go back to Tho and Amanda for some more brilliant games.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Farid, for that great interview with EJB. EJB really getting a lot of support from the community around him.
Yeah, I think I love that about him. We kind of talked about 23 EJB and his statistics before, but one thing that we can't really forget is Tomahawk, the person who was interviewing him, our fellow co-caster, has a lot of prestige behind his name as well. He was the 2023 Warsaw runner-up, and he was just the runner-up in Liverpool a couple weekends ago. He's been top-cutting a lot in this 24th season.
Exactly, and it turns out we actually have a player spotlight ready with Tomahawk. So go watch that and learn how to be the best runner-up.
My name is Tomahawk UK. I'm a British battler and I've been playing PvP since 2020. I remember when Pokemon Go came out in summer of 2016 and it changed everything because there were so many people who downloaded this game, and you've got a combination of people who knew and loved Pokemon, but people who had never seen it before also downloading the game. And I remember running around the streets, chasing and catching, and so many people talking and knowing that they were all playing the same thing. And it was one of those summers that you look back on and the world was at peace. Everyone was happy, everyone was friendly, and it's been really nice since COVID to have something like that we can slowly move back towards. And these events have made it a lot easier to find that camaraderie and friendship, and that's why it's still such an exciting game to play. I do have some memories of running out and it was getting a little bit late, and I was thinking normally, you know, there's no way I'd go outside at this kind of time in this temperature. And someone had messaged me and said, there's a Dragonite pretty close to you, a wild Dragonite. And this was back in the day that these didn't happen ever. And I thought, this is my only chance. I might never get to see one of these again. And back then you didn't know what was coming for the game. And I was like, the opportunity to get a Dragonite was incredible. And I took my younger brother, and he's 12 years younger than me. And when I got home, that did not go down well with my parents. And I'd been disappeared, and it was like 9 p.m. And I've come back with a 4-year-old kid. And it was like, something's not right there. So the first event of this season was the special event in Barcelona. I thought it was a really good opportunity to try out the championship point system for the first time. We were having a new meta coming in just in time for Barcelona, and I brought Mantine and Diggersby as 2 of my picks. That caught a lot of people by surprise, and I got into the top cut and did very well. I'm very proud of that. And then most recently, I also top cut in Stuttgart. I think when I approach my team building, I make a real effort to not copy or follow a team that I've seen before. And sometimes that does make it difficult because it automatically rules out certain calls. There are certain Pokemon that I will just have an aversion to because I'm like, it's been done before and I want to bring something a little bit fresh. And I really enjoy that there have been times where I've brought something that I have then seen that being used in different events around the world. And I want to continue doing that. I'm really excited to try and keep doing that. So one big thing that changed for me this season is open team sheets were introduced middle of the season. When I competed in Barcelona at the beginning of the season, they were closed team sheets. That allows me to use things like Diggersby with Hyper Beam and catch people off guard. We're not able to do that anymore. Our opponents get a lot more information, but so do we. And that really does change the way in which you build a team, but it does also make it very exciting because you can more reliably and more consistently play teams and strategies knowing that you're unlikely to be caught off guard by a gunk shot from an Obstagoon, for example. So I competed in Worlds last year in Japan, and I'm really excited to see what Worlds in Hawaii is going to bring. There have been so many changes that have been made to the season, not just open team sheets, but also the championship point system. That's going to see so many different players competing that we may not have seen before. Players who have qualified primarily through their local events and have only appeared once or twice perhaps in a regional scene. I'm also really interested to see how the international championship players then go on to perform at a much bigger event. Hawaii is going to be an incredible place to play, and I can't wait to be there.
All right, and thank you so much for that. I can't wait to show you guys how to become a second place finisher inside of a regional championship. But we are going to our next match now. It is in Adequance versus Maxi 10 Trillion P.
Thank you, Nighttime Clasher, for that brilliant attempt at a British accent. But he is right, we do have an Adequance here with Maxi up on stage. These are 2 very, very good friends. They know each other very well, and it will be a huge match for everyone to be watching. Eric, when you look at these teams, is there anything that's standing out to you?
Inadequance cannot deal with the Talonflame up energy. We see Wigglytuff and Registeel especially. Those really struggle against the Talonflame, but if you're Maxi, on the other hand, you don't have a great response to that Wigglytuff. There is not a single Pokemon on that side that resists the Fairy-type charms.
And Eric continues to show how he doesn't know anything about this game. There is
Oh.
a Talonflame on the side, and fire resists Barry. Let's write that one down for Eric. Maxi is comfortable against the Wigglytuff, providing Talonflame can align. Let's see if the players can get in there now. We've got the Dugong lead for Maxi against Vigoroth for Inadequance. That is a great lead for Martine.
Yeah, and Martine may be thinking this could be ABA, and there could be a Lickitung in the back, but immediately swaps into the Talonflame, and Martine knows it is Vigoroth time. Goes for the bait. Does Maxi call this? This will be a crazy call. Does he? Oh my God!
He calls it! Maxi gets the bait right! He's grinning! He knows that was a huge decision, and now we have the fly coming through. What do you do if you're Martine here?
I think you have to elect to, oh my goodness, shields it up. Very nice call that it was not a flame charge. Maxi, though, when he reaches this next move, is going to be able to pressure the second shield off of the Vigoroth, and he is grinning from ear to ear. Maxi, a very calm and composed player usually, is definitely letting his emotions show against his friend Martine here.
This is a little bit of a tricky position for Martine. It's a great position for Maxi. The flame charge comes through. If it's shielded, then Talonflame is boosted regardless. The flame charge goes through, and now Inadequance has a decision to make. He'll comes in with his own Talonflame, and he needs to incinerate this down.
Here is the problem, though. Inadequance has no response to the Lantern with the shield in the back line, while even the Dugong can put pressure, throwing out Icy Winds at the Talonflame. Dro runs against the Registeel. The Lantern is going to be extremely strong for Maxi, and he's going to take full advantage of it here now.
Inadequance has his head in his hand. The Registeel comes in, but Lantern has shield advantage, and this is a great position for Maxi.
Just simply needs to get off the surf on the charge attack priority. Very precise play here from Maxi. Going up to 8 sparks and throwing off surf number 1. This will be putting the Registeel closer to the yellow health, but the big robot is not afraid of a little bit of water. It is going to go straight for the Zap Cannon, and a Lantern immediately puts up a shield, knowing this does more damage than anything that is going to come from his opponent.
The debuff comes in from the Zap Cannon. Maxi grimaces, but he's still in a comfortable position here. He charges up energy. He did look to catch onto the Dugong. It's fine. Lantern can take this energy and take this damage from Registeel, and then it can transfer into the back if Maxi needs to, because Lantern can't really be hurt by that Talonflame.
Exactly. The best part about here is that the Thunderbolt should not be enough to knock out, and it will allow Maxi to farm down potentially. But no, that switch timer is up. Can a Martine pivot into the Talonflame? Oh my goodness!
Whoa, a catch! Maxi is living inside Martine's head, rent-free. What a catch by Maxi!
Flame charge on the Dugong. Inadequance actually saw a little bit of light at the end of that tunnel, but that light has been extinguished. The candle has been extinguished, and here Talonflame is just going to try to push through this Dugong, but it is not enough. There is still a spark ready for the Lantern. Oh!
Martine has a chance here. The Talonflame has a move.
Hold
it's
on.
a boosted move.
My.
What is this? Look at Martine's expression. Will this be enough? What can Maxi do?
Oh my goodness, it is enough. The fly onto the Lantern. It's enough. Oh my goodness, Inadequance against all odds. I can hear the crowd roaring.
Martine cannot believe it. He's so confused what happened there. It was such a difficult position for him, and he managed to pull it out of the bag. Is this player incredible or what?
To me, I think Maxi just needed to swap into the Dugong, although that seems counterintuitive, putting the Dugong into the Registeel. You are never afraid of just taking one move. In fact, with the 1 shield to 0 advantage on the Dugong, you just win that matchup. You clean up with the Lantern, and there's no risk of losing at all in this game. Woo! From Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah, come on, guys. You are loving these games. We are loving these here. They are so close. This could go either way.
Wave at the camera, don't be shy. I'm so happy to see our community enjoying these games, and that's just a great show from Inadequance. Not only does he know how to put up a show behind the casting desk, but even more so on the stage, he is turning against all odds here.
And this must be so intimidating for Maxi. He looked so in control for the entirety of that game, and still Inadequance comes out on top. What does Maxi do to change? How can you improve the alignment that he had?
I think it came down to the Lantern just not being swapped out, and Inadequance made a wonderful recognition, knowing that a fly, despite being resisted on the Lantern, can still do impactful amounts of damage combined with the Focus Blast from the Registeel. Maxi, probably just feeling a little bit too confident in that game, needs to dial it back a little bit, get into his own headspace, no longer living in Martijn's, and close out this second game.
That is exactly right. He does have the Lantern, but he cannot afford to drop another game like this. We are in losers round 3. There is no opportunity. If you lose, that is the end of your event. Martijn knows it. Maxi knows it. This is a massive game too, Eric.
Yeah, and I think Maxi's his Dugong just looks so strong into Inadequence's team, and he has really tried to make use of it. Unfortunately, it was seeming to be the lose condition in that previous game, as it allowed the Talonflame to get crucial amounts of energy. A great
Here
lead.
we go. We've got Vigoroth for Martijn into Lantern for Maxi.
Now you see, this is a great lead for Maxi, but if you're Inadequence, you have to be thinking, Talonflame with energy is great against this entire team as soon as the Lantern is out of the way.
That's it. Inadequence has that Giratina in the back, which resists Incinerate damage from Maxi's Talonflame, but is extremely weak to Ice Shard from Dugong. Alignment could be really key.
Right. A lot of people might say that, okay, Lantern is not that good against Vigoroth, but I think if you're Maxi, this is an extremely good lead, as that you know your Dugong is completely safe in the back now. Even a Registeel behind energy or behind shield is going to take a lot of damage from those Joe runs.
I think you're right, Eric. If Maxi can protect this Dugong could really put in a lot of work in the endgame.
Even if Maxi doesn't have the switch advantage, as he's most likely going to go down here to the counter damage, his Dugong could simply farm down the Vigoroth, come out with an energy advantage, and without switch advantage, he simply needs to debuff the Pokemon that comes in and force his opponent to take away their own advantage.
That is right, but even if Dugong comes in here and it crashes itself against Inadequence's Talonflame...
Wow. Actually
It's the correct shield. It's the correct shield call, though.
It is the correct shield call. Of course, there's no reason to not shield, as Inadequence wouldn't have made it to another move. And actually, this 2 Incinerate head start means that Talonflame may be able to flip this matchup against the Giratina.
I really like this play from Maxi. I think the energy on the Talonflame can do a lot more damage.
I agree. And I would have liked to see Maxi throw the fly after just 1 Incinerate, because now he gave Inadequence a free Shadow Claw, and in a matchup where every turn...
But he's caught the move! Maxi again with a brilliant, brilliant catch.
You know, it is so difficult to catch a move when you're using Talonflame, but he smartly waited a turn, brought out the Dugong, and it is now against a Talonflame. Here, we're going to see a similar problem to the last game, though, as this Talonflame from Inadequence begins to ramp up, begins to get the energy advantage. His own Talonflame may be in danger.
And do you know what's really massive here? Not only did he make that catch, he got that first Ice Shard through, which allows him to throw the Icy Wind before Talonflame's Flame Charge.
While these 2 moves usually pace to 15 turns each. Oh my goodness!
What a brilliant undercharge from Martijn. He knows exactly what he's doing. He is in the driver's seat. Maxi is in a tricky position, and Martijn is throwing the fly. Will this be shielded?
I think his best call is to no-shield a potential Flame Charge, but he does get the fly correct. Even with this correct call, I don't know if Maxi has much of a chance here, as Martijn will simply reach another fly by shielding this move.
Martijn sits back. He is confident. Maxi 10p knows that it is a very difficult situation for him. Inadequence is there. He's at the fly. There is nothing that Maxi can do. This Talonflame's about to go down, Eric.
Big fly from the Talonflame, and Maxi, oh my, he lives! He should have, I guess he can't farm down, but he can't get to a move against the Giratina.
That's right, Giratina Origin. Giratina will sweep this up. That is brilliantly played by Martijn. What a performance, what a game. Congratulations, Inadequence.
We have given a little bit of poking fun over the weekend, but he has really...
Oh, what's this? This is such an original motion by these players, passing over the Empoleon. Very, very well done, Inadequence. That is great to see.
I am actually really happy that he is performing to what he expects, performing out of his own mind, honestly. I think he was a little bit worried about this matchup because of that Talonflame, and now he has proven that nothing can stop him on his way to winning his first regional here in Utrecht.
Eric, those were some brilliant games to watch, and I have no doubt that everyone watching at home had an incredible time too. But we have another set of brilliant games coming up, don't we? Who have we got next, Eric?
Next up, it is Status Stan, a local of the region, versus 23 EJB, the Bochum regional champion, someone who everybody is very familiar with, and he's looking to make his next run here in the Utrecht Day 2. I think this is a really, really exciting matchup. Both the players are constantly in the discussion of like top 10 players in Europe, and to see them not even in a grand final or a lower bracket final match is just incredible.
That is right. And these are also both players that have made our caster fantasy picks. They are going so far in this tournament. I think, is it Tho that has EJ? No, it's Amanda that has EJ, right? So she's going to be very...
I think she has both of them.
Oh. That feels like cheating, right?
That feels like she's doing better than all of us is what it is.
Amanda, you are doing better than all of us. Statistan versus EJB is going to be a brilliant, brilliant match. What do you think? Have you got a prediction?
Honestly, if I were to look at the teams, Statistan, his Alolan Sandslash has been really strong for him, and I can't say it is bad against 23 EJB's team. It has play against almost all the Pokemon here. I would say that Shadow Whiscash is not a great matchup for Alolan Sandslash, but if you're able to get a little bit of an energy advantage, those drill runs are really going to start to hurt.
These players are really going to have to think hard about mind reading their opponent, because these are going to be such close games from such great players. Now, Statistan, you mentioned he is a local to this region. We've mentioned before that no local has won their special or regional event before. Do you think he can pull it out the bag?
Right now, there are 2 more opportunities for the locals to take their own tournaments. First, Inadequate in the lower bracket still, and their Status Stand. Of course, only one of them could potentially make it into the grand final. But yeah, there are still a lot of opportunities here for a local to be crowned the Utrecht regional champion. Of course, Status Stand came up a little bit short and was second last year. So no doubt this is very important to him.
That is right. These games are going to go down to the wire. So let's take a look at the bracket now.
Here we go. We have Danny up against Inadequate following this match, but let's put our eyes back on Statistan and 23 EJB as they look to cement their place in the losers semi-finals, where they will most likely face off against the loser of, I believe it was Pablo Dinas and... Yeah, Pablo Dinas, and honestly, I don't remember the other one.
There have just been so many games with so many great players. I can understand it is hard to keep up. And these games, look at this losers round 4. These are players that we know. These are players that we have watched for years in this game. And they are going to be brilliant, brilliant battles. It would be very interesting to see. Will Statistan and Inadequate meet each other in the loser semi-finals? Or will EJB and Dana have something to say about that?
Yeah, Dana I believe, is from Sweden. So another player who is looking to take out someone from the local region and put their own countries, their own regions impact inside of Utrecht here in that loser semifinals. But please, don't just listen to us. Let us know what you think at home, whether that's on X, on Instagram, or Facebook. Tag us at PlayPokemon or hashtag PlayPokemon, and let us know what you're thinking. We might just be able to see your tweets up here on the big screen.
And what are you thinking, perhaps, if you are still in the winner's side of the bracket, if you are Pablondinas, if you are Normalheim, and you see this caliber of players in the losers bracket that you still might have to face later in the tournament?
Yeah, I think Pablo Dinas is someone who is not afraid of that big stage. He was just 3rd place in Liverpool, made it all the way up to the winners finals, and he's going to have to do it again here. But all these players kind of sitting on the sidelines have a lot of time to think about what their opponents are going to do, prepare for the upcoming matches, even practice with teammates potentially in this time. And that can be either very advantageous for them or not really, as they aren't going to be as warmed up or have as much momentum going in their favor as one of these people.
That is right. And we are seeing a few similarities with these lines in front of us. Obviously, both players are going with the ever-present Lickitung. We've got Whiscash on both sides, and we've got Charjabug on both sides. Do you think that there is an advantage to either player with these teams?
Statistan, again, his Alolan Sandslash looks so safe. 23 EJB is one of the only players, honestly, who has opted for not having Annihilate on his team. And if we really look at these teams and break it down, they're almost the same team. Ice type for EJB is Dugong, and the Ice type for Statistan is the Alolan Sandslash, and those two kind of play the same role to target the Gligar. But of course, EJB has opted for Gligar instead of Annihilate.
Eric, do you know one thing that might be interesting here? EJ has Water Pulse on his Mantine, which is better against
Alolan Sandslash. Yeah, that is a really good matchup for the Alolan Sandslash. No, for the Mantine actually, because you have a lot more bulk than Sandslash. First matchup though, I feel like players are having a very difficult time here. Do they want to stay in? Do they want to risk not winning the charge attack priority and getting off the Scald first?
This is the thing. Both players are actually probably okay to see this lead. Statistan has a slight advantage. He has the earlier opportunity to debuff. Eric, is he going to press the debuff button?
Statistan has used that button plenty of times today, so he's going to hold on to it for now and wait if EJB uses his own. Scald coming from the Shadow Whiscash, not debuffed, and it's going to be doing huge damage to the opposing Whiscash, and EJB decides to use his debuff button. Let's see if
that is extremely skillful play by EJ. He knew when to deploy the debuff, and he is now in the driving seat in this mirror matchup.
Mud Bomb gets thrown out, and I think we're going to see maybe even a farm down here after these mud shots are going through. Actually opts to let it go down, and I like Division.
EJ is going to farm this down, isn't he?
The Charge Bug. If he gets 2 Volt Switches, this could be huge.
He does get 2 Volt Switches.
Beautiful.
That is a lot of energy, and Statistan has to really think now. He has smartly put Lickitung in, which means that we're likely to see an Alolan Sandslash versus EJ's Lickitung in the endgame.
The thing is, Alolan Sandslash, while beating Lickitung, it is not that comfortable up against it. Of course, these X's are going to come in fast and furious here. X's are number 2 is Reach, but EJB is going to allow that Body Slam to be reached first. Shields up the Charge Bug, probably reading, potentially even an Annihilate in the back, but basically anything in the back now the Charge Bug would like to see.
That's right. EJ has a lot of decisions to be making. He's trying to calculate furiously in his head. Does he need the Charge Bug energy for the end game? Is he comfortable to just stay in this matchup and see how it plays out? What would you do if you were EJ here? Would you switch out at some point?
This looks perfectly fine. Lickitung as well, there's no real hard answers for the Lickitung, other than the Annihilate, I would say. But if Statistan is playing the Whiscash and the Lickitung so far, maybe that is allowing EJB to telegraph that there is no Annihilate in the back. X-Scissor comes down, and it is going to be let go. I think Statistan is now in the driver's seat.
Here comes the Alolan Sandslash. EJ stays in, he wants to reach the discharge. He does reach the discharge. Statistan will likely shield this.
Actually,
will he let this go?
Actually, with a shield advantage.
He does shield it. Okay, so he has a little bit of energy. Lickitung now comes in. It's even shields. Alolan Sandslash does have the advantage here.
It does have the advantage, but I've never seen this niche situation.
There was a sigh there from EJ. He knows that this might be tricky.
This will be tricky as the drill runs are really starting to add up. Let's see if Statistan understands this matchup. You just need to land a drill run and then start going for ice punches. Body Slam number 1 coming through. It feels pretty bad to be shielding up a Body Slam from a Lickitung.
Now, although the Body Slam is resisted, the lick damage from the Lickitung does add up against a squishy Alolan Sandslash. EJ needs to make a shield decision here. The drill run will do heavy damage if it lands.
Actually opts to shield up the drill run. Great call, but Statistan is looking to reach this next move. EJ, I think, has to commit to the Power Whip. Can he get to the Power Whip? Oh, is that? Oh, yeah, just a Body Slam.
And EJ is desperately looking at his switch clock. If he can catch this move from Statistan, it will be EJ's game.
No, it's not up yet. Statistan simply has to click on the button and throw this drill run out. And yeah, I completely forgot there was a shield because Power Whip wouldn't have been that great there, but does knock this out. Oh my goodness, it almost gets to a next move, but it's just not enough HP. Charge Bug goes in and out.
That is a big game 1 for Stan. You can hear the crowd applauding. It was very, very close. EJ, we thought, might have the advantage with those 2 Volt Switch farm down against Statistan's debuffed Whiscash, but Stan's Alolan Sandslash in the end game gives him the win.
Alolan Sandslash has been a very popular pick in previous seasons, but Statistan is holding on to faith that the little rat can make his way to the top. Of course, we've talked about it, it is amazing against EJB's team, and Statistan was probably pretty happy to see that Whiscash in the front. EJB was probably happy to see in the front as well, as that freed up the Charger Bug and Alolan Sandslashes respectively in the back.
That's exactly right, Eric. EJ does not have a fighting type. He does not have a fire type. Statistan's Alolan Sandslash is here to stay. But does he lead it? Does he risk it matching up against that Whiscash, which is a really uncomfortable match for Alolan Sandslash?
Yeah, EJB may not have a fighting type on his side, but he's got the fight in him, as he's got to win the next 2 games to finish off this match and take his way into the losers final. We see here on the right side both of these teams We have Dugong, which could be really good, honestly. It is good against the Alolan Sandslash because you double resist the Powder Snows, and you're also able to go with Drill Run.
That is right. These are such top players. They are both world-level players. You can see Stan there in his Yokohama, Japan 2023 shirt. He is willing to let the world know just how great a player he is, and he will be looking to take game number 2 so that he can see his way into the losers finals.
Either Status Stan will win this game or EJB will cement his place in this losers semifinals, also showing that the backwards black cap is meta. But first, we have to look at the leads. It is the Whisk Cash
There it is again. Both players. Is this going to play out the same? This time, Stan might play slightly differently. He might opt to deploy the debuff button.
I think this is a really nice situation for EJ if he plays the same soft loosen and farm down with the Charger Bug, right? If you farm down with the Charger Bug, Stan brings in the Lickitung, then your Dugong is face off against the Alolan Sandslash in the back, and it is the best day ever for EJB.
Stan refuses to press that debuff button. He is saving it for later in this tournament. EJ, now he has a decision to make.
Big Skull coming through and gets a skillful debuff. Now, are we going to see him repeating the Mud Bomb here? Yes, he does. Is going for the exact same strategy. But EJ knows that if he brings the Charger Bug, Status Stan may expect the exact same backline, and that is what EJ is counting on.
That is right. EJ has allowed this to play out the exact same way. He knows when to deploy the debuff. He knows when he wants to let his Whiscash go. He'll get some energy on the Pokemon that he brings in. It's Charger Bug again. But this time Stan says, no, you're not getting that Volt Switch farm down. I'm coming straight in with Lickitung.
This is very awkward for EJB. He was expecting Stan to play it out the same way, but no. Stan is expecting a hard read and not expecting the Annihilate in the back. Not the Annihilate. There's no Annihilate on his side.
Eric, stop talking. The Lickitung is up against the Charger Bug, and this is a strong position for Stan because the Alolan Sandslash, especially with shields, could do damage to Dugong, but Dugong can hit back.
Dugong can hit back as long as the Lickitung is within a range where you can Ice Shard down, not needing to take a power up. And then, with the shield still up, I think EJ's in a great spot because the Dugong can even threaten to bait Icy Wind up against the Alolan Sandslash. Great patience from Status Stan.
EJ knows that the Lickitung had a bit of time to see that the Dugong comes in and the power whip was about to land. EJ makes a sensible decision to shield. But Stan is staying for now. Is he getting to a body slam? He is going to throw it. And then Alolan Sandslash has a lot of work to do. And it'll be a lot of shield decisions that Stan needs to make. Will EJ start baiting with Icy Wind?
Here's the problem, right? When you have two shields and you're up against a Dugong, this might be one of the most uncomfortable situations that you could possibly have because if you make one wrong shield decision, your game could go up in smoke. First drill run is coming through, and now EJ can start going for those Icy Winds. Status Stan made the wrong shield call, and this may be a huge problem for him.
But you know what? Stan does have that Whiscash in the back. So at some point, if Stan needs to clear that debuff, he will have the opportunity to. And a drill run, even debuff, will knock out the Dugong.
Icy Wind comes through from EJB. It's got to be shielded from Status Stan. And now, Status Stan may be getting the Dugong into a range where even an Ice Punch is going to be enough. Whiscash still standing in the back lines. Can Status Stan make a catch?
Counting the energy perfectly. He knows what he's trying to do. He waits. Another move comes in from EJ. Stan is going to shield this up, and he has a lot of energy to offload.
Can EJ sneak through a Volt Switch with a quick switch in? I don't know. He's still going for Ice Shards, forcing Stan to throw energy. Oh my goodness! He goes for the catch, and EJ denies it! He has a discharge ready for the Sandslash. Powder Snow comes through, but it's not enough. No Protect Shields remaining for Status Stan, and EJB takes game 2.
That was fantastically played by EJ. We thought that Stan would have so much energy that he would be able to offload. He went over 100 energy, and EJ called the timing exactly when Stan was going to switch. He got to that discharge, and he wins game number 2. We are tied 1-1.
23 EJB stares into the camera. He is not messing around. He absolutely got the wrong alignment, getting the Charger Bug onto the Lickitung, but was able to play his way out of that matchup, used the Drill Run first to his advantage, and then went straight for the Icy Winds. I think if Stan had shielded up that Drill Run, this game would be completely different.
That is right. Stan was desperately trying to Powder Snow that Dugong. EJ didn't let him, and if Stan were to keep trying, he'd probably still be here tomorrow. That was a huge amount of health. Dugong is such a bulky Pokemon, double resisting the Ice-type Powder Snow. Stan has to think, how is he going to approach Game 3 here?
If I'm Status Stan right now, I would think my Annihilate looks pretty strong. EJB can't really bring the Mantine safely because Statustan has brought Alolan Sandslash and Charger Bug. It can bring Charger Bug as well. If you want to bring the Gligar, that just doesn't look safe either. Statustan is committing to Whiscash and is committing to the Alolan Sandslash. Of course, you said it does have Water Pulse, so it may have some counterplay, but again, the potential to align it with a Charger Bug is probably outweighing the potential rewards of...
Now, EJ is really very, very good at reading his opponents, at getting into the mind of the player sat opposite him, and he has the Dugong against the Mantine. This is a pretty good position for EJ.
EJ must be elated to find this lead matchup because his Whiscash is now safe in the bag. This game, I'm expecting it'll be extremely alignment dependent due to the Whiscash being in the bag and having the Charger Bug on EJB's side.
That is right, but Stan also has a Whiscash in the back, and EJ doesn't have a hard response to it. So this could be a Whiscash endgame, Eric.
Yeah, Statustan does look to have a breakpoint against this Dugong and maybe doing a little bit more wing attack damage, but even if he soft loses this matchup, I like how he's playing this team that's AAA weak to the Dugong. Both of the backline definitely does not like to see the friendly seal on the front. And once this Dugong is out of the way, Alolan Sandslash may be able to put in work even against the Whiscash.
Now, neither of Stan's backline has a lot of fast attack pressure. So if Dugong is left with too much health after this lead matchup, he will need to throw a charge attack into it if he wants the Dugong to go down.
Wow, and goes for the aggressive swap into the Whiscash, trying to get this Mud Bomb off, does do it on the charge attack priority.
The thing is, the Dugong will likely still stay up even after this Mud Bomb, so it gets the Icy Wind off. That is heartbreak for Statustan.
His Whiscash is locked in the matchup, and the Dugong is free to go back into the Pokeball. What does EJB bring in now? It is his own Whiscash, and he knows that because he loses the charge attack priority, it's okay to
If Stan is ever going to deploy the debuff button,
it's his last chance.
Now is the time. Stan, press the button.
And the button is not activated. Stan, are you saving it for the losers finals or the grand finals? You need to win this game now. The Scald is coming through. Is it going to be shielded? It is, and EJB is not shy, but he actually doesn't press the button there, but he does get to the Mud Bomb on the Scald. Oh, doesn't throw the energy on charge attack priority. I really like the recognition here.
This is crazy. If Stan doesn't get the debuff, that will be 4 times in a row.
Stan, no!
Stan has brought the wrong Whiscash. This Scald doesn't work.
The Scald doesn't work. He's got to dial in to maybe catch in to get his Whiscash. Here comes the Scald onto the Whiscash, and EJB is going to get it. Scald wins charge attack priority, so EJ smartly does not throw his move.
At this point, Stan doesn't care. He just wants to see if he's got the right move.
Scald 5 times. Yes!
He gets the debuff! Congratulations, Stan. You do have the right move on Whiscash.
He might have gotten the debuff, but it's too little, too late. This is even going to give EJ a beautiful farm down. Comes in with the aerial ace, but I don't think this is enough. EJ is just going to bring in his third Pokemon and farm down the Mantine now.
This is really, really tricky for Stan. The Alolan Sandslash is there, but the Charger Bug has a little bit of energy already. Shields are down. Where do you think this game is going, Eric?
These charges are going to be coming through very quickly for EJ, and with that energy advantage, I think this game is in his pocket. This charge number 1, is it going to put Sandslash into the yellow health range? I think it is.
Both players' switch timers are up, so Stan really needs to time his moves perfectly. I think Stan will reach 2 moves. Will 2 moves be enough?
Oh, but he went for the charge attack priority. Stan doesn't have 2 moves to his name. He does have 2 moves to his name, but he doesn't have the ability to throw the second one off. Is X-Scissor enough here? It is going to be enough. EJ takes out the Sandslash. Statustan, hands are up. He has surrendered this match. EJ is going on one of the craziest lower bracket runs on day number 2 to take himself into the loser semifinals.
23, EJB is your winner. What a brilliant game. EJ has taken out Statustan, one of the favorites going into this tournament, and like Martine says, could this be EJ's weekend?
EJ has already had a great weekend in a regional last year, but he's looking to run it back inside of Utrecht Special Event. Of course, he had a really dominant win in that last one, I would say. Even though it seemed pretty close at times, EJ was in the driver's seat from start to finish. I think Statustan not getting all the Scald debuffs that he needed to really hurt him but what can you do?
That is heartbreak for Statistan. He has played so well in this tournament. The lack of debuffs really did affect him, but that is the game we play, Eric, and that is unfortunate, but it is truly brilliant plays from 23 EJB. Black Cap meta confirmed.
I might have been completely wrong on my caster fantasy predictions, but I'd like to remind everyone in the Twitch chat that sometimes I can be right. I said EJB was my player prediction from the for the tournament today, and so far, so good.
Yeah, it's all on you, Nighttime Flasher. You are a genius. So, what do we have next in store? We've got another game coming up. It is another brilliant game. It's Dana against Inadequance. Where do you see this one going?
Dana, as we said before, is a player from Sweden, but Inadequance, one of the locals. Statistan is already out. Inadequance has to fight to keep his region in the tournament here. And Dana had a really dominant performance earlier today. I believe was able to take Scoffo out into the lower bracket very quickly. The problem for Inadequance is they have the same team.
It is crazy, isn't it? Dana is a brilliant player. Inadequance will need to play out of his mind if he is able to take Dana down. We were talking about there being two Dutch players in the loser semi-finals. They might both go out here, or will Martijn claw his way through?
Shadow Claw his way through, he'll have to do, because that Giratina Origin has been his prime Pokemon throughout this tournament. Against Dana, though, I don't know. It seems like it's going to be rough into a Lickitung and a Alolan Sandslash.
It's going to be a really close match. These games, like we said, they're going down to the wire. We have had so many brilliant games on stream this weekend. We've actually been very lucky sat here behind the caster's desk, mostly because we don't have to play against these players ourselves.
I know Tomahawk doesn't want to play against a lot of players inside of Europe, hasn't had much success himself, but we're so lucky to get to watch these players have success inside of Utrecht.
That is right. Utrecht has been a brilliant special event. We still have so many more games to come. There's obviously the winners. They haven't dropped a match yet. They are looking at these losers finalists, these losers going through game after game, and they must be thinking to themselves, okay, you knock each other out, that's fine. We'll see who we have to beat when it comes to the last few games of the tournament.
Of course, when it comes to interviews, I can't wait to see who the people in the winners finals really were waiting to get through that lower bracket. Who did you want to face the most? Who did you not want to face? And maybe a little bit of banter is going to be thrown around going into the grand finals.
That is right. Now, we were speaking to Martijn a few moments ago, and he says he really doesn't like being in the losers bracket. And that makes sense. There is a lot more pressure. You don't have the opportunity to drop a match anymore. Once you lose, it's double elimination. If you lose, you're out once you're in the losers rounds.
Yeah, players like Dunebug, Elites, or EJB thrive under pressure. They play the best when they know that this is their last chance to stay in the tournament, but for others, they crack under the pressure. Myself included, I don't usually do that well in the lower brackets.
That is right, and Martijn, he is yet to make a grand finals. He will want to change that this weekend. He's got his Giratina Origin, his Wigglytuff. He will look to do as much as he can, but he needs to be very careful about Dana's Lickitung, because if that is paired against Giratina Origin, it's bad news for Martijn.
I like how Inadequance's team is built, though. Basically, everything here is to deal with the Lickitung. Other than the Cresselia, I would say Cresselia can be a great way to actually lure out that Lickitung. Lickitung is usually a good matchup against Cresselia, but certain Cresselias can use Future Sight to knock out the Lickitung and actually just 2 charged attacks, actually winning that matchup and flipping it in certain scenarios.
That's right. If you have a really high rank, a really bulky Cresselia, Cresselia will win against the Lickitung in the zeros. And then, as you say, Martijn has a lot of comfortable support for the Giratina Origin to cover that Lickitung. Will we see Talonflame again do a lot of the work that it has done for Martijn in previous games?
Danny, if you were watching the previous games, maybe you had some idea about what Inadequance's Cresselia IVs could potentially be, and maybe that influences his decisions here, but again...
And here is the Cresselia. This is exactly where Martijn wants it, positioned against Shadow Whiscash.
Inadequance has gotten his Whiscash on a lot of Cresselias this weekend. No, on his Cresselia on a lot of Whiscashes this weekend, and as we see here, Scald comes through immediately. No reason to use the Grass Knot, because you will lose the charge attack priority.
Thing is here, though, the Whiscash is a Shadow variant. So even with this debuff, Grass Knot is doing a ton of damage. Is Dana going to shield this?
I think he can simply go for a no shield here and, actually goes to the shield, maybe hoping that he gets another debuff and is able to make the Grass Knot pretty comfortable for his own Whiscash to tank.
Now, lots of players, lots of viewers, they'll talk often about what we call RPS. Look at Inadequence's backline. If he can win this lead, he is very, very happy in the back.
Exactly. Cresselia is one of those Pokemon. There's a little bit RPS because it is so bad into steel types and so good into everything else. Here comes Grass Knot number 2, and it is just not doing enough damage. Mudbob can be launched from the side of Danny now. This is going to allow him to actually outpace on the next Grass Knot.
Inadequence actually lets alignment go. He's going to farm down the Shadow Whiscash.
Wow. Big play here. Giratina is going to
Talonflame has 2 shields on Martine's side. We're going to see Talonflame do incredible stuff.
Yeah, as the Whiscash is out of the way already, this Talonflame is going to be a menace in the back line.
A Shadow Ball is coming through. Will Dana use his final shield? I don't know if he's going to be able to.
I think you have to use it. Otherwise, you're going to have no play against this Giratina. He knows he has an... Oh my...
And here comes the Talonflame. Dana chuckles. He knows there's nothing he can do. Martine laughs. The Talonflame is about to sweep up the rest of this match.
If there's any case for why North America needs to start using Talonflame, this weekend is the #1 indicator that they should be using it. Fly comes down on the Annihilate, and it's going to be more than enough to knock it out. Even neutrally, I believe it would probably knock out at this point. And then Inadequence has to play against the Alolan Sandslash with the Talonflame, and this is something that you never want to see if you're using that Alolan Rat.
This is really, really tricky for Dana. He did play ABB versus the Talonflame. He had a strong lead into it. He had 2 Pokemon that were weak in the back. The Powder Snows keep going. Here comes the Flame Charge. There's nothing Dana can do. Eric, maybe Dana could have safe swapped one of his Pokemon to draw out the Talonflame earlier.
I think that could have been a potential possibility here, but at the end of the day, Whiscash, it was just too soon gone off the screen, and then there was no way to deal with the Talonflame in the back, and Inadequence knew that. He knew that as long as he could save shields for the Talonflame, there would be no problem.
Martine is a man. He is in the mood, and Dana will have to really, really think hard about how he can overcome this Talonflame. The Whiscash, although it is a water type, it resists the fire damage. It's not dealing water type fast attack pressure in return, so it is a little bit more difficult. Do you think maybe Pelipper with water, with a faster water charge attack might be a play?
Pelipper has been a great pick in a lot of people's teams. It just has so little bulk, and it has great matchups, of course, into Pokemon like the Talonflame. Is pretty good against the Vigoroth, I would say, and just can put so much pressure on any of the Pokemon on this screen here. It's just so glassy, though, unfortunately, and Wigglytuff can charm through the Pelipper like nobody's business.
If you're Martine here, he has said in the past that these games for him this weekend have been a little bit RPS because of his team. He is reading his opponents brilliantly, so it isn't just by chance. He is making some brilliant, brilliant calls. Can he do it again?
Inadequence has had so much success in his Pokemon Go career, but of course, winning a regional would mean everything to him, as he can finally say that he's also won a regional. I think this might be his prime opportunity. His team may be very unique and interesting, but is definitely comprised of core breakers.
That is right. Martine does not have a regional to his name. This special event this weekend could be the opportunity for him to seal a title, and he will be working hard to go and get into those final placements. Let's start game number 2.
Cresselia into Lickitung, and now he may be playing ABA. No, he is not playing ABA weak to the Lickitung, but probably swaps into the Talonflame.
Here comes the Talonflame. Now, Dana has 2 answers in the back. He's not choosing to go into either yet. He is farming up with that Lickitung, and Talonflame reaches the first Flame Charge. Would you have switched straight into one of your water types, or are you comfortable with this play from Dana?
I'm very confused by this play, actually, because now you're risking the Pelipper against the Talonflame. You actually don't survive a fly, and also behind a wing attack here, so he's not going to reach it and get that Weather Ball off against the Talonflame. Does he opt to shield? He does opt to shield, and will need to go for this next Weather Ball to get this Talonflame off the screen.
That is right. The Talonflame is in a decent position. Martine really just needs to focus now on how much damage he is willing to take. He is letting the Weather Ball go. It does take out the Talonflame, and Martine returns with that Cresselia.
Cresselia is not within grass knot range on this Pelipper, so may need to expend a Future Sight. Then goes right up to the Hurricane, but one wing attack before Weather Ball. Oh, it's actually shielded by Martine. I think he lost count, and he clearly seems upset about that. Not a great shield there, but he will be able to return fire with the Future Sight.
This is tricky. That Weather Ball shield was painful for Martine because what he probably wanted to do was save both shields for the Wigglytuff in the back.
Wigglytuff now coming back onto the screen when this Lickitung comes in, most likely, trying to get an energy advantage to be able to throw off an Icy Wind against the Wishcash in the back. The thing is, if you bring your Wigglytuff in here, you're going to force your opponent to switch lock themselves by switching out, and then you simply debuff. And
that is right, but the Lickitung is getting close to a range where Future Sight could cause heavy, heavy damage. Lickitung reaches the body slam first. What's Martine going to do now?
If you're Danny, I think you have to get this Cresselia off the field. You have to commit your shield here with the Lickitung on this Future Sight. Does he know? He does.
Is this going to knock out, Eric? Is it going to knock out?
I think it'll be very, very close, but no. He should be able to hang on. Does he make a move? No. Wigglytuff onto the Wishcash, and can this Wishcash get through in the one shield scenario? I think it might be quite favorable if he can get the debuff. Oh, let's a charm through.
This is tricky. Wigglytuff wants to charm down. Dana really does need a debuff here from this Scald. And he doesn't get it! That is massive for Martine. Martine now reaching the Icy Wind. He's going to slow down that Wishcash so that the damage output is reduced. Is Martine in the driving seat?
Danny knows that this is not a great position for him, but he's still going to try to play out of it. Scald coming through onto the Wigglytuff. Actually lets two charms through there. Very interesting, but I don't think it's enough. The Scald just doesn't do even 50% to the Wigglytuff now, and Wigglytuff should be able to charm all the way down, and the Lickitung in the back has nowhere to run.
This is really difficult. Dana's has not perhaps been tapping as hard as he should. The judges might help him out. They might have a look to see whether or not the tapping was effective there. Martine's not celebrating just yet, just in case the judges have something to say. But those were some brilliant games, weren't they? Martine played them very, very well, but that Weather Ball shield, that must have been tough, knowing that he wasn't quite at the Hurricane.
It's difficult to count Pelipper because, of course, after every Weather Ball you throw, the next one is going to be less. And while you know that the pattern for a Pelipper is 5-4 and then 5-4 for the wing attacks to Weather Ball, some may not know how that affects the next Hurricane. Say you throw a Weather Ball for 5 wing attacks, then your next Hurricane, you might need less wing attacks to get to it, and perhaps that was the mistake that Martine made here.
That is exactly right. The residual energy from Pelipper is sometimes very, very hard for players to track. And Martine, he had a comfortable matchup in the end game there. He'll be thinking to himself, if he needs to play again, then how will he re-maneuver, how will he navigate against Dana's team? Dana also, he played well, but why didn't he switch into one of his water types when he saw the Talonflame coming in?
It looked like at first Dana was trying to make a catch onto one of those water types, going right up to 15 licks and then trying to make a switch. And when he didn't make the switch, he looked pretty confused or upset that that didn't happen. And maybe that was the reason why this game didn't go his way.
And this is what makes this game so, so difficult, especially at this level, that there are like microseconds of play and thought process that needs to go into these games. Every half second makes a huge amount of difference to the players.
Fast-paced gameplay is all what Pokemon Go is about. And here in Utrecht, that seems to have been a big deal in this game. Martine playing the Talonflame, just trying to get as much Incinerate damage.
Hey, look who we've got on screen. It's everyone on screen for us. Give us a wave. You guys have been a great audience. It has been so, so, so much fun casting for you today and yesterday. Eric, isn't it amazing to see so many people watching?
All those people, I'm sure they're all watching our stream and no eyes on the TCG one on the left. But of course, I'm just glad that everyone here is celebrating Pokemon together and having a great weekend here in Utrecht. As we wait for what is happening with the match on screen, please let us know who you think will be winning in the upper bracket finals, who will be taking the crown for us here in Utrecht.
It is going to be a series of games in the final stages of this tournament that will definitely not be ones to miss. Eric and I, we have had so much fun casting so many brilliant players. I can't predict at all who's going to be there in the grand finals when it comes to the end.
I've made a lot of calls, made some right, but most wrong. And as we continue throughout this tournament, I really enjoy being surprised. Surprised me that the players are creating new ways to win, new win conditions that we will say, and surprising not only me, but also the viewers at home. And that's what I love so much about this game. You never know what to expect. Someone could be winning 1 second, I look away to grab a drink, and then suddenly the game is turned on its head.
That is right. Now, we talked about Dana's thumbs not working properly. The judges are going to let this game go again. We'll see if there can be a rematch of this tournament and of this match in the tournament, and Dana has the opportunity now to rethink about how he's going to approach this strategy. They can start with completely new teams. Do you think that the players go the same, or will they switch it up?
Inadequence seems to understand his strategy. The Wigglytuff is almost not answered as long as he has scared away the Alone Sandslash with that Talonflame. Saving 2 shields for the Wigglytuff is what we've seen Inadequence do. We've seen Scaffold do it, but unfortunately Scaffold did fall to EJB earlier. Inadequate is looking to get revenge for his fellow Wigglytuff user inside of Losers Round 4 and maybe latch it onto the Lickitung or the Annihilate.
That is right. Inadequate, as we say, he's in the driving seat. He is 1-0 against Dana. Dana still has a hill to climb. Inadequate, he knows now. He saw that there were 2 water types on Dana's team. He might have to rethink as to how he positions his Talonflame or whether or not to bring it at all.
Talonflame is extremely strong into even the water types though, as you can hit for neutral fly on the Whiscash, on the Pelipper. I believe 2 flies is enough to knock out either of those Pokemon, which is just so crazy from a fire type. And paired with the Registeel, honestly, it's just such a great combination. Registeel able to deal with the Lickitung and the Pelipper, 2 Pokemon that are a little bit of a problem for the Talonflame. And once you're able to clear those weaknesses off the field, Talonflame with 2 shields can basically run through any 3 Pokemon.
That is right. And Incinerate generates so much energy. It must be quite intimidating when you see the Talonflame come in and on your screen this great burst of fire comes down towards you. You have to switch quite quickly, otherwise Talonflame really does start to rack up energy.
Not only do you see that big burst of fire, but once you see the Talonflame fly high into the air, you have that huge neutral flying damage coming down onto all of your Pokemon, and all of a sudden, you're down 1-3.
And we've spoken earlier about how fast these flies can be thrown by Talonflame. They're a lower energy than the Flame Charge. Talonflame can start to reach them sooner than Flame Charge, and sometimes you can lose track of where it's at.
Talonflame is just such a strong pick right now. Many of the top European players have utilized it. I feel like the reason why Talonflame isn't used very popularly is it's very technical to use and very tricky to maneuver. We will see here if it is brought again. It is the Giratina into the Pelipper, a great lead for Inadequate.
This is a great lead because Hurricane is the coverage that Pelipper needs to use, but there is a little bit of no tapping right at the start. This is a little bit of a difficult position. They have recognized that the thumbs aren't quite working yet. They're going to go warm up their hands for a little bit. Eric, that was a pretty good lead for Martin, though. He did make that call pretty well. He saw that the Pelipper was having a lot of potential there for Dana, and so Giratina, that looked pretty strong.
Inadequate is going to have to go back to the tapping laboratory where he hones his skills for the last, for the potential match point here inside of Utrecht. But of course, Wigglytuff for Inadequate is a Pokemon that requires extreme precision where you tap on the screen. As long as you tap on the 80% of the pixels that aren't the switch buttons, you're going to be doing just fine.
That is right, and we have seen some players miss the button. We've seen players miss the switch button before. It can be very, very costly, right? So trainers, you need to learn where these buttons are. You need to know when to tap. But neither of these players have backward caps, Eric. Do you think that that might be affecting their gameplay?
Martin is, of course, not wearing his signature green jacket alongside that Yokohama 2023 backpack, so he may take a little bit of a health debuff here inside of the Losers Round 4. However, if you're Danny, you're more than happy to not be seeing Martin in his usual fit.
That is right. Now, let's talk a little bit more about this Giratina origin. It's obviously a newcomer to the scene here in Great League, but we are now in the World of Wonders meta. And at the next event, there's obviously Vancouver in NA, and after that here in Europe, we have the European International Championships. Do you think that Giratina might have the same presence?
Giratina is just, again, so difficult to obtain, but of course, as we've said, come to one of these events, find players who are passionate about the game, and most likely have Giratinas of their own ready to mirror trade if you have one of your own as well over the 1500 limit. I think if players have it, it's a very, very strong pick. The problem is, how can you play a Pokemon that gets farmed down by the #1 usage in day 1 and day 2 Lickitung?
That is tricky, but actually it's not just a mirror trade that you might be looking for. I have a lot of locals, they've been very, very willing to trade for shinies, for other Pokemon, so there are opportunities to obtain these rare legendary Pokemon. Now, speaking of locals, speaking of players that are watching, we have more social posts to show you. Let's look at them now. Eric, what have we got?
It looks like, oh, very nice.
Ooh.
Status Stan posts, Status Stan, one of our players from earlier, looks like his wife made this Pokeball.
This is a huge shout out to Status Stan's partner, Livia. She put a lot of time and effort into this cake and to these cupcakes with Pikachu ears. And I have to say, Eric, I did try them. It was delicious. They were there at the social. If you managed to get one, I'm sure you will agree with me. If you weren't at the social, well, maybe next time, because these were so much fun to have. And thank you again to Livia for them.
Yeah, what a beautiful display of artistry, and I'm sure they tasted wonderful. Don't be shy. If you're at one of these regional events, be sure to come to the socials. They're always posted on a campfire as well inside of your game, and it's just what I love about this community. Everybody is just willing to share with each other and really just promote the social aspect of Pokemon Go.
Now, we had a red velvet cake there, and Eric has spoken a lot about food. He wants to see your food pictures. Eric, is there a favorite dessert that you have?
That's a great question. I think I'm pretty basic. I stick to the meta, which is probably just bubble tea for me. But of course, don't be shy and let us know what your own favorite desserts are on X, Instagram, or Facebook.
And speaking of meta, Dana's Lickitung might show back here. We're back looking at the players. They are calculating in their heads how they are going to navigate this Game 2. They have had an opportunity to see each other's teams a couple of times. Now that everything has been reworked, they are getting straight back into the games. We have the Giratina again against the Pelipper.
Oh my goodness, he switches into the Sand Slash and is answered immediately with the Vigoroth. How is Dana going to play this out? I believe Inadequance is going to farm all the way down, and then where is this energy going to go?
This is not a great position for Dana, but it is a wonderful position for Martine. He fully farms down the Alolan Sand Slash, and he has energy on the Vigoroth to spare.
The Lickitung, however, is so safe in the back. He can do super effective lick on either the Giratina or the Cresselia. I would say as long as Dana can make his way through the Cresselia, the Lickitung can clean up in the back.
This is the thing. Vigoroth is now out of the way. As you say, Lickitung has a lot of work to do, but it does have the potential to do it. Vigoroth reaches another move. Dana has a shield decision to make. He doesn't really want to have to lick this down, does he?
No, there's no way he can lick down with the Lickitung, and opts to maybe farm down here and have a Hurricane ready for the Giratina.
Okay, so Dana could get a shield back from Martine now. He then could go into his Lickitung, and Lickitung has a reasonably good matchup against Cresselia in the Wands.
Inadequance already knows that there's a Lickitung in the back because of what happened earlier. Now, Cresselia, I believe, it wins against a Lickitung in the 2-to-1 shield scenario. This could, however, come down to a catch. This matchup will play out very long.
That is a really smart play from Martine. He let the Hurricane go through on the Giratina because he knew he needed his Cresselia as protected as possible for the Lickitung in the back. Giratina didn't have anything more it needed to do. Pelipper's in the red. This is Lickitung versus Cresselia.
Body slam coming down from the side of Danny. It is going to get shielded up from Inadequance. Well, at this point, what else are you going to shield? The Pelipper can't make it to another move, and these body slams are going to start adding up. Martine not wanting to be in a range where he can get licked down.
Little by little, the switch clocks are expiring. Martine needs to be very, very careful that one of his attacks aren't caught in the late game. Dana knows that that could be his win con, so Will's expecting to see a lot more body slams, and then when the switch clocks are up, it's anyone's game.
Switch clocks are going to be up after Danny throws this next body slam off. Just one more for him to have. Oh, and actually lets a Psycho Cut go through. Inadequance needs to make a shield decision here. Does he do it? He does. And now it's coming down to a decisive catch for Danny. Does he go for it? Come on, no! It's just not enough. And goes into the Giratina. And here's the thing. Oh my goodness.
This is very, very smart play from Martine. He didn't want to farm down the Pelipper. He wanted to let Giratina go so that Lickitung couldn't get farmed. Dana knows that. They've both stopped tapping because neither one wants to give the other player more farm. This is genius plays on both sides. What's going to happen, Eric?
Well, it looks like Inadequance is going to bark first, and it looks like a body slam is going to be reached on the Lickitung. Is this enough to take out the Cresselia? Charge attack priority. Lickitung wins.
Eric, does this knock out out?
I don't think it is enough, but the future sight may not even be enough for the side of Cresselia. It's going to knock out.
Cresselia survives! It's on the future side! Martine is going to take this game 2-0!
2-0 victory for Inadequates. Terrible switch in for Danny with the Alolan Sandslash on the Vigoroth, but he was almost able to take this game home. If he was able to not throw the Weather Ball on the Giratina and come out with the Power Whip, he might have been just able to take this game.
That was a sensational game to watch. We had to wait a little bit for it, but boy was it worth it. Martine has won again. He's into the loser semifinals. He's up against EJ, isn't he?
He is the remaining player from this region inside the Utrecht Special Event, and he is showing why he belongs in the losers semifinals up against 23 EJB. One of them is eventually going to face up against the loser of Pablondinas and Normal Hindos. That will be a very exciting story to follow as we continue with day 2 at the Utrecht Special Events.
Now, EJ spoke to us earlier, and he said that he had to navigate around a Wigglytuff on the side of Scaffo, and he was successful in doing so. And there's one more Wigglytuff player left in the tournament, but that is Martine, and they are up against each other next.
Martine probably has a little bit of insight on his side. Imagine you already watched that game. You already see how EJB is playing up into a team that, well, it's so similar to yours that it basically gives you insight onto how you should play your own match. However, if you're Martine, you know that too. How much do you want to change up your strategy within reason to still be able to win the game?
That is right. So whilst Martine and EJ prepare for their grudge match, we get to move back to the winner's side of the bracket where we have Pablondinas and Normalheim. The winner of those will then go straight into the grand finals, while the loser will come and take on the winner of Martine and EJ. There's so many more games to play, Eric. I'm so excited to see them.
So many more games, and let us know what your favorite matches have been today and what you're looking forward to in the upcoming couple of matches. Of course, we could be just one and done in the grand finals, or there could be an exciting lower bracket reset. I think the caliber of players inside of the lower bracket right now both have a very high potential to be able to do that.
That is right. These have been so many games with so many heightened emotions. You probably need a break. We need a little bit of a break. Let's watch a couple of videos while we wait for some more fantastic games.
Welcome guys to another discussion video in between the rounds, and this time we're going to discuss a Pokemon that has won the Latin America International Championship in the 2024 season. It is really cool. It's Charjabug, guys. What do you think? Why did it perform so well in Sao Paulo, Brazil?
Charjabug's just an incredible counter to the Superior, which we see everywhere. Also very good against Lantern, which is in almost every team, and it has that very unique core breaking capacity to break those two apart, which is very rare to see in a Pokemon.
The way we saw the champion use it in Sao Paulo, he paired it with a Water Gun Lantern, which covers the Charjabug incredibly well against a Pokemon like Gligar, so I think that's why it also was very successful.
Also, talking about Lantern now, you said it is really good against Lantern. That is, of course, the Spark Lantern, however. How does it itself perform versus Water Gun?
Oh, versus Water Gun Lantern is much more of an even matchup. Even versus Spark Lantern, actually, it is kind of even. But for a Pokemon like Charjabug to get so close to being a Lantern, it's already quite nice. But Water Gun, definitely more iffy. I think that might have been part of the reason why the LAYC champion himself brought the Water Gun Lantern.
And personally, I just really like when a player like that can make off-meta picks work like that, because you don't see a lot of people going out of their comfort zone to use a more off-meta pick like the Charjabug, and it has those very neutral matchups. It only really fears that Gligar, so as long as you cover that well, I think you're very good.
Yeah, ever since Charjabug got Volt Switch as a fast attack, we've seen it more times on stream. Even Dex used it in Lille, I think, and was kind of successful with it as well. But now we have to go to the core of things, of course, because how does it perform versus Medicham? It has the type advantage.
It definitely does have a type advantage, but Medicham with those super strong same type attack bonus counters just hit so hard. Psychic being a hard hitting move, also tough for Charjabug, so actually can kind of struggle there, but because of neutral Volt Switches and X-Scissors, it still generally has the upper hand.
However, some of these Medicham lately run Dynamic Punch, so that means that the Medicham doesn't even have that neutral Psychic to hit the Charjabug with.
And in that case, the matchup is way better for Charjabug.
So one more thing I have to ask about Charjabug, because most of the players were running Discharge and X-Scissor, of course. So what do you think about Crunch? Because in Catch Cup this happens a lot.
It's very interesting, especially in Catch Cup, because there's a lot of Clodsire and Quagsire in Catch Cup, and for those ground types, especially Clodsire, because you can't hit that with X-Scissor either, having that neutral Crunch is very, very nice. However, you do lack that electric damage, of course, so you're gonna do a little bit less good versus some flyers like the Noctowls or the Azumarill, for example, the water types. Do you do much less good against.
But you know what Crunch also has? It has that 30% chance to lower your opponent's defense. So it has that going for it, which is nice. I personally would like Crunch if I am quite weak to a ghost type like Trevenant or Frostless. And I think that's the merit that Crunch really has.
To sum it up, Charjabug is an incredibly flexible Pokemon. It has 3 strong charge attacks to its name and also a really good fast attack with Volt Switch now. So I think that we're going to see more of those Pokemon in the future, and we're going to cut live back into the broadcast.
If you missed the last matches, well, you're kind of out of luck because they were absolutely incredible. A really fun team, and I would say an interesting team by Dane that's also been utilized by a lot of other people still in this tournament. We saw it used by San Hudigo. We saw it used by basically Statistan. But now, Pablo Dinas is up next.
Exactly.
Winner's side of the bracket.
Yes, that's Alolan Sandslash, a water flying core, either with Pelipper or at Mantine, has been proving to be very, very, very strong in this meta. Pablo Dinas will be up versus Normal Hein, who's not running a water flyer, but he is running a very special flying type in that Shadow Golbat.
Yeah, Pablo Dinas was able to knock San Dudu down to the lower bracket. Also Donnie, who's just knocked out of the tournament by Inadequates. But Normal Hein, it's been a battle of the Duchies for him this entire day too, knocking Inadequates down to the losers bracket and also Statistan.
True. Speaking of the bracket, let's take a look at it right now. Like you said, Battle of the Duchies for Normal High, knocking down Inadequates and Statistan. Pablo Dinas taking 2 very close best of 3s, 2-1 in both of his sets. They're knocking down Sandodu and Dana.
Yeah, neither one of these trainers have lost at all. Not only day 1, but also day 2. You can see the bracket, you can see the trainers who have been in this. This is a top 16 for this day because we had so many competitors here in Utrecht, but alas, only one can be called the Utrecht Special Event champion.
Will it be Pablo Dinas, will it be Normal Hein, or will it be Inadequates or EJB that are also still in this tournament, but in the losers bracket?
We've gone from like 150 down to the top 4.
Exactly, exactly. Keep in mind, everyone, we're moving into the winners finals, which means that this next match will be a best of 5.
Yeah, best of 5s are a little bit different, I think, also in your mindset than the best of 3. What is going through your head when you're doing a best of 5 scenario?
So with a best of 5, it is of course the first to 3 matches won wins the entire best of 5. And because you have more matches to win, you also have a little bit more matches to lose. So losing that first match may not be as consequential. I like to take a little bit more risk in that first game because of that.
Interesting, okay.
If you take a little bit more risk, if it pays off, that's great. If it doesn't pay off, at least you've learned a lot from your opponent and you can apply that in the next battles.
I was talking to 23 EJB and he told me a fun fact about himself. He says he's never lost a best of 5 matchup when he's been able to make it to a top cut performance.
True.
So I think if you are with him, you're going to maybe be trembling in your boots.
Yeah, Pablo Dinas, we have seen him play in best of 5s before in, I believe it was Liverpool. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite do it there, but maybe this time, with this little bit of experience he's gathered, he can make it to the grand finals in Utrecht.
So that's some of the stuff that's been going on the competitor side here in Utrecht. However, we also have some social posts to see what's been going on around the tournament and also with the viewers at home. We gave it a little bit of call outs and you guys have really responded. This is a nice one from A Mind Joke who has said, let's not think about the tournament, but what makes it awesome? The people. This is him out to dinner last night with a group of his friends. He was very disappointed. He said that he didn't be able to make it to Top Cut, especially because there was so many Alolan Sandslashes that did.
Yes, his favorite Pokemon, of course, Alolan Sandslash. So that is a bit unfortunate to see, but he still had a great time. We had some dinner at a very nice Lebanese restaurant, had a good time, good food, good
and
chat.
a lot of Top Cut competitors.
Exactly.
Scapo and Maximilian P. We have another one from Hamelhoff that she says, I know all the Americans are waiting until next month to show up to Europe. She's talking about the EUIC, but we still had a nice showing here.
Yes, Hamelhoff here with our fellow caster, Nighttime Clasher, and also players Tia Risa and Hey There Heather. Ooh, speaking of players, here we got the Tea and Pizza team. Shout out to them again in Utrecht this weekend, specifically to Diodowski, Sarastan, and W2M Go PvP for making day 2. Wow, great results by Tea and Pizza.
Yeah, I also like their little shout out, of course, to their friend Tomahawk, but more than anything, major congratulations to Tomahawk UK for absolutely smashing his casting debut, an undeniable asset to Pokemon events. Yeah, we can't disagree with that. We've been loving having Tomahawk with us for this, and I think a lot of competitors are loving having him on this side of the desk rather than playing against him. He's not able to Top Cut if he's over here.
This is very true. Honestly, I can't get enough of Fareed, especially together with Eric. They form an incredible duo.
Hey, I just want to say, you're a great partner. I think you're a good duo as well, Thomas.
Thank you too. I love casting with you as well, Amanda, and I'm so excited to get to cast this matchup between Pablon, Dinas, and Normalheim.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at these teams. We talked about it a little bit before. A lot of these players are running a very similar team composition together with that Whiscash, Lickitung, Annihilate, Charjabug, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and sometimes a flyer of their choice, this one being the Mantine, and we know that from previous experience, it's on Aerial Ace and Ice Beam.
Yes, it is. Normalheim running something way different though. Well, maybe not way different. He still has that Alolan Sandslash, Lickitung, Charjabug, and Whiscash, same as Pablon Dinas, but he has anchored that with the Shadow Golbat and Shadow Poliwrath.
And we saw him really play that to perfection against some very high-level players. As a reminder, last year, Normalheim actually also made the Top Cut here in Utrecht. He said it's maybe a home turf advantage going on for him, but he will take that advantage where he can get it. And really, Shadow Golbat has been going to play for this man.
Shadow Golbat has been doing a lot of work this tournament. I don't think we'll see it here. There's a lot of sense. There's a Charjabug. It's a little bit risky. We're not gonna have to wait long to find out though. Hasn't brought it this time. He has brought the Lickitung though out on the field against the Annihilate right now.
We saw it in an immediate swap out to the Charjabug. It's really not that much better of a matchup, especially now that the Annihilate has a lot of energy, but now swapping into the Lickitung himself, going ahead and the 2 Xers are stored from Normalheim, the first one going through now.
Lots of energy stored on this Charjabug. First X-Scissor hits the Lickitung. No shield by Pablon Dinas. Already almost at the body slam. Decides to farm up a lot more, but throws the body slam right before Normalheim can reach 2 more X-Scissors.
I like that. It was good timing by Pablo Dinas. They're throwing this body slam. Going to be able to take that Charjabug down to the yellow. But like you said, Tom, there's a ton of energy on the Charjabug. Almost at 2 X-Scissors. Now throwing the first one, and he's got another one already loaded up.
Yes, he does. Pablon Dinas deciding to no-shield the first X-Scissor though. Like you said, there's another one already loaded up onto this Charjabug. Pablon Dinas decides, I don't need switch advantage. I'll just let my Lickitung go.
Gonna go ahead, let that go down. We'll have to see what will come in the back. There is a lot of energy on that Annihilate, but there's also a Charjabug of his own. We do not know when charge attack priority in this matchup. Waiting out that clock and coming in with the Charjabug. It's pretty much on even energy.
Oh, wow, Normalheim deciding to switch out, save the Charjabug, and bring out this Whiscash. I really, really like this, as he isn't really that afraid of the Charjabug with his Lickitung either.
Not very afraid, but are you afraid of Annihilate with a lot of energy and 2 shields going at charge attack at priority here? If Normalheim's been watching the other matches, Pablo Dinas always likes to bait, it seems, at the beginning with this going for yet another Night Slash, but will he get another boost? No, he doesn't right at charge attack priority.
Scald comes out. Shielded by Pablo Dinos, that's a huge shield. A Scald will do a lot of damage first. The Annihilate, do we see a drop here? Yes, we do. The random number generator is going in favor of Normalheim here.
He'll still use a shield here, though, as you can see that Night Slash going through one more time. Pablo Dinos says, okay, even though it's a little bit less energy, I know that I still am going to be able to make it to one more. Normalheim uses both shields in this game against the Whiscash.
Yeah, wants to get these Scalds off onto the Annihilate. Shields the Night Slash, no boost once again. Does Pablo Dinos shield this up? Is his Annihilate valuable enough for him? Yes, it is. Shields up the Scald.
And we see an immediate swap out by Normalheim back into the Lickitung. This was the beginning matchup, and it was a little bit more favorable for the Annihilate, but now going into a fully healthy Charjabug. There's a lot of energy on that Lickitung. However, X's are now coming through from Pablo's side.
I really like how Pablo Dinos switched out of the Annihilate once he had a Night Slash stored. Can now use that Night Slash later on in the game when he isn't attack dropped anymore.
Yes, and we know that it was most likely going to win Charge Attack priority against both of the Pokemon in the back, so he will be able to fire that first. Meanwhile, the Charjabug is just barely down into the yellow here, still charging away, trying to get to another X-Scissor, but Normalheim's counting here, throws his Body Slam first. We'll have to see if it'll be enough to knock out the Charjabug.
I don't think it will be. Charjabug hangs on. X-Scissor gets fired here. Lickitung deep into the red. I think it will be enough.
Yeah, pretty much going to be enough. No Protect Shields remaining on Normalheim's side. No Protect Shields left on the field at all. And two very low health Pokemon. We'll have to see how they want to deal with each other. And Mudshot goes through, and the X-Scissor is going to be able to release onto the Whiscash.
Whiscash will go down here, but there is still a Charjabug on Normalheim's side. If Normalheim can manage to farm down this opposing Charjabug, he looks like could discharge the Annihilate, but I think that he gets farmed out instead.
Yeah, it gets fully farmed down. It looks like game one possibly going to Pablo Dinos here. Both of these players kind of thinking out how they were going to play out that mid-game.
Exactly. That Charjabug from Pablo Dinos, just putting in some work at the end game there, farming down Normalheim's Charjabug. It does seem like we may have a little bit of discussion about this battle, though. Judges taking a look at everything went as it was supposed to.
And I think that's really important to know. If you are a player and you think that maybe you're not getting some of the attacks or the energy that you think you should be getting from tapping the screen, it's always good to just double check with your opponent, make sure your opponent's getting the energy, and also checking with the judges saying, I think that something may have been wrong here. Could you just have a look at it?
Exactly, and luckily we have an amazing crew of judges here at this event with a lot of knowledge about the game. They will know exactly if something went wrong, and if something went wrong, if it was crucial for the game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And even if it's not, even if it still goes on the way had planned, I think these players can take a lot of information out of this first game of the best of five. Because like you said, best of fives are a little bit different in general because it can be a little bit more relaxed. You can afford to lose a game or maybe even two if you're going to try to go for a reverse sweep to gain some information about how your opponent likes to play, the different Pokemon they want to bring in, whether they want to bait like Pablo Dinos seems to always do with that Annihilate.
Baiting once again, I think that's definitely information that Normalheim will take into the next matchup. I do believe we see Pablo Dinos play the Annihilate in almost every single battle, so perhaps we see Normalheim bring the Golbat next time.
Yeah, we did talk about how risky it would be to potentially bring that Golbat, but of course if you're really leaning on the experience that you have, the knowledge that you have about your opponent, maybe that is a good call saying, I am going to be a little bit risky because I know that he's always bringing that.
Exactly. Charjabug was on Pablo Dinos' team this time, but let's say you had a Shadow Ball on it with your Golbat, that will still do so much damage, so I do think it has some play at least.
All right, so if you were Normalheim, would you go ahead and bring that Golbat?
I would highly consider it, perhaps in the lead with two answers to that Charjabug and Alolan Sandslash in the back, so perhaps a Whiscash for sure, and then maybe a Lickitung. Not that great versus Alolan Sandslash, but perhaps you can take a little risk.
Okay. I have another question about Pablo Dinos' team. Because you are such a good team builder yourself, you have a good analytical mind, why do you think that this team is so popular here in Utrecht? Because we're like the very end of pretty much the Timeless Travels meta. There's not so much different about it. And I mean, there's Water Pulse on the Mantine now, and there's maybe a couple other updates, but we're not really seeing those on this specific team. But this team is so popular. It made it onto, I think, 4 of the 12, 16 teams that made it to day 2.
I think it's mainly
that core of Charjabug, Lickitung, Whiscash, Annihilate that we've seen do so well in tournaments. It's just super solid. And then paired with two amazing core breakers in Alolan, Sandslash, and Mantine, you can core break some of your opponent's teams. And for those who don't know what core breaking means, it means that you have a Pokemon on your lineup that can beat common duos or even trios of Pokemon of your opponent. So, for example, Mantine does very well against common duos we see, like Whiscash Annihilate, like Whiscash Gligar, like the Azumarill we see, and Alolan Sandslash does very well against the duo of Lickitung and Gligar. So, those two do very well as either bench pressure or just as great core brokers to run into a team.
So do you think that we finally, speaking of core breaking codes, do you think maybe we code broke it just like at the very end of the Timeless Travels meta, because the very next event, which will be in Vancouver, will be in the World of Wonders, and I think we're going to see a whole bunch of different Pokemon there.
Yes, I mean, speaking of core breakers, I think Empoleon may be a good one. Now it's Steel Wing. Okay. I think it may have somewhat of a similar role to Mantine. I mean, it doesn't, of course, that's very bad against counters of Whiscash, but it does break that Talonflame upon a Snow Core, for example.
Yeah, being able to charge up very quickly as well. Skarmory this season was one of the Pokemon who really benefited from having Steel Wing added to its roster. I'm really excited to see what people will bring. It's always interesting to be like the very first tournament inside a new meta and see how people like to team build. And I thought that this event was actually really interesting in that regard as well, because we had sort of like a mixture, right? So we could use the Timeless Travels and we could use potential Pokemon that had some updates that they already, Pokemon with the charge moves that already were in their move pool were still allowed to use them even if they got an advantage.
I agree. Hakumo especially, we saw have a lot of play from Lurgan and Rocket. Unfortunately, couldn't make it further. Would have loved to see that Pokemon put in more work, but perhaps in more regionals in the World of Wonder season, we'll see it have some more action. I think Hakumo especially is just so good into Steel types, into Fire types, very good into Whiscash as well. Lickitung, which you see everywhere, and it's an absolute wall to Charjabug. So I think it may be the new Pokemon to run and beat in this next season.
All right, we'll have to definitely keep our eye on that. A Pokemon that I was rather interested in, of course it didn't have any extra move updates or anything, but Scaffold 99 and Inadequance, who is still in the tournament, was running it, was Wigglytuff. You were talking about core breakers. I think that Wigglytuff was a big core breaker for a lot of like the people who were using the Annihilate or using a lot of these fighters, especially if they did not have any Steel type Pokemon on their team.
I agree. Wigglytuff just so strong, especially with shields against any Pokemon that's not Steel, that's not Fire, that's not Poison. Also known as the Pokemon that take neutral or super effective from that Charm fast attack.
However, we did see 23 EJB really playing masterfully around a Wigglytuff with none of these Pokemon on his team. Yes. He had no Poison type, he had no Steel type Pokemon on his team, but he really, you know what he had? He had that Shadow Whiscash, and that really went to town, being able to throw Mud Bomb after Mud Bomb onto it, getting and stripping away those shields.
Yes, if you don't have a Charm Resist on your team, the best way to play around is usually just to spam off as many charge attacks as you can. Get those shields down, and once the shields are down, the Charmers usually don't do that much anymore.
That's a good point. So while we wait on this, and I know that this is the very last time, again, that we're going to be able to use a lot of these Pokemon in the Timeless Travels meta. Maybe you can do a little bit of your team building skills and give a hint for what the people in Vancouver should be running. You did talk a little bit about Steel Wing and Empoleon. Are there any other picks besides that and Hakumo that are like, okay, here's a little bit of a secret sauce. Try to run this in your team of 6.
Well, honestly, I don't think this Pokemon is secret anymore, but Shadow Feraligatr with Shadow Claw looks absolutely incredible. I mean, looking at the teams we saw today, it does very good into Annihilate, it does very good into Whiscash, it's very good into Talonflame. It's a water type, but it has Shadow Claw. You can even run Crunchel on it, which makes it very good versus Cresselia, a Pokemon that with Grass Knot usually beats water types, but no, Feraligatr turns the tables and can win that matchup.
Yep. They will also be able to do this at EUIC. So even though the Europeans won't really have a chance to test it out beforehand, we will be in that meta there. And I think that's also going to be incredibly interesting, because not only do we have a lot of people from Europe competing in this, I know for a fact, Hamelhoff knew for a fact when she posted it in that social post, we're getting a lot of players from the North America region. And I think we're actually even getting some players from the Asia Pacific region coming over as well to compete at EUIC.
Exactly. I love talking about the World of Wonders update with you, but for now, we're gonna head into a little discussion we recorded earlier about the World of Wonders.
Hi trainers, I'm Tomahawk UK and I'm joined by Nighttime Clasher and Amanda Lumberg, and we're here to talk about the World of Wonders meta. We're in the World of Wonders season, guys. We've seen a few changes that might affect the teams that we see in upcoming tournaments. Eric, what are your thoughts on the World of Wonders meta?
Yeah, I think the World of Wonders has opened the door for a lot of water types to be quite dominant in the metagame, which then opens the door for also electric types, let's say like Hisuian Electrode, to really break the meta.
I think that's exactly the type of top-cutting analysis we were looking for from this segment. Amanda, did you have anything to add?
I do agree that some maybe off-meta picks before will now become meta. Maybe not necessarily that one. However, I do think like the fact that for Alligator now has Shadow Claw will be a big changer, not only in the Show 6 Pick 3, but also in Go Battle League.
I think you're absolutely right. And another water type that I think could be dominant is Steelwing and Polian. Have you had a thought about that?
Yeah, Steelwing, we've seen how strong it can be paired with Skarmory, and really that was the only Steelwing user after the Steelwing buff in the December season. So of course, Empoleon able to really put in a lot of work in the 2 shield scenarios against most Pokemon. I think it's going to be a very, very dominant introduction to the metagame.
And one final Pokemon that I'd like to mention. Obviously, we know about the dominance of Annihilate in this meta and previous metas. Will Shadow Gallade affect Annihilate's role as the premium fighter? What are your thoughts, Eric?
Yeah, of course, being able to, one, have Leaf Blade coverage against Whiscash, probably the most dominant Pokemon in the meta right now, with no, like, real drawbacks of the very strong Scald, is able to deny it very quickly in just 4 Psycho Cuts. And, of course, Psycho Cut is super effective against Annihilate. It's not a huge damaging move, but it's still something against one of the top fighters in the meta right now.
Amanda, are you a Shadow Gallade fan?
I am a Shadow Gallade fan. I think the potential, not problem, because again, like you said, Psycho Cut generates energy so quickly, is just that you can't really fast attack down. And a lot of times you want your fighter to be able to do fighting damage. And if you're only relying on the close combat of the Gallade, it may become a bit of a problem in some scenarios.
That's right, but it sounds like we've got a lot of variety and a lot of options now, and the World of Wonders meta could really be exciting. Let's see how it is back where you are.
Welcome back, trainers. Our judges have gone over the previous match, and we will be seeing a rematch between Pablondinas and Normaline of that game number 1.
So what that means is basically they can just throw out all the scores, they can throw out the Pokemon, they don't need to use the exact same 3, even though we might still see those 3. Like I said before though, even if this game doesn't count, there's a lot of information that can be gathered from that very matchup, learning each other's playstyles, learning what Pokemon they wanted to pick, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump right back into the battles.
Yes, here they are, our amazing trainers, Pablondinas and Normaline. Again, Pablondinas with an Alolan Sandslash, a Mantine core that looks very, very solid, even into Normaline's squad, though Normaline does have Pokemon to beat. Both of them, like the Charger Bug, does very, very fine to both of them. His own Alolan Sandslash also does very good at the both of them. So we may see those come out from Normaline.
And we did talk about before as well, Pablondinas has really been relying heavily on his Annihilate in these matches. So we'll perhaps see that Shadow Golbat, which doesn't have the best matchups against the whole team, but will definitely put in work against the Annihilate. And also be able to maybe do a little parting gift of those poison things, you know, before it goes down.
Exactly. I mean, even in a negative matchup, getting that Poison Fang debuff of the defense is very, very valuable. Makes it easier for your next Pokemon to get a fast attack down and take energy to throw into the next matchup.
We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play this out. Again, this is the winners finals. This means that these players have not dropped a single game really from the day 1 or day 2. They're going to see who will be going into the grand finals as well. This is a best of 5 matchup.
Exactly, best of 5. Mind game's gonna be all over the place. I would love to see that Shadow Golbat, to be honest. Looking at Normalhein's squad, I think he's always bringing the Charger Bug. It's very good at the Pablo Dinos' team, just doesn't really want to see the Whiscash. That's of course a negative matchup because the ground typing, the Lickitung just slightly outbulks it, which makes that generally a positive matchup for Lickitung as well, but Charger Bug definitely has a lot of play into both.
And so I don't know if you remember from the very first matchup, but the leads were Annihilate versus a Lickitung, correct? And then it was a swap out immediately because it wasn't a good necessary matchup. I wonder if we'll see them both, you know, sometimes if you're like, okay, I have a plan, I'm just going to stick with that plan. If we will see that again for this new game 1.
Could definitely be the case. I think in that previous matchup, both trainers had a lot of play, so they may be feeling very confident with that line. However, they may also be expecting the opponent to be very confident with their line and then try to hard counter what they previously did.
And we're about to see for sure. It looks like whole new team here as we have that Poliwrath into the Annihilate. This is not great for Normalheim here as the Annihilate does so much better against it here. But the counter's actually doing a lot more as they are not very effective against this Ghost fighting type.
Opting to stay in here though, they will charge that priority on the Shadow Ball, had Pablo Dinos thrown it. Normalheim not going for the Scald, instead going for the Icy Wind bait, getting the shield and this attack drop on Pablo Dinos' Annihilate.
The attack drop is a 100% guarantee. Meanwhile, Pablo just going up to 100 energy
Whoa!
and catching. This is a big catch. This Shadow Ball onto the Lickitung, this normal type Pokemon, and it's not going to be doing that much damage at all. Normalheim very happy with how that turned out.
Wow. Absolutely incredible play. This is generally a negative matchup for Lickitung as well, but since he got the attack drop with the Icy Wind on the Annihilate, Pablo Dinos can't stay in. The counters just wouldn't do enough. Instead, switches into the Lickitung now, and it's going to have to take a barrage of body slams.
He did have a chip and dip, not the kind of chip I think he exactly wanted. Had to stay in for a couple more counters, storing up an attack. I do like that move. And then now going ahead and letting this body slam come through from Normalheim's Lickitung. Meanwhile, Pablo Dinos just continuing to lick away, get a lot more energy.
Yes, Pablo Dinos already at 2 body slams here. And Normalheim, oh, this is good information. This is very important information for the rest of the best of 5. Pablo Dinos' Lickitung does win charge attack priority over Normalheim, who's gonna get off his body slam right now.
Which is a very interesting thing to learn in game number 1. Sometimes you have to wait a couple games to even see this sort of action, but this Lickitung now body slam going off. Pablo Dinos, if he's counting, then he's gonna charge up again to 100%, knowing that he wins that charge attack priority. Throwing this body slam here, Normalheim still no shield on his side.
This won't knock out Normalheim's Lickitung just yet, but he is in range for a second body slam, which Pablo Dinos throws just before Normalheim gets to his next. Excellent counting there by Pablo Dinos.
Not only excellent counting, not leaving a lot of the Lickitung to farm. It comes to Poliwrath, an immediate counter swap into the Charger Bug, but Normalheim's already at that Icy Wind, throwing it there. No Protect Shield from Pablo Dinos this side, but it's now going to have a little bit of a debuff Volt Switch.
I like this play a lot from Normalheim. Just get the guaranteed attack drop with that Icy Wind. Put the Charger Bug at a little lower HP, and now perhaps you can sweep with your own Charger Bug.
Charger Bug coming to town. We have still 2 shields left on Normalheim's side as well, so just charging up a lot of energy here before now throwing an X-Scissor of his own. Not going to be able to quite knock out with this one, but he's still going to gain a lot of energy with his Volt Switches, and he still has another one that he can potentially throw.
He has 2 shields remaining, and he's gonna use one of them right now. After this, he may even be able to Volt Switch down Pablo Dinos' Charger Bug here. Is he able to?
Looks like he is.
Wow.
1 Volt Switch, 2 Volt Switches, down goes the Charger Bug, and now there's a lot of energy to throw whatever comes in the back. Not a lot of health left on the Lickitung, and I don't think any energy either. The Annihilate does have a Night Slash stored.
Yes. Oh yeah, not much energy on the Lickitung at all. Normalheim over farming a lot. Allows the Lickitung to get to the body slam here. Not too happy with that. Is he gonna shoot? Oh, he lets it go.
Letting it go. Now they both have 2 very low health Pokemon and a simultaneous swap there, countering down that Poliwrath. Still a lot of energy, going for that charge attack priority here, getting that first shield off of Normalheim.
Normalheim already has the discharge loaded. Will be able to fire it now. If the Annihilate has a Night Slash stored, it's going to be able to win the second charge attack priority. It's got to be close.
It's going to be close. The shield has gone up. The discharge connects with it. And now it looks like he's going ahead and throwing another one. Very, very close games there. Coming down to the skin of their teeth as this Night Slash connects with the Charger Bug.
Yeah, that simultaneous switch into the Poliwrath allowed Pablo Dinas to farm it down with its Annihilate, get 2 Night Slashes stored, and ultimately that is the play that won him the game here.
Pablo Dinas is on fire today. He hit the last top cut in Liverpool. He's now officially top cut here in Utrecht as well, and he is really on a rampage. I think he said last time I got 3rd place. Let's see how far I can take it this time.
Wow, he's already secured 3rd place by making it to winners finals. If he wins this one, he secured 2nd. So
well, it is a best of 5. We have to remember again, so he would have to win 2 more to be able to secure that for sure. There's a lot of information, again, that can be pulled out of these matches. I think if you're Normalheim, you're like, okay, I don't think I played that bad. It came down to a charge attack priority. I think maybe if I just could tighten up 1 or 2 more things, if I had a better lead even, I could have won that matchup.
I agree. I wouldn't say Normalheim played that bad at all. I think he played it absolutely incredible. The Shadow Ball catch on his own Lickitung was tremendous, but Pablo Dinas staying calm, cool and collected, deciding this is not the worst, I can stay in for a little bit, do a couple counters on the Lickitung, farm back up to a charge stack of my own, and then switch into my own and continue from there.
I think it's very difficult when you have that Poliwrath. The Poliwrath just, even though it did quite a bit of work, it had nowhere to go really. I mean, we had Annihilate in the lead, we had a Charge Bug in the back against it as well, still able to Icy Wind, do things to be able to debuff. I mean, I think it was really good plays by Normalheim.
Oh, I think so too. Poliwrath really showing up here, even though it was in those technically negative matchups, being able to take a shield from an Annihilate and apply the debuff, and also apply a debuff for Charge Bug, just proved to be very, very vital and got him very, very close to winning that game.
Yeah.
I think, even though I do expect Pablo Dinas to keep playing the Charge Bug and Annihilate, we'll see more Poliwrath from Normalheim's side.
Yeah, he's already proven that he is not scared off of certain Pokemon. He knows the playstyle that he's going with. He's a very aggressive player. He's also, you've seen him play in the grassroots tournaments as well. So he's a name that is, though he's not been participating much in these play Pokemon things, he is well known within the circuit.
He definitely is. He's done very, very well in many grassroots tournaments. So even though, like you said, he doesn't have much experience in the regional circuit, he definitely has a lot of experience online.
And he did top cut last year in Utrecht, and I think he says, hey, it would be pretty cool for someone from Utrecht to be able to take home this special event champion. We're seeing the Poliwrath in the lead. This time it's a fantastic lead for Normalheim.
Sticking to his strategy, bringing the Poliwrath lead once again. Pablo Dinas forces switch out into Charge Bug here. Normalheim has a great response in the back though in that Wish Cash.
Yeah, we're saying it's not over until it's over. He was hard countered in the lead and also in the swap, but if you look at that backline, I think the Annihilate is going to be doing pretty well overall, but it depends on how these 2 players are going to play it out, charging up to almost 100 energy, throwing this Scald. Now, will Normalheim get the debuff? That will also help in this mid-game with the Charge Bug.
Oh, it definitely would. And it does not debuff, but since this is a regular Wish Cash, it can still survive this next X-Scissor quite cleanly and get to a bunch more charge decks.
He's going to charge up a lot more energy, as you can see already at a Mud Bomb, going ahead and going a little bit more. He's counting, he's going to throw right before the next X-Scissor is reached, and if Pablo Dinas does not decide to shield this, which he does not, this Charge Bug will go down, and Normalheim will be able to maintain that switch advantage that he was looking for with that Poliwrath into the Lickitung.
If Lickitung gets a farm down here, though, it does have access to the super effective power whip. It can hit on Poliwrath, so that could be kind of devastating for Normalheim. However, getting the Scald there is very valuable as well.
If he gets a Scald and he gets a Scald debuff, that Power Whip will not be doing as much damage either, because we have to remember, which it does do, that Lickitung does not have the same type of attack bonus when throwing that Power Whip, so the grass from it's not going to be able to go in. Moving in with the Poliwrath, only to now be met with the Annihilate.
Just gonna go for the Icy Wind straight away, not even charging up to the Scald, knows his plan, just wants to debuff the Annihilate, and Pablo Dinas knows probably just an Icy Wind, but it will do so much damage already that decides to shoot it up.
Yeah, going this time, Pablo Dinas going for the heavy hitting Shadow Ball, properly getting shielded up from Normalheim as well, because this would do so much damage, even though it is debuffed. Look how low health that Poliwrath is. Those counters are doing way more than they are to the Annihilate, going for yet another Icy Wind.
Annihilate will be double debuffed after this. You could even consider switching in Lickitung maybe, but Normalheim opting to stay in. Oh, tries to catch another Shadow Ball. Not successful, but still, Pablo Dinas' switch timer is not up, so he's forced to throw a Night Slash.
Gonna go for a Night Slash, maybe try to boost his counter damage back up, because since he's now double debuffed, it's not gonna be doing as much as this Lickitung. Lickitung, meanwhile, just being able to lick away. Now, great timing by Normalheim, throwing this body slam right away. Just kind of misaligning these clocks even more.
Yes, indeed. First body slam comes out onto Pablo Dinas' Lickitung, who also has a ton of energy stored already. Do believe Normalheim is slightly ahead, though.
Slightly ahead and willing to take these body slams onto the Lickitung, because he knows, okay, I'm in the green still. 2 body slams is not going to be enough to knock me out. I don't want to take that body slam on that Poliwrath either. So just both of them looks like they're about the same amount of energy. It looks like Normalheim's maybe a little bit of ahead, but content with where he's at in this, almost up to 100 energy.
Exactly. This is going to be a very interesting endgame. Remember, the Annihilate has a Night Slash stored already, or it's very close, so Normalheim may want to come out with an attack here.
Yeah, he looks like he has 2 attacks. He does know from that very first game that he does lose that charge attack priority, so just opting to keep going. He is at 100 energy now. He knows there's no Protect Shields left. This Power Whip should be enough to knock it out, but will it be able to do damage against Annihilate? That's the real question.
It does knock out the Lickitung. Oh, he tries to catch an attack on the Poliwrath, but it is not enough. Pablo Dinas patient, farms up to the 2 Night Slashes. Is going to knock out the Poliwrath here. Should win a charge attack priority versus Lickitung.
Yeah, they're back in the same position that he was in ahead of time. Normalheim losing both game number 1 and game number 2 at charge attack priority. Pablo Dinas just counting is on point, taking game number 2.
Absolutely incredible play there by Pablo Dinas. Had Normalheim not switched into the Poliwrath and just thrown a Power Whip, he would have won that game. But Pablo Dinas just predicting that Normalheim would try to catch the Night Slash onto his Poliwrath and decided, no, you know what? I'm going to make the risky play. I'm going to predict you're going to switch and just not throw.
And that is what's so tricky about this game. Even though it looks like you're tapping and it just should be about energy, and when I reach this, I can throw this here. And the big question is, should I shield or not? There's so many more mind games going on as well, because like you said, if he just would have thrown that, he would have won. However, he was predicting Pablo was going to predict he'd do something else.
Exactly. I'm predicting that you predict that I predict.
Exactly.
It's a whole mess of predictions, and well, Pablo Dinas has got that mess untangled. He's got it figured out. He's now 2-0 up. The ball is in Normalheim's court.
This is the winners final. So like we said before, neither one of these players has dropped a game. They've been knocking everyone down to the losers bracket, but also it's a good thing for both of them as well, because they still will have one more opportunity. No matter whoever loses this, will be able to face the winner of the 23 EJB versus Inadequance game that will be shown after.
Yes, though honestly, I don't think I'd want to play either of them. That sounds like a very, very tough match, though. If anyone can beat them, it's either of these trainers. So yes, if they do happen to lose, they still have a chance in that losers finals, of course.
We did see Normalheim knock Inadequance down to the losers bracket earlier today, so maybe he's saying, okay, if it's Inadequance that wins, I can know that I beat him once, I can probably do it again. Pablo Dinas is a little trickier, because he's been just knocking out people left and right, and 23 EJB actually went down to the losers bracket in day 1, so we're not quite sure who knocked him down.
That's absolutely incredible. What a losers run from EJB, but now we're going to go into the winners finals. Match number 3. Normalheim has to win if he wants to stay in this.
We're talking about the charge attack priorities. We know that Pablo Dinas wins it on the Lickitung, but will he also win it on the Whiscash? Because this is sort of an important matchup, and also potentially who gets that Scald debuff. Looks like it is going to be Pablo Dinas winning this charge attack as well.
Wow. Pablo Dinas just trading all of his Pokemon in the attack to win the charge attack priority here, and also gets the drop on the first Scald. That is absolutely huge in this matchup.
This is big and could flip a lot of things, especially if Normalheim does not get it back as well. He does, though, a little bit of luck in his favor, but as you can see, his Scald just did a little bit less than Pablo Dinas's because it already hit, once again throwing on charge attack priority.
Yeah, now that the Scald is doing less because of the debuff, this shouldn't knock out. If this debuffs though, that's okay. It does not debuff. That's very good news for Normalheim. We'll be able to bring the opposing Whiscash into the red as well, I would guess.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to be in the red. No attack default on either side, and you can actually see in the red how much this is going for. They're both playing the exact same game, the exact same way that the Whiscash in the lead. This Mud Bomb now going through, and it's going to be able to knock out Normalheim's Whiscash. But I think this is actually in an okay position here, because you know what he can do? He can come in and farm.
Yes, and farm on Golbat is so valuable as long as he doesn't get to the Scald, and Golbat farms down the Whiscash right before it can get there.
This is very big. Normalheim saying a little bit of luck finally going my way, because no matter what comes in, doesn't want to take that Shadow Ball or Poison Fang. Poison Fang is going to naturally 100% lower the defenses of this Lickitung.
Wow, this is a huge call by Pablondinas, by the way. Not bringing out a Charger Bug into the Golbat, even though that is the most positive matchup. Likely predicting something in the back that Charger Bug is very good against. But no, it's actually the Lickitung from Normalheim, so this is going to get very interesting.
Yeah, playing a mind game here. About to be revealed, however, as a Charger Bug takes the field and being swapped into the Lickitung, but now it has a Volt Switch advantage as well. Going to be able to already hit this X-Scissor coming through onto the Lickitung.
So this is generally a positive matchup for the Lickitung, but with 2 shields remaining, these Volt Switches and X-Scissors are really going to add up. They're going to add up so much that Charger Bug could potentially win the 2-shield scenario here.
And we'll have to see if Pablondinas wants to do this. It looks like the first shield is not going to be deployed yet. No, go ahead, letting that Body Slam connect. He's going to potentially have a little problem with the licks, because that's going to be the thing that's going to be heading with the Body Slams. Meanwhile, another X-Scissor coming through from Pablondinas' side, and it looks like no shield on Normalheim's side.
No one is using shields in this battle, saving them all for the... Oh! Wow, Pablondinas gets a full Volt Switch through there. That could be disastrous for Normalheim, but extremely good for Pablondinas.
Yeah, Normalheim shaking his head a little bit no, but if that extra Volt Switch is going to do a lot for energy for this Charger Bug, being another X-Scissor here. That the Lickitung goes down, and it looks like he's immediately trying to swap into his own. He's going to go ahead and get a little bit of extra energy on that Volt Switch. Going to go for an X-Scissor here.
Oh, I mean, this is double resisted, but Normalheim has so little HP left on this Golbat. He has to shield it, or he risks getting farmed down.
But the good thing, I guess, for Normalheim here is that he's already had so much energy with this Golbat. These Poison Fangs are more energy efficient to use, and also the better attack to use against the Lickitung. First one going through there, and it's already at the second.
Yes, dropping the defense of this Lickitung, but Pablondinas does still have a shield to hide behind. Can shield up this Poison Fang. He might just get Wing Attack down, or he does get Wing Attack down. Now, can a Charge Bug Volt Switch down? It cannot.
It cannot. It looks like Normalheim goes ahead, takes game number 3, and stays in this series, in this best of 5. If it was a typical game, which Pablondinas had been running up until this point, I mean, he's been doing a nice job 2-0-ing people. I mean, it looks like Normalheim in a typical situation would already be in the loser's bracket. But since this is a best of 5, being able to climb his way back up, and potentially we're going to see a best of 5 matchup.
Maybe even fly his way back up.
I like it.
On the back of that Shadow Golbat, which put in so much work this match. I must point out that final endgame scenario where he had 2 shields remaining and he decided to no-shield his Lickitung against the Charger Bug. I thought that was a bit of a mistake maybe, but it turned out to be an incredible play, because he was able to farm down the Charger Bug all the way with the Golbat and then just unleash Poison Fangs onto the Lickitung.
That was a big play. And again, we talk about critical moments in games, and I think that was actually the critical and pivotal moment for the game for Normalheim as well, because if that Charger Bug would have been able to reach something, then it would have changed everything. However, just being able to completely farm down and get all of that energy really proved advantageous.
Oh, 100%. Do you think he brings Shadow Golbat again, Amanda?
Well, I tell you what, I mean, I think he was searching for the Annihilate with it as well, but there was no Annihilate that game. So, I mean, Pablondinas kind of had a good read of maybe what Normalheim wanted to play. It just didn't work out in his favor in that very round. I think we might see more Shadow Golbat. I know that the Normalheim had even posted on X saying, hey, you guys, Shadow Golbat is the GOAT. No, it's not a GOAT, it's a bat.
It is a bat. I must agree with you. I mean, there were no positive matchups for Golbat in that game just now, and still it carried Normalheim to that victory. So I think we're going to see it, or he's just going to bench it now, because Pablondinas probably realized as well, ooh, the Shadow Golbat may be a little bit of an issue. Let's counter it as hard as I can again, and Normalheim could respond to that by perhaps bringing his answers to those counters, like the Whiscash, for example.
Another big point is, even if he doesn't bring it game number 2, now it is in Pablondinas' mind, because he won a game with it without the Annihilate even being present, and it has such a better matchup against that Annihilate as well. It might scare Pablondinas, even as his bench pressure, to bring him down to bench the Annihilate one more time.
True, and that may open the door for potential Alolan Sandslash, maybe Lickitung, or maybe that Poliwrath again.
Again, these best of 5 matchups are crazy because it's so many different opportunities for people to bring stuff that maybe they hadn't even brought at other points in the tournament.
No, exactly. Speaking of Pokemon that haven't been brought yet, we haven't seen that Mantine come out from Pablo Dinas in this best of 5. Normaline did bring out that Poliwrath a couple times. Also brought the Whiscash in this game. Maybe it's time for the Mantine.
Yeah, we'll see. So we're looking to get into game number 4 here. We got that Lickitung lead against a Lickitung. We've seen it plenty of times. I think we have realized from game 1, I believe, right, that Pablo Dinas wins that charge attack priority.
Yes, he does. So Pablo Dinas likely gonna win out this matchup if they both decide to stay in. But that's not the end of the world for Normaline either, because he could choose to farm down with either of his back Pokemon, and we all know that Golbat with energy or Charjabug with energy can put in so much work.
Going ahead and throwing this first body slam at the Lickitung, goes unshielded, but like we've seen before, still in the green, not that big of a deal yet. Normaline using both of the body slams almost right away though, so he's pretty much almost energy dry. That could leave Pablo Dinas open to maybe do something a little bit different if he wanted to swap out.
Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't be too worried about taking a body slam on whatever he switch it in, but instead of doing that, he decides to throw his own body slams first. First one coming out, farming up now, throwing a second.
Throwing that second one, now they're about even energy. They're both throwing at unoptimal time. It's really interesting because they don't want to throw necessarily on the charge attack priority, especially if you're Normalheim, because you know that you lose it. So you can see that even though that they're basically had the same matchup from the beginning, they're at different energy.
Yes, you want to be as unpredictable as possible in these best of 5 matchups. Normalheim bringing Pablo Dinas' Lickitung into the red now. One more body slam will do it. Pablo Dinas throwing his own now.
I like this play a lot because it's leaving an opportunity, like you said, even if there's just a little bit of health left, whatever can come in. Man, maybe it's Pablo Dinas who wants to do it, saying, I just want to bring my next Pokemon in and farm a little bit. No, it looks like he's going to go ahead and throw that, and Normalheim's letting it go. I think you're going to see a big farm down like you were talking about, though.
Yeah, I think so too. Is it going to be the Golbat? Is it going to be the Charjabug? That is the question now. It is 12 turns to get to a body slam here, so if Charjabug can farm down in 3 Volt Switches, that'd be the way. But no, it brings out Golbat, and it is answered with this Whiscash.
Whiscash going able to hit this Scald first, and it looks like Normalheim's deciding if he wants to shield that up because it is going to be doing nice amount of damage. No, letting that Scald go through. It's already down to the yellow, and he gets the attack ball. This is big, going for that big Shadow Ball instead of the bait.
Yes, Pablo Dinas has a choice to make now. The attack is dropped. Shadow Ball into damage, so it lets it go. Still does quite a chunk to the Whiscash.
I like this play also. Pablo swapped out immediately. He did not want to let that anything that comes in farm down the Lickitung, so he is switch locked into this matchup. Normalheim's going ahead and shielding this one up because he has a lot of energy stored. Even though his attack is debuffed once, he says, okay, that's completely fine. I'm going to actually put down your defense and it'll make it a little more helpful for me.
We even see him undercharge a little here. Since the Whiscash let that go, he may be able to farm down right before the Mud Bomb. No! Pablo Dinas reaches the Mud Bomb just right before going down.
And you can see Normalheim's a little bit, he's like, did I count it wrong? No, he's going to trust his instincts and still be able to, and it barely hangs on!
Wow! Oh, but gets licked down by the Lickitung. Now Charjabug comes out. Normalheim has a turn advantage here, but still 2 shields on Pablo Dinas' side.
2 shields and also a low health Lickitung in the back that could potentially be used as a sacrificial swap. Since he did end up coming in with it and now swapping out, the switch timer is locked. But at this point, 2 shielded Charjabug looks pretty darn good for Pablo.
Oh, it does. Normalheim also has a lot of energy on the Charjabug now, firing off the first X-Scissor. Second one coming out from Pablo Dinas now. Normalheim has a decision to make here and he lets it go.
He's going to go ahead and let that go down. I think a lot of things did not go in his favor. He's hoping for going ahead and just conceding the matchup here. Pablo Dinas has taken the winner's final against Normalheim.
Yes, Pablo Dinas will be your first grand finalist of Utrecht. Congrats to him. Extremely well played there in that final matchup. Got the alignment perfect with the Whiscash versus the Golbat and a Charjabug in the Charjabug mirror. Extremely well done.
Extremely well done. It had that little attack ball as well. I think it helped him out a little bit. One thing that I want to bring up that he did that I thought he did absolutely fantastic, and I would like you to explain it to everyone, is when the Golbat was there at the very end, it almost had the Poison Fang, and he came in with the Lickitung just immediately, and then he swapped out because he knew they would
so in Pokemon Go, charge attacks and a fast attack stay they register almost the same second. But fast attacks go just a little quicker. And since Lick is a one-turn fast attack, it registers before the Golbat's able to fire off a Poison Fang. So by going in with the Licky Tongue, he can get that one lick in, deny the Golbat's energy, and then bring out the Charger Bug. Had he brought out the Charger Bug, the Volt Switch is a 4-turn attack, so Normaline would have had 2 turns to throw the Poison Fang.
Yes, so it was a very calculated play, and you could tell that was exactly what Pablodinas knew was going to happen, and I think that was really the turning point that managed to get the game for him, because not being able to get that Poison Fang off of anything, not being able to get that damage, really just was a disadvantage for Normalheim.
Exactly. Besides that, another important moment in the game was after that lead matchup. Pablodinas, of course, won that. He's gained switch advantage, and generally we see players that have switch advantage being content with just keeping that.
But then they get the alignment that they're looking for.
Exactly, but Pablodinas realized that the only real answer to Whiscash on Normalheim's team was the Licky Tongue. And since it was already gone, he could just insta-switch it into whatever Normalheim brought in.
And I really like the play as well, because Normalheim was banking on the fact that he would lose that. He was going to come in, you saw it with the Golbat, to just farm down the rest of that Licky Tongue, so it would have a lot of energy like you saw in the previous game. Being able to just automatically switch, Pablo denied all that capabilities, and it really proved advantageous. I loved that final matchup between the two of them.
It was so good. And by the way, not the end of Golbat. Normalheim moving on into the losers finals. So we will see more of him, at least one more match, maybe more if he can manage to win that one. But first, we gotta decide who faces him.
That's right.
Either gonna be Inadequate or 23 EJB.
Yeah. I think both of those trainers have a lot of glory to their name. Inadequate did get top cut. He got 3rd place in Lille earlier in this season. 23 EJB has not top cut this season yet, I believe, but he was the Bochum regional champion, and I think that says a lot for his skill levels as well. We've been seeing a lot of their matches earlier on. I have that 23 EJB knocked out Sandudu. He also knocked out Scafo earlier on, and just earlier knocked out Status Stan. So we've been seeing quite a lot of 23 EJB today alone.
Yes, by the way, Scafo's lineup is extremely similar to the one Inadequate is running. The only difference was that Scafo's running Sableye instead of Giratina Origin.
Yeah, and again, Licky Tongue does so well against Giratina Origin. Maybe Inadequate is a little bit scared to bring that. One more time, we have to bring up the fact that 23 EJB does not have any Steel-type Pokemon. He doesn't have any Poison-type Pokemon. He really doesn't have a strong answer against that Wigglytuff, but he's been managing to maneuver around the only other one that he faced, really being able to beat Scafo in a 2-0 victory.
Yes, versus Scafo, he wiggled around it, running the Whiscash, the Charger Bug, and the Gligar. 3 Pokemon that have an okay matchup in versus Licky Tongue, especially, or versus Wigglytuff, of course, when shields are down. So generally, he was using Whiscash to get shields down, and then just sweeping with the rest of the Pokemon.
And we're going ahead and looking at the team of Inadequate as well. We do see the Cresselia. The Cresselia Talonflame core has been proven really well for him, and also running that Future Sight on the Cresselia. Last time I talked to Inadequate, he was running Fly and Brave Bird on his Talonflame, the same as Z Zweilous had been running. It looks like he has opted to now change that to Flame Charge, hoping to get that boost, because every time you use the Flame Charge, you boost your attack.
Yes, besides that, with Flame Charge, you're a little stronger versus Registeel. It's not on EJB's side, though. He's running Dugong. Very interesting pick. We don't see a lot of, but has that guaranteed attack fall with Icy Wind, which could come in clutch here. However, I think the Pokemon he's really gonna rely on here is that Shadow Whiscash. Martine's best answer to it is that Cresselia, which in turn EJB can answer with the Charger Bug.
Now I have to also wonder, since Inadequate is running a Vigoroth instead of the common fighters like the Annihilate or like the Poliwrath, that again is a normal type Pokemon, so it's not going to be taking all that super effective damage from the flying type attacks.
No, it is not. It gives it some very neutral play into 23 EJB. Talk about neutral play. This is not neutral at all. Giratina is so good versus Charger Bug that EJB has to switch out into the Gligar.
Switching into the Gligar, Inadequate's going ahead and saying, that's all right, I'll go ahead and take whatever you were going to throw at me. I'm just charging up a lot. Don't mind me, just charging up a lot of energy here.
Exactly. EJB wants to get off his Aerial Ace, didn't even build up to a dig, but didn't need to because Aerial Ace already already does so much for Giratina.
Giratina going for the heavier hitting Shadow Ball here. The Ominous Wind does also have a chance to boost the attack and defense. Not even bothering to fish for it here, but getting that first shield up of 23 EJB. And it looks like Inadequate's just staying in this. You think we're going to see a shield, or he's going to let the Giratina go down?
Oh, he does shield it. I was kind of expecting him to go for the 2-shield Wigglytuff play we've seen him do all weekend, but no, deciding to shield the Giratina Origin. Going for another Shadow Ball here. This should take out the Gligar if we don't see a shield come up from 23 EGB, and he does decide to let it go.
The Gligar is up, and now it is down, as it looks like 23 EGB has a decision to make. It's not a very hard decision, because Dugong does really, really well against the Giratina, and you can see Inadequate's desperately clicking on that Vigoroth, and it's an immediate swap out now met by the Charjabug.
Charjabug comes in. Vigoroth, even though it is doing resistance without counters, can still hit hard, back very hard with the Rock Slide. EJP, no shielding this, expecting a bait maybe, but no, it's the Rock Slide, does a lot of damage.
It does a lot of damage. He does need at least one other charge attack, however, to be able to take it out. EJ's like, okay, maybe at least I'll take one. I know it doesn't have great matchups against a Giratina anyway. I don't want to leave a lot of farm, and maybe I can give it like a little parting charge attack for that. And X-Scissor now coming through on the Vigoroth. One more potentially going through if he shields this up. Looks like he's going to, because that Body Slam would be enough to knock out the Charjabug.
Yes, EJP could potentially farm down this Vigoroth before it's able to reach another Body Slam. But no, I don't think he's able to. He has to throw an X-Scissor here. Throws the X-Scissor. Inadequate decides to no-shield it. EJP is going to take out this Vigoroth and come out of this matchup with another X-Scissor stored on this Charjabug.
Another X-Scissor, in comes the Wigglytuff, automatically now throwing the Discharge. It is the heavier hitting attack there. The Inadequate still has one shield left on his side. He goes ahead and just takes it on the Wigglytuff, and now it comes back in that Dugong. Dugong has that potential for Icy Wind to be able to now debuff the Pokemon, and Giratina doesn't want to see it either.
No, EJP actually going to go for that Drill Run. This does not debuff the Wigglytuff, but it does do slightly more damage. And EJP also knows that had he thrown the Icy Wind, Martijn would have just been able to switch into Giratina to clear it. So Drill Run being the play to go for, but since he didn't debuff, Martijn can understand. Disarming Voice. Let's see how much this does.
Disarming Voice is not quite enough to take it out. It's kind of disarming here, and now it looks like the Giratina is able to go down because the Dugong didn't have a lot of energy. Dugong was kind of the play for EJP. Inadequate takes game number 1.
Wow, Giratina Origin showing up once again. Such a great counter for that Charjabug, and apparently also counter for that Dugong.
Yeah, I don't know. If you're EJP, how are you going to play out against this if you were him, Thomas? Because, again, the Wigglytuff did a lot of work, even into like a pretty neutral matchup in that backline there. The Disarming Voice just ended up doing way more than expected. Inadequate's correctly shielding up the Drill Run, which was a big call.
Yeah, this is a very tough matchup for EJB. Their Charjabug was very good to the Scaffold because he was running the Sableye, but now with Giratina Origin on Inadequate's side, it's just much, much, much tougher, which means you may have to rely on other anti-fighters like your Gligar, which we also see him play this game, but maybe even the Mantine. Maybe the Mantine can come out here. Even though EJP is not running Ice Beam, it still is an okay matchup versus Giratina, as you can spam off those Area Oasis very, very quickly.
I think Inadequate's just really outplayed EJ in his head right there as well, because the Whiscash does really decently against that whole team except for the Cresselia, and we've seen Inadequate's play the Cresselia so many times that I think 23 EJB says, well, there's no way I'm bringing the Whiscash. He's just trying to bait me into doing it.
True. Very, very true. Maybe he has to bring the Whiscash, though, in game number 2 here. Oh, by the way, this is not a best of 5 this time. We are back at best of 3 for this loser semis. So this is a very vital game for 23 EJB. He has to win this or he's out.
And same goes for Inadequate. Just in this whole series, as this is the loser semifinals, whoever wins this game will play against Normalheim, who just lost against Pablo Dinas in the winners finals. We're going to have a Charjabug against that Cresselia. It looks like 23 EJB said, I know it didn't work the first time, but I'm banking on it here. And an immediate swap out into the Wigglytuff.
Yes, great call by EJB. Wigglytuff comes out. EJB can throw the Discharge here now, though. We've seen this hit Wigglytuff very many times today. Doesn't do that much, so Inadequate decides to let it go.
Letting it go, still just charming away. In comes the Gligar, but it has a little bit more of a health and advantage here. Going to be able to get to pacing a little bit quicker. Inadequate's not throwing the Icy Wind here and shielding up the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, wants to get in as many charms as possible, so tries to time his attack at the right timing, which would be after one charm here. This will debuff the Gligar or knock it out if he decides to no shield it, but no, EJB does shield it up.
If you shield it up, he's thinking maybe he could actually farm it down. It looks like he's going to try to go for it. He also knows his counts. He's going to throw right before Inadequence gets it. He doesn't want to have any more risk. He's like, okay, I'm already debuffed. I might not be able to farm it down before he gets to another attack. This Aerialist connects, down goes a Wigglytuff, and in back comes that Cresselia.
Inadequence switch into Cresselia instantly, not even waiting out the timer, as he doesn't want EJB to be able to switch out of this matchup. Gonna take the dig here, likely gonna try to go for a very aggressive farm down, or maybe throw the Grass Knot right before EJB can get to another charge.
Yeah, exactly. The Icy Wind did debuff that Gligar, so you saw how much that dig didn't do pretty much. It's still, the Cresselia is in the green. This one will knock it down to the yellow, but I think you're right. We might see an aggressive farm down coming out with a lot of energy. No, a really quick swap into the Talonflame met by the Dugong.
What a very quick swap by EJB here in response to Inadequence's Talonflame. Now that the Talonflame has a turn advantage, so it can throw this Flame Charge immediately and outpace the Dugong before it gets to the Icy Wind.
Yeah, going ahead and doing that, the Icy Wind will knock that to boost right back down, but EJB being very patient, wants to throw on good timing there, and now throwing this Icy Wind. It's not going to be enough to knock out the Talonflame, but with a Charger Bug in the back as well, that full switch damage is really going to go to work, forcing Inadequence to shield this up because it wants to get off this attack.
Yeah, throws the fly immediately, because otherwise EJB would have reached that next Icy Wind. EJB does shoot it up, wants to reach the next Icy Wind.
Gonna be able to hit it now, going up one over and now throwing the Icy Wind. I don't know, will this be enough to knock it out? I don't think it will be quite, but will Inadequence be able to get to another attack is the real question.
He will be able to take it, but I think 2 Ice Shard will just barely be. Actually, he needs 3 Ice Shard here. Inadequence gets to the fly, will knock out the Dugong, decides to go for an undercharge here.
Complete undercharge, not even bothering to tap one bubble. It is not quite enough to knock out, and another swap in to the Cresselia. Now with the Future Sight, no Protect Shields remaining. This will be a lot of damage, but I don't think it'll be enough.
It will not be, but it should put the Charge Bug into range where a Grass Knot will knock out. Inadequence farming up, gets the Grass Knot just right before this X-Scissor. This will knock out, but remember, there are still 2 Pokemon on the field on EJB's side.
This is incredible plays. Inadequence is playing out of his mind, but will it be enough? I'm not sure. The Air Release is almost loaded here.
Whoa.
He's able to Psycho Cut down!
Absolutely, Crabble gets to the Grass Knot. Inadequence playing out of his mind. This will knock out the Dugong and put Inadequence in the losers finals.
This officially puts Inadequence in the same spot that he was in Lille. He's officially in the top 3 of the bracket. And you have to wonder, with momentum on his side like this, will he be able to continue this upward swing?
We will see. Oh, look at that. Look at that. EJB and Inadequence, 2 friends that have battled each other very many times. So that's just great to watch. But yes, Inadequence will be losers finals first. Normalheim, who actually is the player who knocked him into the losers bracket. So this will be a rematch versus the Golbat once again. Gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, with a Wigglytuff on your team and a Golbat on the other, it's a little bit dangerous. We've also talked about in day 1 and even the beginning of day 2, how many grudge matches has been here in Utrecht. And by grudge matches, we mean games where one player has played against another, and then they play that exact same teammate or team person later on in the tournament.
Exactly. It's going to be very exciting. I'm very curious to see how Inadequence changes his play in this losers finals to maybe get off ahead of Normalheim this time.
So if Inadequence, I just want to bring a couple fun things. Pablo Dinas got top 3 in Liverpool. He's already there as well. Inadequence got top 3 in Lille, so he's already there. If one of these players ends up, I guess Pablo Dinas is top 2 already, right? So he's already made it past that point. If Inadequence can beat Normalheim, the person who knocked him down to the losers bracket earlier on, he will also be at a higher position than he's ever been in the Play Pokemon circuit. The highest Martijn has ever been has been a 3rd place position.
Wow, don't rub it in. Well, he has a very good shot to improve it now, but he has a very tough opponent to beat first in Normalheim, who's, I believe this is also his best position ever at a special event. So, but I'm sure he wants to go further, and he has the team to do it.
If he's from Utrecht, if I'm saying like, hey, this is my opportunity here. If I'm only going to be able to make it to one special event, I'm going to make sure to win it if it's in my home area.
And we have not had a player win their own home regional or special event. So if Normalijn is able to do this, he will make history this season.
Potentially also Inadequance. Inadequance is also from the
true,
Netherlands.
yes.
So I mean, and we have 2 Dutch battlers in the Netherlands top finals. I think that's pretty great. Pablo Dinas being a Spanish player, also super well known within our community. I think he's saying, no, guys. I'm on the winner's side of the bracket. Remember, I'm going to keep these dreams alive for Spain.
Yes, if you are on the winner's side of the bracket, you definitely have an advantage because you have that one best of 5 you can lose to kind of use as a cushion. If you lose that, you still have another one to potentially win. But we have seen it happen several times to where for example, in Dortmund, Arceus Aurelius coming all the way from the loser's bracket, managing to beat Colin 6 twice in a best of 5.
And Dinoski, when he played against Colin 6 earlier on in Stuttgart, had beat him once to be able to have the grand final. So it's definitely possible coming from the loser side of the bracket and making some plays for sure. But you're absolutely right. If you're sitting on the winner side, you do feel a little bit more comfortable. As a reminder for everyone at home, all the matches going on for the rest of today will be best of 5 matches. So the best of 3s are out the window.
Yes, it's gonna be a lot of mind games in these next matches. I'm personally so excited for it. Amanda.
Thomas.
If you had to pick one player to win, who would it be?
Well, I mean, this is the thing. I had Sadistan and 23 EJB in my caster fantasy draft, but they are out of the tournament now. I guess I might have to go with fellow caster Inadequance. We kind of left him off the fantasy draft. We did have him on a players to watch, but yeah, I think that he's got what it takes. He's got also that drive because he was saying before, I want to finally prove it. I want to be a regional champion.
Yes, we were giving him a little bit, or we were poking too much fun at him, and he decided, okay, I'm gonna just prove it.
And also, we just love a good grudge match, right, too? I mean, let's see, a little bit of a redemption arc going on. This is the losers finals. Once again, just a reminder, this is another best of 5 matchup. So while these two did play before, it was in a best of 3 format, which even if you win 2 in a row, that doesn't mean you're going to win the series.
Exactly. Normalijn did win the last best of 3 on the back of that Shadow Golbat, which is just so strong. First, Inadequance's team. The only real answer Inadequance has for it is that Registeel. But even Registeel has trouble dealing with it. She's doing no fastest pressure. Really need to hit a Zap Cannon to knock it out.
Yeah, go ahead and look at these teams. We have seen them very recently on the field, but let's go ahead and kind of analyze again this really off-meta team with the Shadow Poliwrath and also the Shadow Golbat on the normal hindsight.
It's such a strong duo, especially since Inadequance is not running an electric type, no Charge Bug, no Lantern on his side, so that duo could prove to be kind of difficult for Martijn to deal with. However, he does have some strong options as well in that Cresselia, being able to hit the Poliwrath and the Golbat for super effective psychic damage. Though you have to remember that Golbat can also hit with a Shadow Ball back.
Yeah, the big problem is Golbat in the lead puts a big problem for Inadequance's whole team. We even saw it, Normalijn in the first matchup that they had, just double shielding up against the Cresselia lead, and they came out with so much health and energy to be able to throw at whatever came in the back. There was not a lot of chance. So if you know that Golbat is good in the lead, what do you lead if you're Inadequance?
I think Golbat wins every single 2-shield scenario here, except for Registeel. So you could consider putting Registeel in the lead, but I do think that's a little risky considering the rest of Normalijn's squad. Personally, I would opt to go with Talonflame, because even though you do lose that 2-shield scenario versus the Shadow Golbat, you bring it down so low. With Incinerates, you could potentially farm down with your Giratina, with your Cresselia afterwards, and take that energy into the remaining Pokemon.
We have seen Inadequance play masterfully with that Talonflame, so if that was a Pokemon on his team to do it, I would also kind of volunteer that one as tribute. You can see both of them kind of studying the sheets, wondering what they want to bring against each other. There's a lot of divisive Pokemon on both of their teams there. I mean, Wigglytuff actually does really well against that Shadow Poliwrath, which is Normalheim's fighter. However, it just has such a polarizingly bad matchup against that Shadow Golbat, which we know he's bringing.
That's maybe exactly why Martijn should bring the Wiggly Tough, because it's so unexpected. And if you do get it locked into a Wiggly Tough, you could even come out of that matchup with an Icy Wind.
That's true.
Which does do super effective damage versus the Golbat.
Maybe forcing a shield there as well. So we have to see how these two want to play it out in this best of 5 matchup, this grudge match, this seeing who will be on into the grand finals. There is a lot on the line. Since this is the loser side of the bracket, whoever loses this is out of the tournament.
Yes, I mean, they will be out, but they will not be unaccomplished. They already have both reached the top 3. Now they're just fighting for that top 2 or even the grand champion position.
Yeah, they're going for that glory here. I know that we talked about it earlier. Again, we were giving him a bit of a hard time, but Inadequence has been really playing well. He was Mr. Top Cut last season, top cutting every single regional or special event he attended. We're jumping into the losers finals. We got that talent flame, but kind of predicted now. It looks like by Normalheim leading that Whiscash.
Incredible lead by Normalheim there. Inadequence switches into the Vigoroth, and Normalheim responds to it with his Shadow Golbat. Even though Vigoroth does use counter, which double resist, it has a lot of play into this matchup with the Rock Slide.
I also like this play as well. Inadequence knowing that he loses charge attack priority against the Golbat, just going ahead and charging up a lot of energy because these body slams, or especially the Rock Slide, but one Rock Slide would not be enough to knock it out. So going ahead with these body slams are going to start causing problems getting that first shield off of the Golbat.
Body Slam would have still done a lot, so I don't dislike that shield from Normalheim at all. Gonna let the first one or the next one go though, as he doesn't want to use this both of his shields this early into the game.
Yeah, and now he has a lot of energy, and he knows at this point he can probably farm down, throwing just a little bit safe here, throwing that Poison Fang right before Inadequence is able to get to another attack, and that Vigoroth is going to go down. But you know what? I think this just gives Talonflame a lot of energy here.
Oh yes, it will. Oh, wow, Normalheim going for the Shadow Ball here. I love this build. This will do so much. Inadequence decides to no shield. Does he realize?
I don't think he realizes.
Whoa.
It connects, and now we'll fast move out into the Cresselia, kind of with that Psycho Cut being able to take it down. But now the Cresselia is met with the Charger Bug, and Charger Bug's X-Scissors are super effective against this Cresselia.
Yes, they are, but a shield up Cresselia does have player, especially since he also got that one Psycho Cut lead.
He got that Psycho Cut lead. He's letting this first X-Scissor go through. As you can see, it does so much damage, but he has so much energy as well, almost maxed out here. And Normalheim using his last shield here, protecting up with that Future Sight.
Yes, this is a big shield here. Future Sight, very, very expensive charge attack, so that's a lot of energy. Kind of wasted, though. It did take a shield from Normalheim, so it's really not the worst for Inadequence. Oh wow, late call there, decides to shield up the X-Scissor on the final second.
I was very confused. If you could only see me behind the desk, I'm like, he's got to shield this, right? I don't think he has much play without the Cresselia left. This Future Sight connecting, you can see already brought down to the green, or to the red, but now this X-Scissor is going to go through. Will he use both shields here? No, he's going to go ahead and let that go.
Oh, he's gonna put it all on the Talonflame. He did take that Shadow Ball, but the Whiscash is still gonna have to throw a charge attack to be able to take out this Talonflame.
Talonflame is going to be able to fly. 2 flies are usually enough to take out a Whiscash, but he's going to be able to get to that Skull first. This is what Inadequence has been saving his shields for. Normalheim is desperately hoping that he gets the attack drop as well, because this would change the matchup a lot. Inadequence almost at that second fly.
Crossing his fingers. No debuff. Inadequence gonna reach the next fly. This should knock out the Whiscash at this point, but Normalheim still has that Charger Bug. It may be able to survive an Incinerate.
Yes, a Charger Bug also has a 4-turn Volt Switch versus a 5-turn Incinerate. Gonna be able to knock it down. It looks like no, the Incinerate goes through and knocks out the Charger Bug.
Talonflame takes it on 1 HP. That's absolutely incredible. That's as close as it can get.
That is something that our co-caster and friend Zyonix has 1 HP and a dream, a literal scenario there, keeping that Talonflame in the air to take out the Charger Bug and taking game number 1 of this losers final series.
Wow, I'm at a loss for words. That was absolutely incredible. Normalheim also played to his win condition there, knew that he needed to get the Scald, the buff to win that game, so decided to risk it. Unfortunately, it did not pay off, but he did play that very, very well.
I think a lot of times it really comes down to split-second decisions here, and it just shows trainers' resilience, because I've said it a couple times, but I truly mean it, and I think today's stream is just a really good indication of it. Just because you lose the lead does not mean you are going to lose the game. You saw hard countered a lot in that game, but really good team reads, understanding what energy is where and how you needed to play out those matches. Inadequates managed to pull off that win.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's all because of that Vigoroth. Normalheim really only has one answer to it on its team in that Shadow Poliwrath. The rest either takes super effective from counters or super effective from rock slides, which is just big trouble for Normalheim.
Yeah, but also, I mean, the Cresselia does well against that, as there's two water types going a Whiscash lead. Going against the Registeel here, you can see Normalheim nodding, saying, okay, yeah, the Whiscash in the lead is a good position for me. Swapping into the Cresselia now to be met with the Lickitung. And of course, we see that Shadow Golbat in the back.
Oh, yes, it is always on Normalheim's team. Martijn throwing the first future side here. Even though Lickitung is doing super effective with Licks, Cresselia has an okay matchup here because of the future side. Psycho Cuts plus 2 future sides is Jerry able to knock out a Lickitung.
And I think if you're Inadequates, you're super happy to see this Lickitung right here as well, because if we're talking about the spicy Pokemon in each of these players' teams, we've got the Giratina in the back as well, and the Lickitung is just the hardest ball to that with a normal type with only ghost type attacks. A Body Slam now still going through onto the Australia. Both of these Pokemon still in the yellow, with this barely knocking it down to the red. Nope, still in the yellow.
Wow, Cresselia, they're so bulky. Gonna get to the next future side here. I don't think this is quite enough to knock out, but it's gonna be close. Normalheim decides to let it go, brings the Lickitung deep into the red.
Deep into the red, still able to reach a Body Slam. This one should, I mean, we just saw it last time, maybe be able to take it out. Inadequates recognizing this as well, saying, okay, I'm just gonna shield this. I think I can farm it down. He's gonna come out with a lot of energy, but Normalheim wants to negate that, coming back in with the Whiscash only to catch a Grass Knot.
Wow, this does, if this is a good play by Normalheim, I think, switching in the Whiscash, as had the Cresselia farmed down the Lickitung, it would have likely gotten to 2 Grass Knots against the Whiscash. Now it's only going to get to 1, and Inadequates is forced to switch into the Giratina.
Giratina now is going to be able to take a Mud Bomb. We saw it a little bit earlier, not going to use a shield on it, still in the green. And meanwhile, just charging up a lot more energy. Normalheim said, okay, fine, I'm just going to make sure I'm doing as much damage as possible to this. All the Pokemon still left on the field. Mud Bomb number 2 going through.
Giratina, pretty bulky, being able to take 2 Mud Bombs there, gonna farm up as much as possible before going to the Shadow Ball. Don't think this is quite enough to knock out. Normalheim has a decision to make here though. Do you shield up? He does not shield it up right there.
He doesn't shield it up, but he has 2 very, very low health Pokemon. This is, again, a potential problem, but I want to see how Inadequates will play around this. This Mud Bomb is going to go through. We have 2 very low health Pokemon, and we have a Registeel, which doesn't have much lock-on damage. Now comes in the Golbat.
Here comes the Golbat. Lock-on's doing absolutely nothing, but a Zap Cannon would one-shot the Golbat. Inadequates letting the first attack go. It is the Shadow Ball. This is exactly what Inadequates wants. The last thing you want to do here is shield a Poison Fang.
Yes, but the Poison Fang bait would have been very, very horrible for him to shield here. And Normalheim, like you said, has to shield up the Zap Cannon as it's super effective. But now the big question is going to be, yes, he did get the attack ball as well. So this means even if the Shadow Ball connects, will it be enough?
Oh, Shadow Ball gets fired. Martijn has to make a decision here. Does shield it up. Great call by him. Now just has to throw the Zap Cannon.
Yeah, and I think if he knows, if he's counting the switch timers are misaligned, not able to swap out yet, this Zap Cannon is going to be able to connect to this unprotected Golbat, going to zap it out of the sky.
There it goes. Bye-bye, Golbat. Still 2 Pokemon on the field for Normalheim. They are low HP, but both of Inadequate's Pokemon have very little fast move pressure.
Yeah, very little fast move pressure. Catching here this Matcha onto the Cresselia. This is a big play and potentially win condition for Inadequates here, as the Normalheim is not going to be able to get to another attack. Swapping into the Lickitung now just to get as much damage off as possible. Throwing it onto the Lickitung.
Wow, that catch was just incredible. And Registeel being able to finish off the game with his Focus Blast. There it goes. Inadequates lock on down the Whiscash, and he wins game number 2.
We talked about lock-on down not being able to happen very often, but also energy counting. Absolutely incredible there. That catch saved him.
Wow, that was just on point. We saw the Wish Cash come out in various points in the game, and Martijn was just able to keep track of the energy perfectly.
And I have to remind everyone as well, Normalheim ended up, I believe, beating Inadequance. Was it 2-0? I have to look back on my own sheet for reference here. No, it was a 2-1 victory. Yes. But Inadequance doesn't win this yet because it is no longer best of threes. This is a best of fives. We are in the losers finals here. These are the top 3 competitors left in this Utrecht special event. And this is a rebattle of the Dutchies.
It is. Normalheim still has a chance to bounce back. He has won the lead twice now. First with that Wish Cash versus Talonflame. Second with the, what was it? Yeah, again the Wish Cash actually. He's led Wish Cash twice now. Second game versus the Reggie Steele. May have to consider losing a lead next game.
Yeah, that is a good point. Inadequance really understanding maybe how he lost those first matchups because, of course, we're going to see that goal bat every time, I think, from Normalheim's side. But recognizing, okay, I definitely have to learn to play around this. He had 2 leads that were his safest bets into that goal bat, only met by Whiscash, but still being able to masterfully maneuver around to win these games, but also by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, very, very narrow margins indeed. I think next game we may want to see a Shadow Golbat lead from Normalheim. It has not really put in that much work in the back in these matches, so perhaps in the lead it can do a little better.
And in the lead we have an Alolan Sandslash against a Giratina. Normalheim has been calling all of the leads of Inadequance here. We'll have to see what he wants to pivot into. Pivoting into the Cresselia here, and it looks like Alolan Sandslash is going to stay in. This is the Powder Snow version, so it's not going to be doing as much with its fast attacks, but everything is going to add up even on this bulky Pokemon.
Yes, and all charge attacks from Cresselia are of course resisted on the Alolan Sandslash, but because Cresselia is just so much bulkier than Alolan Sandslash, these future sights are going to do a lot, and it's likely going to be able to win this Zero Shield scenario here.
Yeah, and it looks like going straight for that future sight. As you can see, it brings it down to the yellow, not enough to quite knock it out, just continuing to charge away at 100 energy almost here from Normalheim before he throws again. I don't know if this will quite be enough, but Inadequance is 1 cycle cut away from a future sight. That could be enough to knock him out.
Drill Run does not knock out. Inadequance has the future sight, even waited to make sure Normalheim can't catch. Confident he could take the Powder Snow. Future sight gets fired. Cresselia knocks out the Steel type.
Knocks it out. Now in comes the Whiscash, which is like, okay, that's fine. As the Cresselia is gone, I think I can do really well. But now shifting into the Shadow Golbat against that Talonflame like you were talking about in the back. But this time, the Golbat has a little bit of an energy advantage.
Yes, it does. Being able to fire off this Poison Fang right now. Inadequance calls it. Doesn't think it's going to be a Shadow Ball, and he is correct. Only does a little bit versus Talonflame.
Does a little bit. You can see, and meanwhile, these Incinerates just going away. Yet another Poison Fang going through, Inadequance saying, this is the one I'm saving my shields for. If my defenses are already lowered, I know I can't take another one very well. Gonna go ahead and shield that up and just continue to flame charge away at 100 energy, throwing it now, boosting his own attack.
Wow, Normalheim not shielding, put it in all on the Whiscash. Whiscash already has a little bit of energy, and with how low HP this Talonflame is, may actually be able to farm it down.
I think this is going to be a very aggressive mud shot down. He's got a lot of energy as well from farming down the last Pokemon, the Cresselia as well. This Whiscash is completely loaded already. I think we're going to see it. The fly is not able to reach. This is huge for Normalheim.
Big farm down from the Whiscash. Giratina comes out now. Normalheim going for the neutral Mud Bombs there. We saw before 2 don't knock out, so he's going to need 3, but he already has so much energy, he may just get there.
Yeah, he does. He's already basically at 3. This next one won't be enough. There is a shield left on Inadequance's side, but there's also a shield left on Normalheim's side as well. Inadequance desperately trying to get as much energy as possible onto his Pokemon here, and now it might come down to even a baiting game. Inadequance, I like this play. He knows that he won't be able to throw first. He just wants to be able to get as much off as possible.
Normalheim going for the Skull, trying to get the debuff, doesn't get the debuff. This may allow Inadequance to now outpace the Whiscash to 2 attacks. Normalheim realizes he has to call a bait, tries to call Ominous Wind, but it's a Shadow Ball.
And
out. Whoa!
And Inadequance goes ahead and takes the losers finals in a 3-0 sweep against the person who knocked him down to the losers bracket.
Oh, absolutely incredible. I mean, I must give credit to Normalheim there too. Went for his win call, tried to get the Scald drop, and when he didn't get it, he knew he had to try to call a bait from that Giratina. But Inadequance reading that, going for their Shadow Ball and taking that victory.
And Inadequence is now officially in the top 2. He's officially the highest he has ever been in any of the Play Pokemon tournaments so far, and he's doing it in his home region.
Wow, but he has a tough job ahead of him. He'll be facing off against Pablo Diaz in the Grand Finals, in which he doesn't just have to win 1 best-of-5, he has to win 2 best-of-5 in order to become the champion.
Meanwhile, basically, Pablo Diaz just needs to win 3 games to be able to keep that title, to become the special event champion in Utrecht. He's been knocking out players left and right, and he's been doing it with a newly formed man team that he just got the day before the event. This guy, I mean, it's not that he's even been playing with that Pokemon that long, it seems like. It's just like, okay, he just has the wherewithal and knowledge to be able to play this at the highest levels.
The talent of all these trainers is incredible. I look forward to see how Pablo Diaz plays in the Grand Finals. He's never made it this far before, but he has the experience. He got very, very far in Liverpool. He won the best-of-5 earlier today in the winners' finals, and now he's trying to go for that win.
Both of these trainers have the momentum on their sides. The only thing that maybe Inadequence has a little bit more of is gameplay experience in the day, because when you are knocked down to the loser's bracket, you have a really uphill climb to be able to make it to where he is at. There's a lot more battles. Pablo Diaz, while he's very skilled, he's been knocking everyone out. He hasn't had as much gameplay today.
Yes, but on the flip side, Inadequence must also be a little tired after playing so many matches. Thinking all your battles through, it is quite tiring.
Yeah, one good thing, I guess, in favor of Inadequence in that realm is we were talking about it. Pablo Diaz is running a very similar team to a lot of players, including a Status Stan, including San Hudigo, also including Dane, who Inadequence has knocked quite a few of those people out of the tournament. So maybe he's saying, okay, I've gotten a lot of practice against this very team.
He is very confident against that Alolan Sandslash Waterfly core. We've seen so much today, but Pablo Diaz has also been able to see what lines Inadequence likes to run against that team of 6, so maybe a little more prepared as well.
This is going to be an incredible best-of-5 for this grand final matchup. Pablo Diaz again versus Inadequence. This is coming up pretty soon. I think we all need to take kind of a deep breath, right?
Yeah. In and out. Oh.
All right, so let's kind of discuss the two of them. Have they ever played against each other, is what I'm wondering.
I do not think so. There was an opportunity in Liverpool, but unfortunately, Inadequence had a bad tournament there, going down kind of quickly. So I don't think he faced him there. Besides that, I don't think there's ever been a chance.
That's going to be very interesting because, of course, just watching it, even me watching it on screen, I say, oh, of course, I can read this. I know exactly how this person is going to play. I'm sure when you're in those actual matchups and you have never played that person before, there's a lot of different mind games that are going on there.
There are so many mind games, and who better than to talk about these mind games than Inadequence and Pablo Diaz themselves. We got them ready in the interview booth. Take it away.
Thank you, Tho and Amanda. I think we all need to take a lot of deep breaths. Those games were sensational. I'm here now with our grand finalists. But Martijn, you've just played. Let's go to you first. You lost to Normalheim in the winner's side of the bracket, but you smashed it in the losers. How are you feeling?
I felt very bummed when I lost him at first. I felt like I was going to lose both battles today and just out. But I have renewed energy. And I showed no mercy.
It was really incredible to watch. And I don't think many players appreciate how scary an opponent Martijn is proving to be. Pablo Diaz, you've not lost yet in the winner's side. Yeah. How are you feeling going up against this man?
I feel very scary because his team is very tough against mine, and it could be very beautiful to see.
Yeah, you, as I say, you haven't lost yet, Martijn. You've got a long hill to climb still. How are you feeling going into these final grand finals?
Like I said, renewed energy. I feel confident. On top of that, I can add another medal to my collection. Color I did not have yet, silver. I had the 4th place and the 3rd place twice. This is the first time I win a best out of 5 on stream as well. So I'm happy no matter what.
Yeah, you are happy, but I also know you do want that 1st place. You will work your best. You've got the Giratina Origin. What would you say about that Pokemon to our viewers?
I can name 5,000 reasons why Giratina should be allowed for the tournaments. It's very good and it's always counterable. It reminds me of when you have like Annihilate, the Night Slash boost. If it's Night Slash boost, it's just very difficult to counter, right? Usually it was like Obstagoon doing that, and you can just swap your Medicham and the boost is gone. You can do the same with Giratina. If Giratina's a problem, swap your Lickitung and Giratina goes away.
Now, Pablon Dinas, I know it's intimidating for you, but you are a very good player. This isn't your first time in the Top Cut. You've played in best of fives before. You're an experienced player. Do you think you can do it today?
Yes, of course. And I will try with all I have.
I think that you have a great shot. Is there anyone that you would like to shout out before we go into these finals?
Someone?
Anyone you would like to shout out, give credit to?
I would like to my family and to my community in Alcalá. It's my city.
And how about you, Martijn? Any last words before we go into these big, big games?
I hope that the casters are wrong about me, that I will win, with all due respect. I also would like to give a shout out to all my friends who are watching, to Crimson K9, to Pogo Ash, to Tristiano, and all my friends here who are supporting me. I'm very excited to play soon.
Martijn, I think you've already proven all of the casters wrong. You have played incredibly well today. I bet you can't wait. I certainly can't. Let's go back to Tho and Amanda before we prepare for these massive battles.
Thank you so much, Farid. I just love the confidence on these trainers, Amanda.
I know, both of them. And also, I like how Farid kind of threw us under the bus. They're like, oh, I'm sure you cast all the casters' expectations.
Yeah.
He didn't even mention he was the caster himself.
Yeah.
He didn't pick Martijn.
I'm pretty sure he's the one that threw the most shade.
I think so as well. But I absolutely agree. Pablodinas, cool as a cucumber there. Did you see? He was like, you think you're going to win? Yeah.
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah. I mean, both these trainers super experienced. They know they can do it. They've done so many events. Utrecht now marks the halfway point in this season. After this, we're gonna head to EUIC, the biggest event of the season.
And also, I think maybe the biggest event ever for Pokemon Go. I think it was a major cap. We filled the brackets immediately.
Yes, we got 320 participants already signed up, which is just incredible. It's even more than last season's EUIC, which we got some highlights for to watch right now.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing, the judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words, it's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a Blast Burn on a low health stun. This for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V,
no.
and that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies, retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness. Weak to dark? Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
as it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the wave crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if he can wake up here, but I think Gabriel knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
He leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. Now, as we saw in that interview, Eric and I would like to interrupt this broadcast by giving an apology to Martijn. We have been flaming him all weekend, but he has played so incredibly well. Eric, what are your thoughts on how Inadequate has been?
Played himself out of a very difficult matchup in normal high and got his revenge after being swept by the Shadow Golbat earlier, and really found a way to kind of neutralize the Shadow Golbat using the Vigoroth to lure it out, having something safer in the back, and really, Inadequate has impressed us throughout this entire tournament, and I think he's going to do it again in these grand finals.
I think deep down, we all knew he would probably do very well, and it was more of a joke that we weren't picking him for our Caster Fantasy picks, and part of me thinks I really wish I had, because I could have done with it, but Pablondinas is not going to be an easy opponent to defeat. We've actually both played Pablondinas in Liverpool. He is a strong player.
Right, after he got third place at Liverpool, only losing to Tomahawk and myself, I guess the joke is the only people that can beat him are behind the stage now. So he's in a good spot against Inadequate, of course. He needs to just win 3 games. 3 games out of the next potential 10 to take him into his first regional special event win.
That is right. So because Pablondinas is coming into these grand finals from the winner's side of the bracket, he has that advantage. If Martijn wants to overturn the bracket, he needs to win 2 best of 5s. The first one to reset the bracket, and then the second one to take the title. But this is the first time either of these players have ever been in a grand finals, whether that's at an international championships, a regional event, or here at a special event in Utrecht. How must that feel, Eric?
Pablondinas has gone third, as we just said. Inadequate as well, third place in Lille. They both have a bronze medal to their name. Now they at least have a silver, but they're looking for the gold. Pablondinas, his team up on the screen here, has the Alolan Sandslash to answer the Wigglytuff Giratina that have been just so strong and instrumental in Inadequate's success.
That is right. That Giratina origin does look menacing for the Annihilate, but a lowland Sandslash could cause Inadequate's problems. It has strong matchups into the Wigglytuff, into the Giratina, and it has a decent matchup into the Cresselia when shields are in play.
Absolutely. We saw Normalheim having success with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the previous game, able to align it with the Giratina and then the Cresselia. Of course, ultimately, it wasn't enough because, of course, Inadequate knows how to neutrally play out of it with Cresselia. 2 Future Sights does allow it to win the Zero Shield scenarios. Of course, Vigoroth and Talonflame are its worst nightmare.
These players are ready. They've locked in. Let's start the Grand Finals.
Vigoroth into Sandslash. We see Martine giving the camera a quick nod. I believe we're going to be looking at a Whiscash swap into the Cresselia for Inadequates. And now it is up to the Skull debuffs to bail Pablondinus out.
Eric, if there is ever a time to press the debuff button, the Grand Finals is it. It's Pablondinas. He knows, he knows. Now, this is a little bit more tricky for the Cresselia, right? Because the Grass Knot from here won't knock out the Whiscash.
Not only can they not get the Grass Knot off and take out the Whiscash, they cannot Psycho Cut down. It is going to be completely impossible here. Another Scald comes down from Pablondinus, and he is going to be getting it onto the Cresselia. No shield for Inadequates.
That's right. Inadequates lands the Grass Knot, but Pablondinas knows that the Whiscash is comfortable. He knows that he can get to more moves. He might shield this one now so that he doesn't. He lets it go, so he's going to opt to farm down the Cresselia.
What I love about this play is Alolan Sandslash can comfortably farm down the Cresselia and also threaten the Vigoroth with those charge moves so that the Mantine can sweep in the back. I love this play.
This is a really, really smart play from Pablondinas. He'll tank this Future Sight now. He'll come out with a ton of energy, and Mantine in the back could be pretty good.
Wow, this is not a small amount of energy in Pablondinas' name. This is 2 Ice Punches almost, and Inadequate is going to have a rough time taking these moves with the Vigoroth, and will need to put up some shields.
Inadequate comes back in with the Vigoroth. He needs to take this drill run, and then presumably Pablondinas will go straight back out into the Mantine.
Ouch, that drill run did a lot of damage. Goes right into the Wigglytuff. An instant swap, predicting that Pablondinas would go out of his Sandslash.
That's right, Wigglytuff with 2 shields is oppressive, and Inadequate gets a charm through. That is extra energy that could prove crucial into the endgame.
The thing is, if shields are down, the Alolan Sandslash can actually fight back against the Vigoroth later on in this game.
Inadequate lets a wing attack through because he wants to get this Icy Wind in early. He wants to debuff the Mantine. Mantine's health is getting low.
Alolan Sandslash still waiting at the sidelines, needs to come back in if the switch timers actually aren't misaligned, so he can't even opt to go into the Sandslash and tank energy or tank charms because the Vigoroth will just be pivoted right back into.
This is really tricky for the Alolan Sandslash because it's only 2 or 3 counters away from going down. Do you think Pablondinas can pull this out?
Ice Beam is going to do heavy neutral damage here, but debuff is just not enough. Oh, and actually gets taken out by the charm. Can he Powder Snow down? Needs 2 moves here, and just simply isn't enough.
Inadequate is in the driving seat. The counters go through, and Martine takes game 1.
I would say that Inadequate's predictive swap here, going straight into the Wigglytuff after the Alolan Sandslash through the move, was winning the game. Say that he had swapped in his Wigglytuff and Pablondinas did not swap out of the Alolan Sandslash. This would be a completely different game.
Martine is thinking 5 steps ahead. That is why he's being so successful through the losers bracket. But can he keep it up? He needs to win 2 more games here before he gets to reset the bracket.
2 more games is a very, very tall task, even just for this matchup, but he'll have to win 3 more games if he does so. So Pablondinas can relax a little bit. He still has a lot of lives left in this tournament, but of course, he doesn't want to give it up so easily. Look at that.
Look at everyone in the audience. They know that they have some great games to watch, and they are excited, just as excited as we are. Now, we saw that Pablondinas opted for Ice Double Water there. Obviously, he had the Talonflame in mind. Everyone is enjoying these battles. Look at them waving, and we are enjoying them being here too. Eric, what do you do if you're Pablondinas?
Oh, as we see the welcome sign being moved, Pablondinas is welcoming Inadequate into this grand final and is really needing to pivot and try to get that Alolan Sandslash onto one of its targets in the Wigglytuff or the Giratina. Even the Cresselia, I feel like, is not good enough, but Pablondinas needs to make a decision here.
And here we go into game number 2.
What is it going to be? It is Lickitung into Vigoroth.
This is another brilliant lead for Martijn. Vigoroth, again, is so dominant into Lickitung. It double resists the lick, and Pablondinas goes into Whiscash. It's met immediately again with the Cresselia.
It's like a repeat of what we've already seen. Martijn knows he needs to win this switch. Otherwise, his Giratina could be aligned to the Lickitung in the back.
That Giratina in the back desperately wants to be up against the Charger Bug. It will be a huge victory for Martijn if he can maintain alignment, as you say.
Oh my goodness. He's letting the grass knot through. This is going to knock the Whiscash into Psycho Cut range. Pablondinas needs to get this Scald debuff so that he can try to farm down with the Lickitung or the Charger Bug.
Pablondinas, again, he's going to let Whiscash go down. He wants to farm down the Cresselia to have energy. Will it be enough? Even a Lickitung that has a lot of energy, it can't offload it onto Giratina, and Vigoroth is such a dominant matchup against Lickitung.
Lickitung can come in here, but it's going to need to tank a Future Sight to the face. Charger Bug, same story. No matter how you put it, which way you put it, Inadequance is definitely up a lot in this game. Future Sight going to land on the Cresselia. That Giratina is safely tucked away in the back, ready to meet the Charger Bug.
Martijn is going to reach another Future Sight. This is a massive amount of damage that is being taken by Pablondinas' Lickitung. I don't know if Lickitung will have enough health to deal with the Giratina.
Lickitung is able to farm down the Cresselia, but where is this energy going to go? I believe it's onto the Vigoroth, or could even soak up on the Giratina. Not going to do that, though, and go straight to the Vigoroth.
I cannot wait to see Martijn's expression when he sees that Charger Bug in the back, because he knows it might be all but over for Pablondinas. He looks up. Look at this. He is over the moon. Look at that grin. Martijn knows he is in a dominant position here. This could be it for Pablondinas.
For Pablondinas, this match is not going as he expected, but if he needs to make a right play, he needs to just reset his mentality, get ready for the next potential even match of a best of 5, because so far, Martijn has all read his lines, and pretty soundly, actually. The Giratina hasn't seen the Lickitung all day today, and it won't start seeing one now.
Now, Electric Bug is obviously a unique typing that we see in the Open Great League and in the Show 6 format, and there aren't many Pokemon that resist both moves. The more common one that we usually get is the Gligar, but here, the Dragon Ghost typing of Giratina is just so oppressive. Martijn knows he's done so much damage to this Charger Bug. He still has 2 shields. He's happy for Vigoroth to seal the deal and end this game with another huge performance.
X-Scissor has to be shielded by the Vigoroth, and Charger Bug simply isn't at another move. Pablondinas can try to make a body slam, but as long as he no-shields this, I don't think it really matters at this point. Vigoroth is going to send Inadequance to a match point. If he wins any of the next 3 games, he will be sending Pablondinas.
Okay, we might get something exciting here.
Oh my.
This Rock Slide might still knock out the Lickitung through the shield.
I don't think so. It's at 1 HP.
Oh, Lickitung has too much health. That would have been so exciting to see. And Martijn cleans up with Vigoroth. That is 2-0 to Inadequance.
Inadequance has been grinning from ear to ear throughout this entire match. It is up to Pablondinas to now create a full mental reset going into game number 3 of the Winners Grand Finals. What is he going to do? I think his Mantine just looks so strong up against Inadequance's team, but the first game, it didn't get the value that he was exactly looking for.
That's right, and Inadequance is really leaning into his Cresselia. Twice now he has got it aligned to that Whiscash. It is putting in so much work, and it was also putting in work both against the Lickitung, where it was landing Future Sights, and similarly landing Future Sights against Alolan Sandslash. And this tournament spells an incredible run for Martijn's Pokemon Go career. Look at those accolades.
Not only that, but this is going to be his biggest accolade yet. Previously, his best performance was a top 4, and he is taking it one up on himself today to try to not only get a top 2, but he wants that special event championship win. Pablondinas, on the other hand, no stranger to the top cut, has gotten top 8 in the Turin special event. And Liverpool, as we talked about, it was a top 4.
That is right. And Martijn is also no stranger to success on the North American circuit. And I believe he will also be competing in NAIC this season. So, North Americans, you need to beware, because Martijn is a man with a mission.
If North Americans are tuning in right now, it might just be the person to watch for NAIC and Worlds in the future.
We get
oh my goodness!
Martijn calls the lead perfectly. This is Inadequance's world, and we're just living in it.
One more time, the Cresselia is against the Whiscash. Paludinas' Whiscash is being absolutely destroyed here by the Cresselia game after game. He wants the Skull debuffs, but is he gonna get it? He is going to get the debuff.
Okay, so he will still survive the grass knot. He does anyway, but Martijn is still in the driving seat here. Paludinas knows this is going to be such a difficult game to overcome.
These games have been highly dependent on Switch advantage. I think if Paludinas just commits to fighting for Switch one of these games, it might allow him to win.
That is right. Martijn does have the Wigglytuff in the back. He will probably want to save some shields for the Lickitung, for the Wigglytuff. So if Paludinas makes this difficult for Cresselia and takes shields away, Wigglytuff isn't as good.
Wigglytuff is great against everything, only when it has 2 shields. Soon enough, I don't think the Wigglytuff is going to have 2 shields anymore.
Paludinas is counting his energy perfectly. He goes for the charge type priority. Martijn protects the Cresselia. He knows he wants alignment.
Skull goes through, no debuff, but I don't believe it's relevant in this conversation. Does Paludinas fight for Switch? It's already cost him to not do so, and he is not going for the Switch. What is he going to farm down with?
Martijn nods his head. He knows that he has alignment. He's got shields on either side. This looks positive. Now, Paludinas has come in with this Charger Bug. This is quite a smart play because energy on the Charger Bug has a lot of place to go on Martijn's side.
It does have a lot of places to go, but onto the Registeel, it'll be nearly denied as the Wigglytuff here can just clean up with 1 shield on its side.
That is right. Wigglytuff comes in. Paludinas is forced to throw the slightly less efficient discharge. It will do damage to the Wigglytuff, but Martijn just needs to keep Registeel for Mantine.
Even the Registeel doesn't need to be used at this point, I feel like. Wigglytuff can charm through this Charger Bug. I see win the Mantine, and Paludinas just has nowhere to go.
And we have to remember that Paludinas' Mantine, it doesn't have Water Pulse. It is running Ice Beam. That means all of its attacks are resisted by the Steel-type Registeel.
Nowhere to run is his Mantine that he just built a couple days ago. And this Zapcan is going to be coming through. I guess his only option is to call a Focus Blast bait, but that would just be silly at this point. Knocks out the Mantine, and Charger Bug is just not healthy enough to finish off this game.
Paludinas knows he has his back against the wall. Charger Bug is trying desperately to take out the Registeel, but Registeel is just so healthy.
This charge comes through, Registeel in the yellow health, but at this point I'd say it's in lock on downrange. Paludinas knows that, and it's just allowing the Registeel to lock on all the way down.
Martijn with the mint green trash can flips the bracket. He wins the first best of 5 in these grand finals. Eric, what incredible plays. Martijn's now 6-0 in his last few games.
Absolutely incredible from Martijn, and something key to notice here for all players is he's not ready to celebrate yet. He is still thinking about the next match, where it really matters. He is not going to celebrate too early, not going to jinx himself. And on the other hand, it is time for these players to take a break. I remember this is kind of similar to our situation where you walked off the stage and I sat there thinking about what just happened after I lost a winner's grand final.
Exactly right. I left the stage so that you would miss your flight, and it was worth it. Martijn has beaten so many players in this losers bracket. I think he's actually more than 6-0, isn't he? Because he played EJ before that. He hasn't lost a game in ages. This is an incredible run by Inadequance.
I'm trying to think when the last time he dropped the game was. Maybe it was against Danny? Maybe not. He didn't even drop a game there, but I know he 2-0'd against EJB.
It's been too long for us to remember. Martijn is a devastatingly intimidating opponent, and Paludinas needs to compose himself now because he is still very much in these grand finals, but he has a big opponent to overcome.
This is either player's game to win inside of the last 5 games that we're going to see of this Utrecht Special Event in the next hour. Isn't it crazy? We're going to know who has won this huge tournament.
Eric and I have had so much fun being sat here behind the caster desk. We have had such a good opportunity to watch such incredible players, such amazing Pokemon. We've seen Shadows, we've seen Charmers, we've seen Giratina Origin. What a weekend we've been having, and you've been having too.
You know, the thing is, although Inadequance has used Giratina Origin, we haven't seen an ominous win boost all weekend. Isn't that weird?
That is true. I wonder if he's saving it for this final set of 3.
that would make sense because even though Shadow Ball is more efficient energy-wise, Ominous Wind can often lead to an unexpected win condition, an unexpected way to boost and win a game.
Okay, so Martijn needs to win 3 games, as we say, so it's the best of 5, he needs to win 3 games. If you are going to use an Ominous Wind boost, when are you pressing the button? Straight away to intimidate your opponent?
I think you need to start to set off with a win, just get it in Paul Mendinus' head.
Yep.
You are not winning this match.
Yeah.
This is going to go the same way as it just did.
Okay, and if you're Pablon Dinas now, what about your Annihilate? You have the potential to
Preparing you down from the other side of the screen. Giratina as well. Boost all you want, you cannot counter it down.
It is really, really tricky, but Martijn has shown that he is willing to lean into his Vigoroth. He has lent into his green Registeel, but for now, it is Giratina. It's matched up against Whiscash. This is a pretty good lead for Martijn again.
And the thing is, where does the Lickitung go in the back? I just immediately don't see somewhere it can thrive, either against the Wigglytuff or against the Vigoroth.
This is going to be so difficult for Pablon Dinas. He can't switch into a Charger Bug because obviously that doesn't do very much damage against Giratina Origin. And if he switches into his Lickitung, he'll immediately be countered by one of the best answers in Vigoroth or Wigglytuff.
Oh, shields up the Whiscash, maybe making that recognition that his Lickitung may be in trouble in the back if the Giratina is in the front.
That's right, but as we know, Inadequance is happy to save some shields because Wigglytuff with shields can cause a lot of trouble.
Now, can he sacrifice his Lickitung to catch a move potentially? He does! Oh! Waste a turn!
Very sensible. He pauses, he checks to see if his opponent switches. As soon as he sees it, the Lickitung comes in, met by the Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff is a great answer to Lickitung, but I'd argue that it's not as good of an answer as Vigoroth is. This still actually gives Pablon Dinas some room to play.
That's right, but Martijn now has the option to give up some shields because Vigoroth with shields down can cause a lot of damage to the Charger Bug.
If you're Pablon Dinas now, you're like, okay, I saw the Giratina in front, I see the Wigglytuff in the back. Does that mean I have play with the Charger? Just maybe there's somewhere to go with the bug in the back. Is it the Cresselia?
That's right. Pablon Dinas might be happy to let Lickitung go down because a Charger Bug with energy can do a lot of damage to the Vigoroth. And let's remember, although Giratina has a move, it doesn't have much health left.
I love this call here to go for the Power Whip. Power Whip may be enough to knock out the Wigglytuff while the Body Slam wasn't.
The problem is, now that Wigglytuff has gone...
Wow!
Okay, so he's not given himself a lot of farm like we discussed, but
that's
he
perfect.
does avoid the Icy Wind. That is big.
And he avoids a Charm, actually, which I think is crucial there, because this is a range where counters and Body Slams are going to start to add up.
He manages to get a shield from Martijn with the Mud Bomb bait.
Okay.
He should still reach a Scald.
Yeah, I think he does reach a Scald, but I believe it's going to be cleared immediately by a swap into the Giratina.
That is right. The Giratina doesn't have much health left, but it can clear the debuff if there is one on the Vigoroth and throw a Shadow Ball.
Scald coming through. Hopefully, for Pablon Dinas, he gets the debuff, but if not, there will be no pressure to switch out. And no debuff.
He doesn't get the debuff. That allows Martijn to stay in. Martijn has access to Rock Slide. It does super effective damage. Or does he go straight for Body Slam? This is a bait. Would you shield it?
I think Martijn understands the win condition. Just need the Body Slam and a Shadow Ball. No need to go for the hard-hitting Rock Slide. I hear some people screaming out there, so I guess they're very... Oh, my goodness!
Now, this could be scary. If Pablon Dinas has pressed X Scissor, that is one of the best moves that we have seen all time.
Oh my goodness!
He has switched and collected charge attack priority. That is so much energy gone. Martijn is unbelievably good at this game.
If he hasn't shown us a reason why he should win this regional yet, this is where he is showing all of his skills. He needs to clinch this grand final, and he is already 1/3 of the way down.
I have never seen Inadequance play this well at a competitive tournament. We all know he's a great player, but he is now showing the world that he is truly elite.
A player who has honestly had a lot of opportunities to take home a major event win, whether it be a regional, a special event, or even Worlds. Martijn has gotten close in all of them, but this is his first opportunity in a grand finals to actually obtain it.
Martijn is now ahead. He is 1-0 in the finals reset. That means he is only 2 games away from his first ever gold medal. Eric, what games are we watching? This is amazing.
while I want to congratulate Martin on getting this far, let's not take away from what Pablondinas has done. Of course, these games aren't going his way, but he's made a lot of these games quite competitive despite having bad leads or bad switches.
Pablondinas, we know he's a great player. Even if he isn't able to overcome Martin, he's had an incredible run here, but he's not going to give up anytime soon. He needs 3 games here, and then he can take title for himself. There are still so many games to come, Eric.
Pablondinas has not used the Alolan Sandslash in the last couple of games, and Inadequence may be expecting that. The Talonflame hasn't come in a while, and Inadequence may be thinking, okay, the bird has been resting in the nest, and now it's time for it to fly its feathers and flame charge through that Alolan Sandslash. Will those be the calls that these two players make? I think so, but it'll be up to them to give us that verdict.
The players are locked in. Game number 2 in the finals reset. Inadequence! He is too good! He just knows every move Pablondinas is going to make. Look at that Incinerate go.
Cresselia on the Whiscash for what it feels the 1 millionth time.
And look at the back line, Eric. It's an Annihilate for Pablondinas and a Giratina Origin for Inadequence. This man knows no limit.
I called it, Alolan Sandslash against the Talonflame, and we're seeing it here in the grand finals. Can this Whiscash flip switch against the Cresselia? Even if it does, I don't know what he's going to do against the Talonflame.
Pablondinas really needs to put everything into trying to flip switch here. Otherwise, it is going to be such a difficult endgame for him to overcome. Martin's in the driving seat. He's been in this position before. It looks like it'll be his game.
Scald actually gets another debuff, but the Grass Knot is still going to be more than enough to take out the Whiscash here. What is he going to do? I like what he's doing because in the other game, he was able to get huge amounts of energy onto the Alolan Sandslash by doing this exact same farm.
The real difficulty here is that Pablondinas was playing ABA weak to Talonflame, and no matter how much energy you get here, those Incinerates are doing huge amounts of damage.
Future Sight lands on the Alolan Sandslash. It is just a scratch, but these Powder Snows are able to take down the Cresselia. Is this Ice Punch going to be launched at the Talonflame? It is, and oh my goodness!
The amount of damage that Incinerate does. Perhaps Pablondinas should have tried to get more energy on Annihilate instead, because the fly that's about to come through from this Talonflame also does massive damage.
Fly coming down from the Talonflame, and these Incinerates are starting to chunk the Annihilate, even putting it within a range where Giratina can just Shadow Claw and Ominous Wind through.
Now, Martin needs to be careful here. If he lets the switch clocks misalign too much, then he might end up with a Giratina against the Alolan Sandslash. He goes for another fly. We're expecting him to switch out soon, right?
He must be switching now, actually. But, oh, the Talonflame stays in, trying to make another fly against Pablondinas. Oh,
what a call. That is a big, big call for Martin. He lets the Night Slash go through. He still has the Giratina. Here it goes!
Oh my gosh! Is there a chance?
This is the only chance that Pablondinas had to turn this game. Night Slash is coming through. Will it be enough?
No, he actually no-shields the Night Slash. Oh my goodness, that is so much damage. That is such an aggressive amount of damage coming out of the Annihilate. I think a Shadow Ball there may have made this game a lot different, but it is going to be the Night Slash that is shielded up now. Wait a second.
I don't know if this is going to make any difference. It is a great catch from Pablondinas, but this Giratina looks like it's far too strong.
Oh my goodness.
Goes again. He is 5-0 against Pablondinas in these grand finals. I don't think anyone can stop him now.
Pablondinas is just really needing to think about this game. He shakes his head and puts pen back to paper. If there's ever been a time to make a reset on a grand final, it is now, Pablondinas. Your entire region is counting on you to win this special event and not allow the local to take it.
Pablondinas has his back against the wall. If there is ever a time for a return of the king moment, it is now. He needs 3 games consecutively if he wants to win this event. Inadequence, he must be the favorite right now. Everyone is expecting him to win. He just needs to stay composed and he will have the gold medal he has been seeking.
Down but not out as Pablondinas. He has the right Pokemon to get alignment against Inadequence. I feel like now you can't even use your own thoughts to make a call. You just have to put 3 random Pokemon and hope to swing some momentum back in your favor.
Martin has read Pablondinas every single time. Will Pablondinas catch a break? He really needs to see a good lead here.
It's the thing where, like, you can't even trust yourself at this point. If Inadequence knows what you're going to do before you even do it, why not just take a risk? Lead the Lickitung into the Giratina Origin, swap your Whiscash into a Talonflame, and then have the charge bug against the Cresselia. I don't know how this can happen for Pavlondinas, but he's got to just take a risk here.
Eric, I am on the edge of my seat. You can see Martine's Empoleon there with its crown. Martine wants one for himself. He is not going to let anyone stop him. He is in the zone.
So composed and serious. Pablo, on the other hand, kind of just like blowing his lips. He doesn't know what to think at this point, talking to himself. Maybe that's going to help.
I don't think there's much anyone could do when you're sat against a man of this quality. Like I said, it is intimidating, and Martine is showing just how strong a player he is.
Yeah, earlier we were talking about the hat meta, but here it is the beard meta. Two people in the grand finals, both sporting a nice beard as we go into potentially the final game. It is a Whiscash into a Giratina.
This is a strong lead for Martine. Let's have a look at the back. Oh my goodness, a Lowland Sandslash is going to have a nightmare in the endgame. It has nowhere to go.
Mud Bomb is going to be launched from the Whiscash before the Shadow Ball, and Inadequence probably knows to not shield this. As long as he wins this matchup, even if he doesn't win this matchup at this point, his back-to Pokemon are flying free.
Martine's team lines have been superb. He has nailed the compositions every single time. He's read his opponent. Giratina Origin could be so close to winning its first ever competitive event.
Not only that, but this is Giratina's, I think this is the only player probably who brought Giratina Origin and already making a huge statement on the meta. Brings in the Sandslash, gets the Powder Snow down.
But it might not make a difference because Sandslash is locked in. And look at those Incinerates go. This is massive damage.
May the door have been just opened for Pavlondinas as soon as he got that Powder Snow down. He won't be making another move here, as that is way too much damage for it to take. But the Whiscash is not in range of a fly, and maybe, just maybe, if the Charger can farm down the Talonflame, there's play against the Vigoroth.
Pavlondinas is doing everything he can to overturn this rough matchup. He is locked in for now, but he's going to get access to a Scald. He really does need a debuff, doesn't he?
This might be the opportunity Pavlondinas was looking for. What looked pretty difficult from before. If he gets to another Scald here.
No debuff! Martine has far too much plot armor. Everything is going his way. He's throwing the body slam. Pavlondinas is letting this go. He is putting everything on his Charger Bug.
He didn't just not let him have the debuff. I think he took his button away, saving the Scald. Maybe that will be useful later. And this Charger Bug has a tall task ahead of it. Just needs to get this farm down and then maybe throw two discharges at the Talonflame or have a Skull from the Whiscash.
That Talonflame already has so much energy, and it's close to one Incinerate being enough to take down this Charger Bug. This is going to be so difficult for Pavlondinas, but Martine must know that he is whiskers away from that gold medal.
Can he get this move off? He just needs a discharge. No, Inadequence throws the move. What is his decision? He needs to shield this up, throw the discharge, and hope he gets to the Skull. Come on, Flame Charge going through. Discharge is there. The Fly is ready. He is bringing the crowd together. Can he do it?
Whiscash still has a Scald, remember, but Talonflame has far too much energy. It wins the MP. Martine is your special event champion!
Pavlondinas with the 0-3 here, unfortunately. Talonflame flies its way into a special event victory. Inadequate, we have stated this man is getting so strong through the lower bracket.
He has not dropped a game in so long. Martine has the gold medal he has been waiting for. He celebrates with his friends. He celebrates with the crowd. What a man, what a performance, what an event.
What a show is all we can say. These are not his friends. These are his family here as they congratulate him on the floor of the Utrecht Special Event. He walks back to the stage to collect himself, but Inadequate is over the moon right now.
I think it's fair to say we have not met a man more deserving of this title. He does so much for this community. He plays, he casts, he coaches, he provides content, he hosts tournaments. Martine is the man that can do everything. It is such a privilege to be here, Eric, watching him win his first gold medal.
Martijn is a fan favorite across all regions in the entire world, whether that be Europe, whether that be North America. Everyone loves this man, and he deserves this win. He's really cleared his last 3 or 4 opponents, has not lost a game in ages, and is showing why he is here to defend his region and secure his spot as a special event champion. Not only that, but he will be going to Worlds later this year and continues his streak.
I am so glad, Eric, that I picked Martijn as all 3 of my caster fantasy picks. I knew he would win from before the tournament even started, and I assume I win the fantasy draft.
The floor here just looks like too much fun. I want to be there now.
I want to run out there now. Look at him. He must be so happy.
And I can imagine how that feels. Oh wait, I actually can't imagine how that feels.
Yeah, but he has players supporting him, and that makes a big, big difference.
Yeah, but of course, congratulations to him. This means he secures an automatic invite to Hawaii, and those championship points that he's won throughout this event are only going to support him in the hunt for that travel award.
Eric, Martijn is the first European player to win an event in his home region. What an event for him to win. This is massive.
I genuinely can't believe how long it has taken for this to happen. But if there was someone to do it, I'm happy it's him. The region here, the locals are so passionate about the game. I would say that the cups here, the local challenges, are some of the hardest, if not the hardest, in the entire world. I had to experience that myself, and personally, I'm not going back.
That is right. Martijn has so much success at the locals. He's always bringing incredibly different Pokemon, incredibly spicy Pokemon. He comes away with wins all the time. Eric, you said you played in a local. How did your most recent one go here in the Netherlands?
Not too great. I went 2-3 in a cup and then 4-1 in a challenge. Of course, I don't need challenges. Martijn, though, on the other hand, won another cup, and I believe is one of the only players that has 6 cups registered under his championship point threshold.
Wow, he is an incredible player. He has shown us all today. He has proven all of the casters wrong, but we could not be more happy for him. Those were amazing battles from EJ all the way to Pablondinas. Martijn, no one could stop him.
Absolutely not. He was able to start his run winning against Danny, then moving on to EJB. Then, I believe EJB, then he played against Normalheim, and then he beat Pablondinas 6-0. This is a crazy lower bracket run, reminding us of the times where Elite went 6-0 against Caleb Hang in the Fresno Regional Championships. I don't think we've seen that again until now. Let's take a look at the winner's bracket, though, and really take a close eye on how he did this.
Look at that. So many wins to Inadequence's name. He has come so far. He had to play against a number of top players. And actually, this has been an ongoing conversation, Eric, hasn't it? About who is the best Dutch battler. Before this weekend, a lot of players thought it was done and dusted. Colin Six has had a lot of success. Martijn, he's popped back up. I think he is right back in that conversation.
I think he was always in that conversation because even at Worlds, right, out of all the Dutch players, I believe Inadequence did better than all of them, if not better than everyone in Europe except for Scoffle. He got 9th at Worlds, and he has cemented his spot here in Utrecht, the special event. He is now a part of Pokemon Go history. Oh, of course he already was, but now he has truly cemented himself as one of the best in not only this Dutch region, not just EU, but the entire world.
And you look at these names, these are all players that we know. These are all players that have had success before. The most skillful players from this weekend really did get to the end of the event. They fought it out right until the bitter end. Martijn has come on top, and he has done so in magnificent fashion.
Martijn has just shown us not only how powerful Giratina Origin and Wigglytuff are, I think that's the first time reaching RPS. He knew exactly what his opponent was bringing every game and had the proper answers to them.
He was team reading like I have never seen before, making calls, making decisions, playing matches out perfectly. Martijn, this was a showcase of how to play Pokemon Go PvP. These games should be shown for months, even years to come. That was a scintillating performance.
And just congratulations to not only Martijn, but all the players we see in this winner's bracket. to get here, you would have had to have such a nice performance, a top 8 performance. Also here, the lower bracket, all these players to just get on this screen had to go through trials and tribulations in the group stage to be here.
Goodness, Eric, now that I look at it, we can see that Martijn has gone the entire way through the losers bracket without dropping a game. I hadn't realized that, but that is crazy.
First, it started with San Hudigo, Maxi, 10 trillion P, Danny WWW, 23 EJP, Normal Hein, and finally Paulininas twice. Let's add those numbers up. 2, 4, 6, 8, 11, 14 wins in a row.
Who do we appreciate, Eric? We appreciate Martijn. That is such an amazing day 2 for him. He comes away with a gold medal. I'm lost for words.
I think that's completely rational. I think a lot of people in the crowd are lost for words. A lot of people may have predicted Inadequates to win in the Twitch chat, but not like a dominant run like this.
Wow.
Paulininas is a player who put up such a fight on day 1 and day 2 to get all the way to where he was, and to just see him go down 0-6 against Martijn. That speaks volumes to Martijn Inadequates' gameplay.
With that in mind, let's take a look at the final standings for the Utrecht Special Event.
Wow, as we see, these are a lot of Lickitongues all across the screen, but at the end of the day, the winner was someone with Giratina origin. Can you believe that?
It is incredible. Everyone is bringing Lickitung except Martijn and his friend Scarfo. It's 2 normal types in first place. Neither are Lickitung, but there is a Giratina origin.
The funny thing is, every single normal type that is not Lickitung generally beats Lickitung, which is why Wigglytuff and Vigoroth have taken the center stage here up against Lickitung. I believe Vigoroth has won so many regional championships or special events, and even maybe not an international championship yet, but is really just seemed to dominate despite even the introduction of Annihilate.
That's right, and actually if you look at these teams, even from 2nd place with Pablondinas all the way down to Statistan in 6th place, there are a lot of similarities with this team. So trainers who are watching this event, who are looking for inspiration for teams to use with Lickitung, with Whiscash, Annihilate and Charjabug, they form such a solid core. For Inadequates, he read the meta, he caught everyone off guard, he's gone for something very, very different, maybe not something that any other player could pull off. What an event.
Alolan Sandslash, actually, I want to give a quick shout out here for, has gotten 4 out of the 8 teams. That's really incredible, actually, considering most people thought Alolan Sandslash was slowly falling out of the meta. Day 1, it was not even on the top 12 usage board, while in other tournaments like Pittsburgh or Peoria, it was consistently hitting the top 6 on the most used Pokemon.
That's right, and we saw at the beginning of the day there were 9 Mantine in the top 16, but only 2 or 3 have made it here to the final top 8, whereas we also have 3 Talonflame. What is the flyer of choice now in this meta?
Talonflame has showed its dominance throughout Registeals, through Alolan Sandslash and Annihilates, and really, Gligar is nowhere to be seen. Not on the first place team, 2nd, 3rd, only 4th is where Gligar shows its face finally. Even Shadow Golbat outplacing it, and wow, our Pokemon predictions were certainly wrong. Let's go ahead and take a look at our fantasy predictions.
Let's take a look at those now. Now, we know that Amanda was very successful with her caster fantasy picks. She should be winning this. Eric, I don't think you were as successful. I had Lurgan Rocket, who made day 2. Thomas had Scuffo, who made day 2, but Amanda with both EJ and Statistan, and I think EJ got the furthest there. Amanda, congratulations on winning the very first caster fantasy draft.
Hopefully this is the first of many. I'm so excited to see always what casters are thinking of player-wise. Pokemon-wise, we definitely missed the mark. Player-wise, it seems like most of you who are not named Nighttime Clasher have made great choices.
That is right. We have seen these fantastic players, so many players with fantastic Pokemon. Let's take another look at all of the Pokemon that we saw today in day number 2.
All right, Lickitung at number 1, no surprise there. Mantine at 2nd, even though it was on more than half of the teams, the fact that it was still unable to eventually win this special event is very surprising to me. Annihilate, of course, is just so strong. With Energy or Shield, it was able to dominate through any matchup, but basically here from Martine's team, we don't even see the Wigglytuff or Giratina.
Well, that's it. You look at these top 3 Pokemon. and he took the crown. That is something to think about.
Inadequates could truly just smell the meta and knew Giratina Origin would be a great call here, especially in a weekend where a lot of Mantines were actually running Water Pulse. Let's take a look. Giratina Origin, great against Mantine, great against Annihilate, great against Cresselia, great against Registeel, Whiscash. Can't we go on? I mean, it's amazing.
It is so amazing. The Giratina Origin Wigglytuff core, it has made its stand. Have the most championship and I'm sure they will change for EUIC. Martine, he's already told us that he will also be at NAIC. North Americans beware, this man is unstoppable.
I think the funniest thing is after a player has won an event, they're like, okay, I actually already plan to go to X event, and X event in the future. So now, do I continue pushing on? Of course. The answer is always of course. These Pokemon Go players are dedicated and they want it more. They want the most. Not only that, they want to win Worlds at the end of the year.
That's right, and when it comes to international championships, those are the events that have the most championship points on offer. So Martine is certainly not going to let up. He's already got 200 points from this event. That puts him even further up the Travel Award ladder. I don't think he's going to stop anytime soon.
He won't stop at EUIC, and I think a lot of Americans are watching this and saying, man, I really hope he stops at NAIC.
I know, we might actually have to force Martine to get back behind the caster desk if we want to keep
That's the only way to stop him.
It's the only way to stop this guy, otherwise he's just going to keep on going. Eric, those were some of the best games I've seen.
I think these are one of the strongest grand final performances from a player in any regional special event, international championship, or even Worlds. I think the dominance that he showed here was truly something that will be in the history books. I don't think we're ever going to see it again, honestly, but I hope we do.
I really, really do hope we do, and we will take a look further as how Martine progresses with his career in this year and going forward. He is a great, great player, but there are so many other great players that are also on the cusp of Worlds qualification. They're on the cusp of Travel Award. We have an amazing season still coming up.
At just the start of the World of Wonders, to have an event like this, kind of a half meta where we saw a lot of picks like Dragonair have success, at the end of the day, it wasn't anything that was buffed or nerfed. It was the Giratina Origin that got released.
He really did catch everyone by surprise. Now, we do have a few Pokemon that we have mentioned earlier that have received buffs that weren't eligible for this weekend, but will be eligible for later tournaments. So I want to highlight three in particular. It's the Shadow Feraligatr, the Shadow Empoleon,
your favorite,
and the Shadow Gallade, Shadow Empoleon being my favorite. What are your thoughts on those three Pokemon and their impact on what we've just seen here this weekend?
The rise of Shadow Pokemon is ever so prevalent, but we also need to look at some bulkier Pokemon in the Dragons to fight back against these water types. I'm talking about Goodra, Hakama, which we already saw success on Lorgan Rocket Team, and continued use of Shadow Dragonair. If you didn't already think it was good this weekend, it's only getting better from now, as it is one of those Pokemon that can resist Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr, from the Empoleon.
That's right. So start preparing now. Get yourself these Pokemon. When it comes to Shadow Pokemon, there is a Rocket event towards the end of the month. That will be a great opportunity to get yourself some Shadow Pokemon to TM away frustration so that you can use it in future events. But let's get back to the action here. For now, we are going to go to the closing ceremony, and we can see Martine and everyone else who has performed brilliantly take the stage once more.
The time of timeless travels has ended, and with that, it is time to crown the remaining champions that we have in this meta. The special event here in Utrecht was one of the largest Pokemon Go events to date out of anywhere. All the participants should be incredibly proud of their performances, but 4 trainers rose to the top. In 4th place, we have a trainer who's been around since the beginning of the Pokemon Go Championship Series, someone super well known throughout Europe. He's our last chance qualifier, he's our Bochum Regional Champion, he's our 23 EJB! Congratulations, EJB. Just a couple of questions for you here. We were talking backstage and you said that you have not lost a best of 5 matchup. Unfortunately, you weren't able to make it to that stage at this. Are we going to see you at some future competitions, maybe in that spot?
Maybe in a month in London, we'll see.
Are you going to give us any secrets of anything that you're cooking up for that event?
Oh, I have no idea. I have no clue. we will see. We'll see what's going to happen.
Well, we're really looking forward to that performance. Congratulations on this 4th place finish. Once again, let's give it up for 23 EJB. Taking home the bronze medal, we have a bit of a hometown hero here. He's a captain and a pioneer of a very unique team here in Utrecht. Give a round of applause to Normalheim. Now, we know that you not only top cut at this year, you also top cut last year in Utrecht as well. This time you ran a pretty spicy team. What inspired you to bring that Shadow Golbat here to Utrecht?
Well, every time I go to a tournament, I tell people I'm going to run one spicy pick, and then at the end I end up chickening out. So this time I ran the bet and I wanted to change it last second, but I forgot, so here it is. I did not chicken out and it worked out. So
yeah, it definitely worked out for you. It was a wonderful performance. I know that you're not going around to a lot of the Pokemon circuits, but it's been a pleasure to see you here. And maybe next year, I mean, you made it even farther. Maybe it'll be the 1st place finish.
We'll see. Thank you so much.
One more time, give it up for Normalheim. Now, our 2nd place finalist has been making waves and breaking into the top cut now in multiple tournaments this season alone. He was previously a top 3 finalist. Now he is our special event runner-up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Pablo Dinas. Pablo, you played absolutely out of your mind today. You were inside the winner's side of the bracket all of the day. How proud are you of your performance?
I'm sad. It was a very tough way to lose, no, in the finals. But maybe in the future I have another opportunity to get a regional.
We were talking earlier, and you told me that you top cut and then you didn't, and now you top cut again. So perhaps you went up from 3rd place, you got to 2nd place. Are we going to see you competing at any more of them to get that 1st place medal?
Yes, in London, maybe we can see.
Well, I know that you got your Mantine very last minute, so I'm anxious to see what you will be bringing to these future tournaments. Our 2nd place finalist here, we have Pablo Dinas. And finally, our Utrecht Special Event champion, a trainer with amazing resilience and incredible gameplay, the first trainer to win an event in their home region this season, doing it incredible, going 14-0, but pretty much in the finals. Let's bring it up, make some noise as loud as you can for Inadequates! Martijn, defying all odds, defying all caster predictions, you are here. How does it feel to be this 1st place finalist here in your home region?
It's difficult right now to say what I feel. I feel overwhelmed. So many of my friends are here, some of my best friends that I made through Pokemon Go. You are here. The friends I made at production are here. It's been great, phenomenal.
I mean, I think everyone backstage as well was really watching you. You've been with the casting crew as well. Tomahawk said it as well. Not only are you a player, you're a caster, you're someone who's been a pillar of this community as well. I think, yeah, just take a moment if you really want to express. I think the floor is yours to say whatever you would like to everyone at home.
I just want to thank everyone who supported me from home, who supported me here. I can't wait to see the vault back and see like the support I always receive on these streams. I love it.
And one last thing for you. Obviously, you've qualified for Worlds. Are we going to see you competing at any other event? And now, as a caster, now I'm worried that I'm going to lose you behind the desk.
I will be trying to go for the Travel Awards. I will be at all the European tournaments, and I will also come for you, Americans.
You've heard it here first. He's going to NAIC as well. One more time, everyone, give it up for our special event champion, Inadequates! what a super fun day. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Don't go anywhere yet. We're going to wrap it up on the couch. We're going to give you a couple of highlights that have been going on. Don't go anywhere. We're still in Utrecht. We're quickly scrambling back to the couch here to give the little day-end recap for our special event here in Utrecht, where we just saw Inadequates have an amazing run through. I just want to ask you all real quick. I'm going to start with you, Nighttime Clasher. What was your highlight of this special event here in Utrecht?
Martine's Giratina honestly never locked itself onto even one lick time, I believe. I think not just the one specific highlight, that is probably the highlight for the entire tournament. How do you get around the most common Pokemon in the entire meta and not allowing your Giratina origin to it?
Yeah, I have to agree. That was a really incredible wherewithal from every single game. He seemed to know exactly where they wanted to put that Pokemon. Tomahawk, you got to cast over a lot of these battles. What was struck you as the most important thing of this tournament?
Thank you, Amanda. Martine really has taken my breath away this weekend. I particularly loved his Talonflame. The amount of Incinerate damage that he got off this tournament, if we were to add it all up, it would be massive. Martine had so much confidence.
To our EU.
He needed to go all the way.
Yeah, he wanted to maybe prove us wrong, and he indeed did. How about you, though? What was your highlight of this event?
Oh, man. I mean, Tomahawk and Nighttime said everything I wanted to say about Martine already, so I just want to give a shout-out to Normalheinz Golbat, the only Pokemon that seemed to be able to stop Martine this weekend, but of course, he also got him back in that losers finals.
He did, and you have to remember, Normalheim ended up getting 3rd place overall in this tournament, one of the largest Pokemon Go tournaments to date. But yes, we have to talk about the champion. We can now add Inadequates to our EU championship graphic, where we also see someone else on this couch, Nighttime Clasher, but we don't want to really talk about that right now. His most recent picture, Inadequates, you can see Utrecht Special Event champion. I know, Eric, you talked about it a little bit earlier. You were the first person to be able to be like one of the casters to be first place, but now you have got some competition.
Yeah, I guess forget about America taking over EU. It looks like the casters are taking over the EU.
Europe the following month.
Joins the roster, but there's still 2 more to come. That is just so exciting.
That is a good point that you bring up, Eric, because there are 2 more events that are coming up too here, as well as EUIC. Maybe we can get a look at the schedule and see what are the remaining events that we get to see here in at least the European region. Some of these trainers can have a chance to go ahead and participate in.
So like Amanda said, next up we got EUIC in London. It will be next month. That's the biggest tournament we were gonna have this season in Europe. The following month we're gonna go over to Stockholm. After that, Bologna, and then New Orleans, North American International Championship. Martine Inadequates will be there. He'll be trying to defeat the Americans there as to show that Europe can do it too. And then finally, we got the big one.
It's in Honolulu, Hawaii. We're all going to be tuned in. Most of us are going to be there as well. Martijn certainly will be in his hula skirt. It's Honolulu, Hawaii, the World Championships.
Now, I have to ask, since you're also going, maybe you could have like a little fun bet going and see who will end up in the hula skirt when Martijn leads back to the VODs.
I think that's a pretty good bet. Maybe we can turn to the travel award race, for example.
Ooh.
There are so many fun competitions we've had. We've talked about the Caster Fancy pick, but we have so many games coming up. We have so many events coming up. Eric and I have had a brilliant time. You guys have had a brilliant time. What an event that this
are going to be wanting to play event in the Timeless Travels meta. We are next going to be going to Vancouver, where they will be taking over in the World of Wonders. This is a North American event, but since it is the first one with this new meta, a lot of eyes will be on this, wondering what players are going to be bringing, because a lot of these picks could also be seen at EUIC. And then after EUIC, we have our next European regional in Stockholm, Sweden, and that will be the weekend of May 11th and 12th. Both incredible places, and I think a lot of players, like you're talking about, going for those championship points, are going to be wanting to play to be getting on that leaderboard.
I am very excited for these regionals in the World of Wonders, where we maybe going to see some new Pokemon. Perhaps Gudra will be enough to beat Giratina Origin.
That's right, and I think Shadow for Alligator might also be a Pokemon that has good play against both Giratina and against Talonflame.
Giratina is a threat to be watched out for. Of course, go out to your local scene, try to get one for the Go Battle League, for any special events or regional championships, and go out there, try it for yourself, and see how you like it.
And if you end up getting a good one, sort of like earlier on when we saw that shiny 15-15-15 legendary Pokemon, go ahead and make sure to tag it on social media, and make sure that you're following all of the social medias for Play Pokemon as well. You can see them below. You can also make sure to follow the VODs on Twitch and on YouTube, because, I mean, you're gonna wanna know when things are going live. You're not gonna wanna miss these guys in hula skirts.
Oh, indeed. It could be over as fast as that grand finals we just saw, so make sure you are live and ready to watch the action.
That's exactly true. I know that you guys were casting over those matches. Are there any last words that you want to say about this special event here in Utrecht before we end it?
I just think this was a really, really fun event. We really, really hope it was a fun event for you to watch. If you enjoyed this event, please let us know. We want to give you as much entertainment as possible. Martijn made that very, very easy for us, we can't lie.
Yeah, to add on to what he said, it's just been a great time with the community this entire weekend. I think community is like the biggest theme with Pokemon Go, and just seeing the support that everyone had for not only Martijn winning the grand finals, but also that the Spanish community had for Paul and Dinas. Just such a huge crowd came out to watch this event and really appreciate the skill that these battlers had.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, Eric. I was thinking that exact same thing when you said earlier, these aren't friends, these are family. The Pokemon Go community is a family, and this has been a really fun event. One of the largest to date. Let's make our next events even larger. We're gonna see you in the next ones. But for now, take care, have a great one. Goodbye from Utrecht.